Hello and welcome back to a brand new episode of the Pick a Side podcast. My name is Moran and I'm here with River Brown, Andrew Velez, and Joe Dehls. And this is now episode 305. In this episode, we're going to talk about the Cowboys trading for Trey Lance, give our NFC East predictions, and reveal our next batch of 8 teams in our NFL Power Rankings. This is going to be a jam-packed show today. We got a lot to talk about.
What you looking at?
Turn the mic up a little bit.
I was real close. Did you move the camera up or something?
He adjusted it, but I don't think it's any different than what it usually is.
This side looks really close. We're here, though. I'm cool.
Showing off your muscles.
Listen, we got some breaking news. First, Mojo, waitlist for DFS. It's closing soon. The DFS app is about to be available. If you guys want to enter to win Super Bowl tickets, then
I don't
join
think you
the
understand
waitlist.
what he just said. If you want a chance to go to the biggest sporting event in the United States, enter Mojo right now.
And on top of that,
it does not get bigger than this.
the Super Bowl is great, but playing in a fantasy league with us might be even better.
That's like a
pretty cool
cute
too.
little added bonus. But you also get the opportunity to go to a once in a lifetime game in the Super Bowl. And nobody else is giving you this opportunity.
This is how it works. If you join the wait list, you'll automatically be entered into a raffle to be in a fantasy league with us. If we get first place in referrals on Mojo, Mojo is going to give us the Super Bowl tickets.
Correct.
And we've made a decision to, if we do get number one, we're going to give it back to you guys.
Absolutely.
And choose between the fans and choose one of you guys to go to the game. If none of us could go, if only two of us could go, then all of us.
Yeah,
rather
no,
not.
agreed.
Give it to one. Give it to the fans.
And also, y'all supported us this much. Also, another
Don't worry,
breaking
Riff.
news.
That was kind of my reaction also, but I was like, give it to the fans. Fans deserve it.
No, I was, you guys think, I filled out my phosphor and handed it in today. So you guys think I'm cooked?
I wouldn't say you're cooked, but
this
fast.
semester?
You're on a deadline, but
But
Yeah.
FAFSA
You should be
also
fine.
should be done around like January, February.
Fuck it.
Is that your FAFSA for this year or last? Or
Literally next week.
Oh, sounds
okay.
like it cooked.
Maybe not.
I don't know if you're cooked. I think you're okay.
I mean, if I just tell them, like, yo, I did my fast for last week. You know, I had no Wi-Fi for a long time.
No Wi-Fi for 7 months.
Yeah, just start lying.
now another breaking news is that we have teamed up with Fact Battle. They're a website that you go on, so I'm going to show you guys the process right now. You go to factbattle.com, and they have prompts on the website that you can use to answer. ChatGPT grades your answer on a scale. And if you get the best answer, then they give you cash prizes.
Tough.
The prompt today, and that's exclusively for us for Pick a Side, is who will win the NBA championship next season? You go on the website, you click join debates, and then you can post your opinion right here. And you see on the right tab, there's a ton of people that have debated and they have earned points already.
Are we about to cook up a debate right now?
I mean, all of us right now should
Why
probably
the
chip
Los
in.
Angeles Lakers will win the NBA championship in 2023-2024?
Listen, Drew, if you want to do that, let's do that. If the Lakers winning the championship.
Let's cook right now.
I was talking to Ari, who's the guy from Fact Battle that has hooked us up with this, and
Shout out.
he wants 3 sentences for responses.
Okay, done. The Lakers will have 3 All-Stars. The Lakers will have the best player in the world. The Lakers will have the best defensive player in the world.
Are we agreeing with this or this like a him thing?
This
sounds
is just
like a
a
him
him
thing.
thing right
Yeah,
now.
this is a him thing.
All right, cool. I don't agree. But
Obviously.
yeah, the first one was fake crazy.
3 All-Stars. Yo, I'll tell you what, man. This is a football episode. I understand that. But you kill me. With the polls that you put up, some of them I was just like, why is this
They're just
even a
random.
question?
Yeah, they're random.
Who's a better franchise, the Bulls or the Knicks? I'm just like,
No,
all right,
what
bro,
happened-
you're trying to be rude. And also, lastly, will Austin
Bulls.
Reeves be an all-star next season? That's funny. That's funny.
What was
Because I
the
know your
results?
answer, but he's trying to get a gauge on
wait.
what.
No. What happened was 2 things. So the Knicks and the Bulls thing, what happened was I saw you guys know Latif. I saw his podcast and it's, they were saying the Bulls weren't historic, but the Knicks was. That's why I
Idiotic.
threw up the question,
Idiotic.
who's more historic? That was that. That is because I saw people propping up Reeves and he had a big following. It was somewhere.
Because bro's been killing it.
Yeah, so I was like, can he be an all-star? It was a genuine
You saw,
question.
bro? He led the team in points and
Yeah,
assists.
so it was a genuine question.
He definitely can be.
In the West, as a guard,
Yeah.
it's tough.
Think about how many people love him.
Steph and Luka are like get in.
No, for sure. I mean, that's a lot.
SGA,
Yeah, definitely.
Bucks.
But people love Austin.
That's why I asked.
And if the Lakers could potentially be a top 3 team in the West going into the All-Star break, Austin will most likely be
he won't
huge
be a
hand in that.
starter. So
No.
The GMs have to pick him.
Yeah, I
Or the
mean, like,
coaches have
bro.
to pick him.
It's far
tough.
fetched.
I'm not- I just asked the
Jaren
question.
Jackson got in.
He's a forward.
Yeah.
Aaron Jackson's better.
Just being a prick.
Jared Jackson.
There's
yeah,
so many
straight.
guards in the West. There's 10 great guards in the West.
It's
More
deep.
than that.
Austin Reeves is definitely one of those guys.
Listen, man, I just asked the question.
So you like my argument right there? Did you cook it up into the chat?
I didn't like it. I think we should give a better answer.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
You told me give me good arguments.
You sure did.
I gave you some solid
I
arguments.
think the
3 cents is tough.
and that's exactly what I gave you.
what was it? AD. I'm assuming you mean AD is gonna win defense player.
He's gonna. We have the best player in the world. That's LeBron James. Out of
So let's
respect,
prop
my
it
bro.
in.
Okay.
We go the Lakers will win the NBA championship
Because, so we still get our 1 cents.
because
They will have the best player in the world.
You just give me 1 sentence, comma, the
Yeah,
best
no,
defensive
that's it.
player
No,
in the world, comma.
you might as well. You could make this
and
one sentence.
Keep, you know what I mean? Cook.
Yo, bro,
Yeah,
you're the
yeah.
smartest guy I know, maybe.
I'm here.
Yes, best defensive
Terrible
player
cook,
of the
but cook
world.
indeed, yeah.
they will have the best player in the world.
The
LeBron
best defensive
James.
player in the world. No, just don't let them think about it.
Well, ChatGPT might not know who you're talking about.
What if the chat GPT says Giannis?
Bro, do you want me to type this, bro? Because I can get really grammatically correct.
I'd have to hand my computer all the way across.
I mean,
That's
so
a lot.
far.
He's charging me.
Got it. All right, yes. We'll have the best player in the world, comma, LeBron James, comma, will have the best defensive player in the world, comma, Anthony Davis, comma,
It's a lot of listing.
and will have 3 All-Stars, comma, LeBron James, Anthony Davis,
Isn't
and
this where we use
Austin
the
Reeves,
comment
period.
and the point?
Semicolon?
Yeah, this, are we supposed to use?
yo,
this?
he's 100% right. For lists, you do the dot. Well done.
There we go.
I remember that shit.
And we'll have
Yeah.
3 All-Stars,
Yeah.
dot,
Shout out.
LeBron
That's cool,
James,
man.
comma, Anthony Davis, and Austin Reeves.
This is a
The post right now, the prompt is the Lakers will win the NBA championship because they will have the best player in the world, LeBron James. Will have the best defensive player, Anthony Davis, and we'll have 3 All-Stars, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Austin Reeves.
sounds
Period.
like Golden State.
Here we go. Let me know when you're ready.
So post opinion. Are we good to go?
No,
we
that's
still got
not.
2
That's
more
still 1
sentences.
sentence.
That's just the one sentence.
Yes.
So you
Okay.
keep going.
So we're going.
The
essay
Los
mode.
Angeles Lakers will have the number 1 defense in the league.
Sounds like the Warriors days. I remember those days. Best play in the
So
world.
happy they're done.
Best DPOI. The good time.
The Lakers will have the number 1 defense in the NBA.
While also being one of the league's best offenses. Period.
Next, is that it?
We have to go with one more sentence.
I think 3 is the maximum. I don't think we have to
It
go
is.
3.
No, it's not maximum. You could go more if you want.
We're good.
Oh, I thought it was a 3 sentence.
Has
No,
to
it
be
says
at least.
minimum. 3 sentence minimum.
So we do need one
I
more.
thought it was a max of 3
I thought it was 3
sentences.
cents
So we
max.
need
That's
one
why I
more
was
sentence.
cooking.
Fuck.
The Lakers will be the number 1 seed in the East and have home court
West.
advantage. That's what I meant. Thank you very much.
He's saying a lot,
Yes.
which means he's
Well,
gonna
I
say
have
it
to
again.
make an argument for why we'll win the NBA championship, and we got to win some cash, bro. You got to exaggerate a little bit.
type shit.
So which part of this is exaggerated?
That would be the number 1 seed.
Okay.
That's it. Everything
The
else
rest,
is
the rest is valid.
cool. Okay. You know, AD has
Are we
played
ready to
65
post
games now.
this?
Lock it. Oh, absolutely. Send it. Hopefully, we win some brace.
We're posting the opinion right now.
Just a
Some brace.
record. This is not all 4 of our opinions.
Nope. It's one man's opinion.
The
One guy.
leading
Come on, have some
scorer
fun.
is at 66.50 points. The response we just did is number 3 at 62.5.
Stop fucking
Who's
playing
number
with us,
1?
boy!
Can you click on it?
Yeah, number 1 is Sam America. I'm gonna go to his response, and this is
Damn,
what
Chappy
he
GBT
said.
was fucking with us.
Sam America said the Denver Nuggets will win the NBA championship in 2024, led by NBA Finals MVP Nikola Jokic, who led the entire 2023 postseason in total
all coulda
points,
did this.
rebounds, and assists. The Nuggets won the 2023 championship decisively and
Oh, wow.
retained
Good word.
his
Good
talents
word.
He cooked.
coming into the 23-24 season. Jokic will be joined once again by former All-American MVP Michael Porter Jr., forward Aaron
He deserved
Gordon,
number 1, even
who
though we were close
averaged
to him.
16 points per game in 2023, KCP and Jamal Murray, who averaged 20 points and 10 assists per game in the Nuggets 2023 postseason.
What was the word he used? Decipher?
Decisively.
They gave
Yo,
him
if
40
they
points
if
right
they
there.
really wanted me to sit down and write a essay,
No, this is where it gets spicy. The aging dynasties in Golden State, Los Angeles, and
I'm
Boston
gonna fucking cook
have
him. Watch
proven
this. How are we
unable to
aging?
compete with Denver's
Al Horford's an
diverse
old ass.
and dominant roster.
The only old
New
player.
talent Julian Strawther, who represented Gonzaga on the All-WCC first team in 2023, will give the Nuggets a welcome boost in 2024.
and what about Christian Brown? You didn't mention him? Christian Brown, excuse me?
He did not.
That's crazy. That's a fold.
He ended this
but
by
I will
saying-
say this is a good response.
He ended this by saying the combination of proven young talent from the 2023 World Championship season and new players with All-American and ACC success is a recipe for a second consecutive reign.
So he had 66 points and we got 60 points.
yes.
And we cooked that
And
up
we
in 30
only
seconds.
did 3 sentences.
He has a whole fucking.
And he wrote an
Who's that?
essay.
Sam what?
Sam underscore.
Can't
But
wait.
well done.
Can't wait.
Let's not be
Shout out
haters.
Sam. Shout out
Let's
Sam.
not be
Shout out
haters.
Sam.
Great
Fuck
answer.
Sam. Link me that.
But I
I'm
will
gonna
say,
cook.
if you wanted me to sit down in front of my laptop for 30 minutes and cook up an essay, I definitely could on why the Los
The
Angeles
last
Lakers will
sentence
win.
goes, the Nuggets will retain their title in 2024. The only question is, by how much?
Oh my god.
He didn't have to say the
He's
aging
necking
part. He
him.
could have just kind of kept
He's
that out.
necking
Cooked it
him.
all.
Yeah, he cooked us. All right. They
So
won
all
right.
you got to do
We were
is
aging
go
when
on
we made it
Fact
to
Battle. If you
WCF,
want to
yeah.
join, go to the link in our bio, create an account with Fact Battle, and then post your opinion under that prompt of who will win an NBA championship. If your opinion wins, then you will get a cash prize.
I'll give it to you, bro. You type pretty fast.
Yeah,
Thank
were-
you.
were
I
cooking.
messed up a little bit, but
I wonder.
So you cost us some points, bro?
No.
it was
I
a
went
straight-
back in backspace, but I'm screen recording the entire interaction.
Cool.
So they can see that I'm messing.
That's
like, up some
tough.
letters and
That's
shit.
cool.
I wonder if you ask ChatGPT who will win the championship and you put their answer into that, what score you get.
That's actually a phenomenal idea.
I wonder if they would fuck with its own
Dehls
answer
is
or
such a
not.
cheater, man.
Oh, if they had ChatGPT in college or high school, man. Oh my god.
You'd be lit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used that for
Let's just keep it quiet,
I
bro.
use it for work.
Yeah, you don't use it for anything else, bro.
Use it for what?
I didn't even get the finish.
Good. You're welcome.
Messages.
You
Yeah,
use it to think
exactly.
of new ideas for the
Finesse it.
academy.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Coming
2024.
soon. Coming soon.
2024.
October, around
No,
the
20
corner.
October.
It's around the
The end
corner.
of it.
October, September's
All
in
right,
like 2 days.
All right, this is
Just so
between
you
the
know.
three of us. All right, bet that he actually drops a video in October.
In any date in October,
What's the official? You just have October.
October.
he'll drop at least one video in October. Start of the NBA season.
Here's the
it's like
thing:
the
he'll
19th
probably
or
drop
whatever.
one video in October because of this conversation we're having right now.
Yeah.
Just out the pettiness.
Yeah, maybe I won't.
I think Riv gets going in December.
December.
That seems like a valid spot.
Now you got to get the NBA hype when it's right at the beginning of the season. You could die down the middle. Then once playoffs comes, you're back. Come back for Christmas time for sure.
Christmas
Trade
more.
deadline.
I'll
for
be
sure.
I'm going on a cruise.
Yeah, when are you going on a cruise?
Winter break.
December.
We're gonna have to keep
January?
that in mind,
End of
guys,
December. A little bit of January.
Nice.
because Joel will be forgetting everything.
Do you
I'll
know,
have to remind him.
Do you
the
know
day
where you're
before.
going?
Yeah. We're flying out to Miami. We didn't pick the islands yet.
Word.
Who's we?
It's me and my boy Moran.
Gang. Got it.
Just
Marlon.
one guy.
Interesting.
Just
You guys are rooming together?
yeah.
One bed or two?
What? That's a good question.
Two beds.
All right,
Now
all
we're
right.
going there. You know, it's gonna be fun.
That should be vile.
Yeah, yeah. It's
what's
gonna
the
get
fun?
wild for
Viral.
sure.
Is it like an all inclusive? Like you could.
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna
eat?
drink like
Tough,
40
tough.
drinks a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna come
Definitely
back
gotta get some fruity shit.
disgustingly like nasty.
Riv looks like an orgy guy, man.
Wow. Where did that come from? What the fuck?
He's sharing a room.
Yo, no, I don't know how that's gonna work.
that's
Actually,
such a
yeah.
random
Now I'm
ass
thinking
thing
about
to
it. I don't know
say.
how that's gonna work.
Hotel room's just about to be.
Like when I
smelling
need the
like
room,
fucking
he
sex.
needs the room. He kind of has to like go in the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you both need at the same time?
He goes. To
That's
the
when
bathroom.
the.
doors.
I
and
mean?
habits. Yeah.
You know,
Can you
Riv
tag
be-
each other in?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Swap.
Tagging each other's butt ass naked. That's a little crazy.
I mean, it's up to you how you make it, man.
You know, Riv be having that
That's what
stain
we're talking
across the
about.
globe.
Yeah, I'll be all right. You know, I just I can't wait. It's gonna be fun, man. I'm gonna drink in the morning.
think about all that.
I'm gonna drink in the morning, get drunk, drink
in
at
the afternoon,
lunch,
drink at
get
night.
drunk, and drink at night. Yeah, might fall off the fucking
The
boat.
drinking in the morning gets dangerous, bro, because then you get sleepy around like 5, 6.
I promise you, I won't.
Okay, I've seen you fall asleep randomly. I don't
That's
know.
like 3 in the morning.
No.
Yes.
No, that's the time at Drew's party you fell asleep on the chair.
Oh,
That was like a 12.
That was like
Nah, bro, that was like
10, 11. The Dolphins Bills game was still going on for
You're
sure.
right. Yeah. We were there till like 5 drinking. That was a little different. And I had the edible.
That sangria punched.
Oh my!
It was
God,
that. I had the edible.
bro.
If I don't have an edible, I won't have an edible in the cruise.
Yeah, the edible definitely did change the landscape of the night for you, bro.
Yeah, it put me out.
Oh, word.
See,
Edibles are a different type of high. I don't really like them that much.
They're a
did
lot.
the Bills win?
They punch.
They did win,
Thank God.
devastatingly.
I missed that.
Fucking kicked the game-winning field goal.
That sucks.
We're
Who left the
15
field
minutes
running?
in. This seems like a good time to start. Stock up, stock down.
Yes, sir.
After the preseason, we can finally decide on who rose up the most and who's down the most right now. And I just want to start this off and give some love to Tajay Spears, up 2.47% on Mojo. Tajay Spears is the backup running back in Tennessee behind Derrick Henry. But this guy's really good, man, and I think he can definitely have some carries and be efficient in those carries. And maybe it's a option for when Derrick Henry eventually is on his way out of Tennessee because he's getting older and Spears can take over the reins. I really like his game, and he was the best running back in preseason by far.
He was great. The only issue, because his last season at Tulane, he was one of my stock ups. He had 1,800 all-purpose, 20-plus touchdowns. He has no ACL in one of his legs, one of his knees. I don't know how that works.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
Drew, the nurse.
No, I'll be honest with you.
He has
nothing,
arthritis.
no knowledge of
he has
how
loss of
that's
cartilage.
possible.
So he dropped to the 3rd round because of all of his injury concerns. But like you mentioned, in preseason, it looks like he's got 2 perfectly fine ACLs. He's out there. He's explosive. My biggest riser, a team I've been so high on for multiple years.
God, there's
it's a
gonna
team
be people.
I have
Jared
nothing
and
but
Joey are
respect
going to
for.
be sick hearing this.
It's a team that, I have one of my favorite teams in the same division, but I got so much respect for them, their organization, their history, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You're a
yeah.
sick bastard.
I mean, how great has Kenny Pickett looked this preseason? 13 of
Looks
15,
awesome.
200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, a perfect passer rating. If you like PFF, he's their highest graded passer. He looks like he's taken a step. Now, how large is that step? Is he going to become a top 10 quarterback, or can he get in maybe that Dak, Kirk Cousins S tier? I think that would be a huge jump for the Steelers. If TJ Watt's healthy, we know how great that defense can be. And I'll hand it over to you because I know there's another guy on the Steelers you
Appreciate
really like.
that. Just to talk about Kenny Pickett real quick, saying that he'll jump into the top 10 or saying in that vicinity, there's nothing.
what?
There's nothing quarterbacks. It's a very
9-10.
it's a very
Nothing more.
tough. It's a very tough threshold to break in this point, 2023, because of how many great quarterbacks there are. It needs to be. It's a precedent that needs to be set that there's nothing wrong being put in that 11 to 15 category. That means that you are still, in my opinion, a high level to borderline great quarterback just because of how many great to elite quarterbacks there are in the
What's the difference
National
between
Football
11 and
League.
10?
I mean, it's really marginal.
If he
Just
gets to
how
11,
great
he can get to 10.
it's like in that 10 to 15, you have, depending on how much people love Trevor Lawrence, you could have him higher than that. But
He's top 10. He's like 8.
no,
think he's top 10
definitely. I think
confirmed.
Trevor's in that. But of course, you have Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson. People probably would have closer to.
He's top 10.
Wait, I'm so
No,
confused.
for
What do you
sure.
mean?
But
yeah,
I'm
what are we
saying
talking about here?
in that realm of
realm?
quarterbacks, again, then you have Dak, then you have Kirk, then you have Tua,
This
you
is
have
the-
Geno.
this
Yeah, this is the
range.
real.
This is the real
10
range.
to
But
15
again,
guys.
there's so and
Tua.
Daniel Jones, of course. Yeah, Tua for sure.
Tua, Kyler.
I think the point
Kyler,
is that there's only a
absolutely.
few
There's so many-
transcendent
yeah.
quarterbacks. And then you get
It's
to the
hard.
next tier of quarterbacks that they're great enough to
Your
win a
guys.
Super Bowl. And then you get the other tier where they need a system to revolve around them to really be successful.
Who's
like-
that?
Tua.
Okay.
He's one of those guys. Yeah, it's Daniel Jones. You know?
List where like you have that Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence, Lamar Jackson. That's probably like to a lot of people, not me personally, but that's that 6, 7, 8.
Correct.
So then 9, 10, 11, 12, it really
Wait,
is
so where
just
do
a
you have them?
revolving door. Jalen Hurts is in my top 5. I mean,
Oh,
Jalen
where
Hurts.
do you have Trevor?
Trevor probably would be around 7, 7, 8.
Is
I think
Tua
I
over
think I
Lamar
have to respect.
for you?
No, I have to respect the
smart.
MVP in the league.
Tua's
But
probably like
Tua
9
to
for
me
you.
is definitely top 10. Daniel Jones just misses
better than
that.
K1?
That top.
Daniel Jones just misses the top 10?
He does. He
What
does.
the fuck is
He
going
does.
on?
Daniel Jones
So
is
you have-
talented.
you have
man.
more-
Daniel just
Dak.
better than Kirk?
Kirk.
No, Dak's definitely, you got to give him the respect over Daniel
What about
Jones.
Kirk?
But Daniel Jones overtakes Dak Prescott this year. Say that one more time.
Kirk. Captain Kirk.
Kirk is
you just
locked.
No, I didn't.
Kirk is locked top 14.
Wait, I'm actually, is Daniel
No.
just better than him?
I think I would rather Daniel Jones because of his rushing ability.
Interesting.
For
Okay.
sure.
Kirk Cousins.
For sure.
I get it.
And
I
now
don't
that
know.
Daniel Jones actually has respectable weapons this
Like who?
upcoming season, Darren Waller, We can respect the fact that when Sterling Shepard's on the field, magic happens.
You said respectable.
Oh, no, Sterling Shepard's respectable, is he not?
Unfortunately, Jamison Crowder got cut. Hate to see it.
Number 3, when Sterling Shepard's healthy, it's very obvious to me, at least, that that's Daniel Jones' favorite target. Isaiah Hodgins.
Cool.
That's a guy that he built a strong rapport in the second half of that season once he was acquired. Paris Campbell, don't sleep.
I'm trying to find the respect.
That's a you guy.
Darren Waller. What are you talking about? Darren Waller is one of the best tight ends in the game, and he will be the most targeted player on that team.
Yes.
Okay.
They definitely improved. Yeah.
A little bit.
Do you like Jalen Warren?
Oh, yes. The conversation got so fucking lost. I'm so sorry. But absolutely.
You didn't mention Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. See, I don't even have to mention him. It should just be implied that Jalen Hyatt's next up.
Respectfully.
But it's not a stock up yet because exactly. But
got a highlight though.
You did.
Because he did get past Sauce. But then also in the same breath, the first play where Sauce is talking all that shit, he is definitely getting handsy with him past the 5-yard line.
Talking shit in the preseason game, so funny.
You could touch receivers, just don't get caught.
See, you're losing me.
Actually, no, I was
every corner, all of
if
your
the
favorite corners have touched receivers.
If the receiver initiates a contact first, the defender's allowed.
But he didn't initiate
Jalen
contact.
Hyatt went like this. He pushed off.
He so blatantly had space, and then Sauce is grabbing him by his chest.
Sure. So like,
his head's around.
Funny thing is, I was actually earlier watching.
His head was around, but he was grabbing him.
I was watching the Edelman episode with Kelsey and them, and actually, he said everybody holds, bro. They all cheat.
I know.
Yeah, so
They're talking about the
But
offensive
corner,
line.
listen,
colors.
Yeah,
I'm only saying this jokingly, of course, because these two are Jets fans, Sauce fans. But corner is the second hardest position in the National Football League. It's borderline unfair what they do to these corners. So absolutely, yes, everyone
didn't
does
know
hold.
Edelman used to play quarterback.
All right, but back to the conversation at hand. My stock up, Jalen Warren, who has showed out this preseason, had a 62-yard touchdown. He's just been a menace on the ground. I think his yards per carry is over 5 yards per carry. He's been special. He's had an average of 5 yards per carry in every game that he's played this preseason. He's been very good. And when you are an undrafted player, there's just a little extra that you have to show because all 32 teams passed on you with every single pick that they had. And, of course, to come in and even be mentioned in the same breath as a first-round pick in Najee Harris for opportunities that are to be had with the Pittsburgh Steelers, you have to be doing something right. So definitely stock up for me is going to be Jalen Warren.
So my stock up is going to be Justin Ross. He missed his entire rookie year with a foot injury. Before that, he missed some time in college with a foot injury. And with the Chiefs, they don't have a clear cut. Like outside of Kelsey, they don't have a clear cut number one guy. You know, they have Tony who can make some plays.
You're not an MVS guy, bro?
I think he's good. I don't think he's a clear cut number one guy.
Tony's coming back from injury too.
They got Sky Moore who still has time to show us something. But I think Justin Ross can come in and he can be the number one guy. You know, he's big, he's physical. He made some highlight-worthy plays in training camp. He made some plays in the game.
Last game they played.
And I think with his ability to just make plays in the catch, I think that would be good for Patrick Mahomes because he's looking for that number one guy outside of Travis Kelce. You know, they're young. He's only 23 years old. They need somebody to step up. So for me, I'm going to go Justin Ross.
I think for rapport purposes, I feel like Sky Moore, just because he has that extra year advantage on Justin.
I mean, Ross, he went undrafted in 2022. So
yeah, well, because of injury more than anything.
Exactly.
So
the talent was undeniable.
Oh yeah, he's there.
His freshman year was special.
We're locked in.
And right now, the number, basically the starters have been MVS and Sky Moore.
Yep.
But listen, they're fine players, but Justin Ross has the talent to be the number one on that team very early on in the season.
Outside of Kelce, everything's up for game.
I don't disagree, man.
No, every receiver is up for game.
I like Sky Moore in that offense.
Sky Moore's
cool.
Yeah.
That's twin.
Definitely a bit of a disappointing rookie year since he was a day 2 pick, but he's been having a really good training camp.
Yeah, he is. Everybody's a twin. Sky Moore,
Sky
CJ
Moore being your
Stroud,
twin's
Justin
insane.
Jefferson.
Like since fucking when?
Sky Moore, you don't look like, bro.
I didn't tell you I looked like them.
You just called twin.
Because
Justin Fields is your twin.
I fuck with Brody.
Justin Fields, CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud, it's dangerous.
CJ Stroud and Fields.
I think he looks more like Fields than Stroud.
No.
Especially when he got
Fields
the same hair.
got a square head. This guy's more
That's true.
oval. That's why I see CJ Stroud.
Okay, first of all, I call Sky Moore my twin because I like his game.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Got it.
Yeah. I watched his
last year.
yesterday. I watched his highlights.
You from college or?
Yes, college.
I was
There's
going to say,
nothing much
he
to
didn't,
watch.
he didn't do much last year.
You know, college highlights. I watched it. Fine.
So stock down. I have Max Duggan, who was drafted in the 6th round by the Chargers, and he just got cut. He's down 50% from
Damn, he's a rookie too, right?
Yeah, he's down 50%, and I was looking back to like the Senior Bowl. I think it was him and Hendon Hooker were at similar price points, And Hendon Hooker kept rising, and Max Duggan didn't have a good outing. He kept falling. Bailey Zappi also just got cut. I'm not sure how much his stock went down, but definitely Max Duggan. Whenever you're not able to secure a job in training camp, definitely
61 overall in Madden.
Oh, maybe that's why I got cut.
Yeah, I just seen him this morning, so I remember.
The stick is good.
Yo,
man.
you didn't hear that, bro? It's actually a rule in the NFL. If your Madden overall is less than a 65, you get cut. Did you hear that?
It makes sense. So he's a 61. I mean, what can he do? Like, if you put him out there in Madden, what actually can he do as a quarterback?
Bro, Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Sam Howell
He's
is
like a
61,
Yeah, I think
bro.
he's like a 64.
He's
So
got
he
to
might-
get a
Even
bump.
look like
They must have
himself.
updated
might get
it, bro.
They got to get him to like at least
Sam
69.
he might
They
get
got to get him
cut.
to 69.
You know what really annoys me about Madden? You pay way too much money. I just spent $100 on Madden. The early access.
You got the
crazy.
Ultimate Edition.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, whose
You know
fault is that?
what bothers me
You
about
shouldn't ever
Madden?
buy
I like
Madden
playing
Ultimate
football games. This is what I like. But it bothers me that 80% of the players within Madden don't look like how they look like in real
Yeah,
life.
it's weird.
Even if they're starting level caliber players, it could be starters and they look
Justin Simmons,
nothing like
Simmons, whatever his name is, he
actually
still doesn't have a face. It's
They
year
think they
3.
could get away with it because you have a face mask on.
No,
Helmet on.
it's hilarious because they take when you
I
go
know,
into
when you
edit
click
mode,
on their
they,
name, it
they
looks
literally
nuts.
don't like. It's really funny.
You know that Brock Purdy doesn't have his face scanned in Madden. Sam Howell doesn't either.
Well, he's a
They gotta get on
64,
this shit.
so that makes sense.
But
Why can't
that's
they just go to
also
each
a low
team and be
rating for
like,
him.
all right, one after another after another? I don't know. Maybe it takes time.
It's weird. I don't know why.
Pretty sure Sam Howell's is 61, bro, because I'm blanking on the backup quarterback. Jacoby
Yeah.
Brissett was a 74.
Bryce Young is in there perfectly. Like they
Like,
got
look-
his face.
Well, he's number one
perfect.
pick. I
Yeah.
would
C.J.
expect.
Stroud,
Number
Anthony
2 pick.
Richardson also looks really perfect in the
They
game.
definitely
Definitely
have the
got
top
it. They definitely
picks.
got to get the top guys perfect.
When they
but
do
then-
do it, it's great. They just I
That
don't know why they
face
don't
off
do it.
that they do before the game starts, it's like I was playing Cowboys versus the Bengals, and Joe Burrow and Dak walked up next to one another to face off. That was real, like really realistic. But other than that, I'm with you, bro. In game, it's horrendous.
Their job is to make the graphics, get the face scans. I don't think it's that hard. You just get the teams
That's the bare
to
minimum.
just walk in and face
I was
scan.
gonna say
Hey, I
2K
don't
is
know.
great.
Yeah,
2K
2K, you
has
get it
to,
on
though,
point.
because you see their faces on the court.
I mean, but I feel like that's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Even in, like when you create a player, it's the same faces we've had
Here's
for
the thing,
3
bro.
years.
We do. You know how 2K has like the face scan with your phone.
Madden used to have
I've
that.
done the face scan, and it looks pretty damn close to how I look. How could it be this difficult that they
Now,
can't
my
even
shit
get it
looked
right with
crazy
the Madden
one year.
players?
I had like bumps
On
everywhere.
2K, if you see a player with no face scan, it's more random than with Madden.
For sure.
With Madden, it's a regular occurrence.
It's also
that
a
you just
ton of
don't
less
see.
players, to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
fair.
no doubt.
But still.
I mean,
Get
just
the
catch
starters.
him at training camp. Like, yo, hey,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
just get a quick, scan
quick.
up your face. Whatever.
Especially they're licensed by the NFL. They should definitely have the leeway to do that.
Can't
The
wait till
Madden's
2K
ratings
gets it
adjuster
back.
be at the practices.
Ocho Cinco.
Madden's the only thing having that's well, I can't say that because FIFA, of course, but Jesus,
not
2K
FIFA anymore.
needs.
Well, FIFA, I wouldn't know if their faces were real or not.
That's a
Well,
fact.
FIFA,
So,
people will
they're
buy
getting me.
FIFA regardless because of how many soccer fans there
Yeah.
are in the world. But Madden, I don't know why that game is still held by EA Sports. The football simulation license needs to be given to 2K.
I think it's.
I've been begging and praying for this.
Well, I know 2K was supposed to drop like an arcade style game, but it never
College
came out.
football will be back soon, so
It's going to be run by EA.
never mind.
It's going to be. It's basically going to be Madden except college. It's going to be the same
I just got
engine
pissed
system.
off. All right.
EA Sports, I mean, I'm grateful for what they've given to us in the past. They've given us some heaters for sure. FIFA 14 is still probably my favorite sports game ever. What they've done for us lately is fucking nothing.
Outside of Apex Legends. It's
Is that EA?
Yeah, that is EA.
Wow.
That shit is fire.
I know you love Apex
Yeah,
Legends.
you do. You
Apex
really
is
do.
fire.
Stock down. So my stock down, it's someone, he was my wide receiver 3 coming into this draft. During OTAs, he came out himself and said, yeah, I have solidified the wide receiver 3 position. Doesn't look like to be true.
Capper.
Quentin Johnson, I thought would slot right in. You got Keenan, Mike Williams, your first round pick. But he's been playing all these preseason games. He's been playing in the second quarter of these preseason games. And Josh Palmer's over on the sideline. He's in street clothes. He's chilling. He looks like to be the wide receiver 3. I think Quentin Johnson, some point in the season, he's going to take over that role. But early on in the season, especially if you're out there doing fantasy drafts, if you're deciding between Quentin Johnson and another player, I'd probably be going to one of these other rookies, maybe like a Zay Flowers or
Jordan
an Addison that
by far.
I know is going to be on the field consistently week 1, who's going to give me those fantasy points. So for now, Quentin Johnson finds himself as wide receiver 4 for the Chargers.
And in
Tyler
your
Scott.
fantasy drafts, you was drafting Quentin Johnson high.
In Dynasty, I'm still super high on him.
It's for the sole fact that Justin Herbert's the quarterback.
Yeah.
Tyler Scott, man.
Huh?
You don't know who that is?
Who'd you say?
Tyler Scott.
Tyler Scott, Bears.
I tried to get you.
Come on.
You sound like JC right there. That's the shit JC would do.
Tried to get him.
But my stock down, and it pains me to do this because I don't want to target this player. I really want to target the team. The Indianapolis Colts have been bailed out by Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck for the only reasons why you should care about that franchise. Here we are now. The deadline passed. The Colts were not able to find, quote-unquote, fair value for Jonathan Taylor, even though they were adamant about not giving him his money, but then wanted a first-round draft pick for him. It just makes absolutely zero sense. Irsay made some outlandish comments about the Jonathan Taylor situation. But unfortunately, my stock down has to be Jonathan Taylor. Being kept on the PUP list that locks him in to miss the first 4 weeks, there's a chance that Jonathan Taylor might not play this season. That's an honest fear if I'm a Colts fan. So it has to be a stock down. But again, it's upsetting that I have to label Jonathan Taylor as a stock down when in reality, it should be the Colts franchise.
And missing a year as a running back is rough.
It's killer.
Because you get short time in the NFL as a running back. It's probably the shortest position in the league in terms of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you miss a year, it's like, fuck. And then you don't even want to be on that team. You want to go to another team. So kind of tough it out. Hope you find the team.
Me too, man.
Buffalo. But stock down Rashee Rice, man. Like I said before, that receiver room in Kansas City. Anybody could come out, but this guy's been dropping passes in preseason. That's something you don't want to see. I remember Jamar Chase, his rookie year in preseason, first week or two, whatever. He was dropping passes, and people were like giving him flack for it. And then he went out.
Oh, no, I remember.
That shit was hilarious.
Oh, I remember very vividly.
It was hilarious.
People definitely were giving him shit for it.
He went out and broke the rookie record for most yards in the season. I don't know if Rashee Rice can do that.
He ain't doing all that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but this could be like dropping passes in the preseason isn't a bad thing, but it's not something to start with. And I think right now there's a couple guys in front of him, Sky, MVS, Justin Ross will be in front of him. So he has to work his way back up from the bottom.
Kadarius Toney when he's healthy.
81 overall.
Yeah, he's gonna be up
81
there.
is fucking
That
insane.
punt return was legendary. It really was.
Yeah.
Are you guys called up Jason Dominguez?
Official?
Yep.
Oh, my God. That's heat. That's
Oh,
heat.
sorry. May called up.
Okay, I
They
thought
fucked
so.
me.
I thought so. I did see that we were thinking about doing it, but
Is that baseball?
yeah, Jason Dominguez, we acquired him
Don't be surprised if the Astros are winning
the World Series.
No, we're not winning, just getting there. Don't be surprised. if we get
Getting there.
Yeah.
The
Don't be
Braves definitely got to be.
Braves.
The
We're not in the
favorites
same.
right
We're
now.
not in the same.
No, I know. I'm saying to win the whole
Some
thing.
teams, man.
Yo, the Mariners have been hot.
We'll smoke them.
I don't know about that.
Okay, you're
Where's
always
Verlander
wrong.
been?
Am I always wrong?
Mid.
Good.
You're not in the playoffs again.
Don't give a fuck.
You never do.
Did I say you guys were not going to win
Yes.
the World Series last year?
You said we wouldn't get there, but I think because you were hoping that you guys would get there.
And you swept us.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, we're your son.
Yeah, you are.
I get it. I can't say anything.
Okay. We beat you guys before that. You were saying something.
No, but that was when you guys were cheating.
No.
Yeah, the
We
last
beat
time.
y'all 3 times. Was it
Correct. You beat us in 2017 when you were cheating the worst you were. 2019
you're
was
right.
Altuve buzzer.
And then we swept
And then you
So
guys
actually we beat
no,
you worse
the
when we didn't cheat.
Absolutely. Which
you
is
should
why
stop saying
I'm
we
very
cheated.
humble.
Yeah, you should stop
I'm
saying
very,
we
no,
cheated,
but you
bro.
did.
Okay.
It's one of the worst cheating
helped you
scandals of all
guys.
time. It's not true.
Yes, it did.
Your team was so much better this past
Yeah,
this
that's
la-
a good point.
last
That's a
year.
good point.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You guys were
You have
stacked.
Judge. Give him.
No. Judge is our saving grace to not be absolute piss water.
Yeah. It's all right. Otani is coming to Houston, baby.
Otani's not leaving, unfortunately, which is whack.
You
I
know,
need him gone.
After lots and lots of podcast episodes in the past month about Trey Lance,
Never stops.
the draft
wish you did.
position,
Is this what James Harden
Trey
feels
Lance
like?
is the
we keep talking about him.
Trey
and,
Lance is Pick Aside's version, the poverty Tua. He's made himself into every single episode.
and I
Except
guess
Tua's actually good.
the football
Tua's awesome.
gods gifted us a trade for the ages, Dehls.
We did.
Trey Lance got traded to the Cowboys.
Didn't get Jonathan
a
Taylor.
4th round pick.
But you got Trey Lance.
Yeah, they got Trey Lance. I was hoping
Traded for
a
the
JT
ages, he
trade.
said.
Trade for the ages is hilarious.
A
What
trade
the
for
fuck?
the ages. Now, Dehls, listen, you're somebody that you've been on the front lines, man. You've been saying he hasn't been given an opportunity yet. We don't know how good he is. So, Dehls, how good is he going to be for the Cowboys?
I mean,
You know, wait, before Joe says anything, you know I've been labeled the guy who loves mid, right? That's my label. I'm here to officially Give that to Joel for the fact that every single episode he has to talk about
I'm talking about
and
Trey
defend
Lance.
Trey Lance. That's gotta suck.
It's got to sting,
He's not
man.
going to play. Like, I don't even think he's QB2. Like, I'm pretty confident Cooper Rush is going to be QB2. Trey Lance is going to be QB3. I really don't know the plan here for Dallas.
It's nuts.
Like, you trade. It wasn't like a 6th or 7th round pick where it's like, fuck it, we'll give it a chance. A 4th round pick isn't like insanely high value, but it's enough investment to be like, you have to have some sort of plan for the guy, right? You don't really just trade 4th round picks for the heck of it. Like, we see kickers being traded for 6 and 7. Albert O will be traded for a 7th or whatever. So a 4th round pick tells me that there's some sort of plan here. But also, if you're Dallas and you have Dak Prescott, when is Trey Lance ever going to be in the cards? I understand that his contract is up in a couple of seasons, but Jerry Jones, who is extremely loyal, almost to a fault, to players and coaches alike, I have a hard time believing that whatever he sees in practice and training camp and preseason over the next 2 years is going to be enough to give Trey Lance a second contract now, or even pick up his 5th-year option, which is going to be around $20 million as the number 3 overall draft pick a few seasons ago. And Cooper Rush is a free agent, I want to say, either this year or the next year. So potentially the backup quarterback situation could be open and he could step in there. But as it stands right now, to me, he's pretty firmly the quarterback 3 on this roster. Maybe they have some packages out there at the goal line where he could come in and do a quarterback power or something like that. But outside of that, I'm not expecting Trey Lance to get really any playing time this year, barring a complete disaster to the quarterback 1 and quarterback 2 on this team. I was a bit surprised that the Cowboys were the team to go out and do it.
Yeah.
The only place he would have had a chance to have playing time would be Arizona, but you're not trading him in division, and the Bucks. But it seemed like they were pretty comfortable with Baker and Kyle Trask. So he was going to go be a backup wherever, but now he's a QB3.
Jerry Jones actually came out and said that they're fully intended on paying Dak.
Yep, so I guess just fuck it, 4th round pick.
I would like to hear from you because I've noticed you've been on Twitter trying to get that bread. And you've been tweeting. And you've been going crazy with the tweets. And I peeped.
What did you peep?
You having this Trey Lance agenda that all of a sudden he could do some things in Dallas, some
You
cute
actually
stuff.
tweeted that?
No, I didn't tweet he could do some things in Dallas.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Do some things in Dallas, no, but I think Dallas is a great situation for him to learn the
There
position.
it was. It was a great situation.
I think the 49ers deserve a lot of credit for owning up to their mistake and getting rid of a distraction for their team. If Trey Lance was going to be on the 49ers every week, let's say Brock Purdy plays bad or has negative plays, whatever the case may be, the Trey Lance conversation is going to come up. And all offseason long, Kyle Shanahan was looking at the Jets' former 3rd overall pick and Sam Darnold and said, if Brock Purdy goes down at any time of the season, I want Sam Darnold to take over the reins and play. He won the battle over Trey Lance, and it was time for them to move on. Shanahan thought it was time to move on for him and for us. I think that's a perfect answer. They really moved on because they saved $5.4 million that they were going to have to pay him. The hardest part about this trade was, 1, getting a draft pick and then getting a team to take on this salary and pay it. The Cowboys are willing to pay that money for Trey Lance. 4th round pick is nothing. I was surprised to know that the Cowboys had a 2nd round grade on Trey Lance. They didn't have a 1st round top 10 pick grade on Trey Lance. They had a 2nd round grade, which means that I don't think there's much investment into Trey Lance. It's kind of just a shot in the dark. Dak Prescott last few seasons has missed 17 games overall, so sometimes he goes down. Cooper Rush is no doubt about it the quarterback too. He went 5-1 as a starter. He played somewhat well, so you give him the job. There's no doubt about that. And Jerry Jones has said there's no role for Trey Lance. Mike McCarthy, his background, his history, he has something called the McCarthy Quarterback School. And a lot of great quarterbacks have looked back at that time and they have praised Mike McCarthy for those moments. He's worked with Joe Montana, Rich Gannon, Matt Hasselbeck, of course, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Brooks with the Saints. Aaron Rodgers looked back at the quarterback school and said, that helped me become a better player. Those first 3 years were crucial to my success. I get it. It's Aaron Rodgers, doesn't hold much weight. He's a great player, whatever. But out of California, his mechanics were wonky. And those fixed up in the quarterback school when he was sitting behind Brett Favre. The real telltale sign of the success of the quarterback school is with Rich Gannon. In the mid-90s, he was on a team with Mike McCarthy. McCarthy was a quarterback coach. And Rich Gannon said, I've played 17 years, and I never had a quarterback coach like Mike. He was the best I ever had because at the end of the week, I felt like the most prepared on the field. After McCarthy coached him, he went on to be a 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, was an MVP of the league, one of the most random events to happen in NFL history. And then Matt Hasselbeck was a 6th-round pick for the Packers in training camp, wasn't even supposed to make the team. And he was the backup quarterback to Brett Favre. And Matt Hasselbeck credits that springboarding his career being in the quarterback school with McCarthy. And I look at the Cowboys. Cooper Rush is not physically talented, physically imposing. He doesn't have those traits, but he plays well. He plays within the system. Will Grier just had an amazing preseason performance. He's gotten better in his time with Dallas. Trey Lance might not play for the Cowboys because Dak Prescott's contract is done after 2024. And I guarantee you after this season, Dak Prescott is going to want an extension. I'm sorry. I'm going to say his contract is up after 2025. Oh, no, 2024. My bad. I was right when I said that. Dak Prescott with 1 year one year left on his deal is going to want an extension. So there's going to be no room for Trey Lance to now up to March to really prove himself as the guy. But can he learn? Yes. Like when you watch Trey Lance on film, it's still evident that he's guessing what defenses are throwing at him. And his mechanics are still not there. His footwork is not there. With the Cowboys, all that can improve. And that's why I'm always against the notion that you don't necessarily have to play to get better. You can prepare for defenses. Instead of looking at receivers in the offense, you look at what defense is doing so you can counteract that. You're throwing to where the defense is telling you to throw to. So I think those are all areas that Trey Lance can improve in. Aaron Rodgers has said the quarterback school is a snail course, a snail's pace in football, and he's forever grateful for attending it. So I think that Trey Lance is going to develop in Dallas. I'm not sure if he's going to ever be the Cowboys quarterback, but in terms of a place to get better and to not have that pressure, I think Dallas is the perfect spot for him.
I'll tell you what, you wrapped that up perfectly by saying no pressure. There's no pressure on him in Dallas now. I apologize, King. Because all I could think of while you were speaking, talking about this quarterback guru or the quarterback class with McCarthy, is all I've heard is that Shanahan and the system, it's impossible to fail. You plug in any guy to come in there, he's able to do a job. We saw it with Jimmy G. We saw Beathard. We saw Nick Mullins go in there and have a little bit of success. We now see Sam Darnold come in, and now there's a little bit of hype behind him also. Of course, Mr. Irrelevant. I'll call him Mr. Irrelevant because that's all he's become in the past year. Now he's thrown himself from the last pick into the draft to being right now the Niners starting quarterback. But of course, Trey Lance, I say you saved it because, yes, I agree with you here. With the Cowboys, there is no pressure. You can sit behind Dak Prescott. You can learn a thing or two. McCarthy, yes, I take what you say, and I definitely process it. Sure, he could definitely benefit him, but you were supposed to be with the guy. There's been no one better than Kyle Shanahan over the last few seasons, let's be realistic, since he worked with Matt Ryan, that there's been no one better at helping to get better at the quarterback position than Kyle Shanahan, or at least make a system that is able to have the quarterback be put in a successful situation. And again, we can look at the numbers. Trey Lance on a very surface level, statistically, wasn't bad. He wasn't great by any means, but he definitely was not bad. You do look at the film this preseason, it was not anything good. But I agree with you. Now getting out of that situation, now going to a new environment, getting to learn behind one of the league's best in Dak Prescott, that is definitely going to benefit Trey Lance. To me, I wrote it down very simple. Let's not overblown. This is getting a little bit overblown for me. The idea with Trey Lance coming here is more so, God forbid, Dak Prescott goes down because, again, like you mentioned, he's missed some time. He had the 1 year where he broke his ankle in this past season that he missed, I believe it was 5 games. It's a safety blanket. And even still, Cooper Rush is the backup. The only reason why this is really a story or a headline is because Trey Lance was the 3rd pick in the draft. There was expectations on Trey Lance's name. He's traded to a situation that they already have a fringe top 10 guy. that's it. The conversation ends for me right there. I don't have to think about Trey Lance potentially one day taking Dak's job. I'll never see a day where, at least I believe, that Trey Lance will be better than Dak Prescott. That's disrespectful to Dak Prescott. So, again, we can be happy for both parties. For the Niners now not having to worry about that. Now there's really no true controversy in there. They take that L. Yeah, we were wrong on Trey Lance. Hey, we got something out of that. We were able to get a 4th-round draft pick. And now if you're Trey Lance, new environment for me. I get a little bit of a fresh start. I may not have this opportunity right away, but like Joel said, there's going to be time for me to learn and grow as a quarterback.
What a tough 3-4 years it's been for Trey Lance, man. I was shocked when I saw the news. You know, I thought teams like Washington, who have an unknown in Sam Howell, teams like Arizona, no quarterback right now, Tampa Bay, I thought they would be calling. Even Atlanta, you know, to agree, like Ritter's their quarterback, but he's still, what are you going to get out of him? I thought they would maybe take a flyer at Trey Lance. I did not see Dallas being the ones that be like,
no way.
Fuck it. Let's grab him and let's
You saw
bring
the
him.
Bills were interested?
Yeah, that shit caught me off guard too, because
they were offering like a 6th or some shit. That
and
was
their backup is Kyle Allen, so you know.
They don't have a good backup quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's a brother of Josh. That's really why he's there. But, you know.
Is he?
That's his brother.
Kyle Allen and Josh Allen related?
Nah, I don't know.
You got me like hell. You got me like
no,
hell.
I was just saying because they're the same last
I
name.
I know.
They might be those
I'm
sneaky
looking,
though.
I'm looking.
Double check that though.
I don't think they're related.
No, no way.
Okay.
No
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
No
yeah,
way.
good.
No way.
That would be a huge story.
The Bills put Matt Barkley on injured reserve. Kyle Allen would be back up.
So it was definitely interesting to see that Dallas made the move on Trey Lance. I do think he can learn a little bit. I still believe though, like you need to get reps in game. You need to be able to read and react as a quarterback. You need to be able to see things firsthand. You know, I think you still need to get that. And unfortunately, he probably won't get it in Dallas because Cooper Rush is the QB2, at least for this year, for a fact. And then Dak is going to be the quarterback. So he's going to kind of have to take that Geno Smith route and into the NFL where he just finds his way, and hopefully he finds a spot that he can be a starter. You know, the Geno Smith route, low-key is an anomaly. Doesn't happen a lot. You know, it's definitely rare in itself. And even still, Trey Lance has he doesn't have any background information on his game. Even with Geno, we saw there was background information. He played. He wasn't good in the beginning. He learned, he developed, he got better. Trey Lance is still an unknown. He still can't do the simple things. And that's the start of being a quarterback, being able to do the simple things. Kyle Shanahan loves guys that can do the simple things. C.J. Beathard, Nick Mullins, Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, they were able to do the simple things.
Garoppolo,
Jimmy G
no doubt.
was the prime example of I'm just going to get the simple things done. Kyle Shanahan loves guys that can do that. And Trey Lance couldn't do that in his system. So, unfortunately, it just didn't work. It's just the shit they gave up for Lance is tough, man. They traded up for him. You know, they had a couple guys in between that pick and the pick they traded. Could have got some stoppers. I believe Michael Parsons was in between
Basically,
that pick.
Everybody else except Trey Lance would have been like,
Fine.
holy shit, you added this guy to your team?
For
That
sure.
draft class
It's insane.
is one of the
Nuts.
greatest
Fucking
I'll
insane.
ever see.
And the Niners have admitted they fucked up. You
that
know,
first
they-
round.
they-
That first round.
Yeah, they admitted they fucked up, and it's okay. They fucked up. They still ended up making it to the Super Bowl, and they still ended up making it to the NFC Championship game. So it doesn't really matter. But I do think Trey Lance has to kind of like take that Geno Smith route and find his way in the NFL. I don't think he's going to find it with Dallas. Maybe he does improve. Maybe he does get better under Dak. But I don't think like
Geno Smith's an anomaly, man.
No, it's not even that. I don't think though like Mike McCarthy will even have like
The time.
the time because they're in Super Bowl winning mode. You know, he's locked
point,
in.
Riff.
I don't think he's gonna have that much
It's a great
time
point.
as to tutor
Dedicate,
the
facts.
QB3 while also managing the QB2 and then worry about QB1 every week. Like it's gonna be just they're a Super Bowl contending team.
Honestly, you know who that's going to end up being put on, whether he wants to or not? Dak.
Mr. Dacky.
Dak's going to be the one that in practice, hey, bro, you could do this.
Yeah,
a little
I don't know if
bit
he
better.
wants to do. He's pretty locked in. He's like, I'm trying to win. Like
No,
sometimes
for
that shit
sure,
probably
but you
gets
look,
aggravating.
listen, yes, Rodgers is definitely older. He's in year 19. But you see, it's just respect to another player on your team. You want to help them get better. Not everyone takes that approach. Tannehill said, hey, it's not my job
It's not.
to help him.
And also, you got to think too. Like, it's not like what if.
But Dak is a true leader.
Yeah, I agree. But Dak also wants to win. He
doubt.
like that. I feel like that's
Absolutely.
too much to be like. I need you to train this guy and then help us win football on
It
Sunday
won't
nights.
be like outblown, like, yo, bro, let's go. Like, we'll go
sometimes-
early in the morning.
Dak-
It'd be more
Dak
so
will
in
probably
drills.
naturally-
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Sometimes he
actually
be
do
locked
it.
in like, hold on, bro. Like I gotta.
The
You gotta do his hip
Cowboys
thrust.
have already implemented the quarterback school within to their like practices what they do is that before they go into drills with the running backs and receivers, they spend like 30 minutes just working on drop backs and, working on their footwork. It's really on Trey Lance to take advantage of those reps. Yeah. Mike McCarthy isn't present for them. It's the offensive coordinator, the quarterback's coach, the offensive assistant, the quality controls coach. But Mike McCarthy is going to have a relationship with Trey Lance, at least to a degree.
That boy stinks. He needs more than 30 minutes.
But you know what? We can give credit to Mike McCarthy. Dak, statistically, had his best year, not this past season by any means, but the year before that.
Shout out Kellen Moore. I think more than anything, though, Trey Lance, I'm happy he landed here because, to me, he looked more comfortable and more confident as a rookie than he did in year 3 in a meaningless preseason game. It looked like, especially that first game, even that second game, he had some really bad decisions. But that first game he was out there, it looked like a dude who legitimately has not played football in damn near his life. He could not read the field. Guys that were open, he was not throwing it to. He was escaping the pocket for no reason. He was missing throws. He legitimately looked uncomfortable every single snap he took. Whether that's from not playing, whether that's from getting your job taken, whether that's from breaking your ankle. You're in the trade rumors. Obviously, you get traded a couple weeks later. So there was a ton going on in San Francisco that could have led to it. Now, will Trey Lance ever become the guy that the Niners hoped or a lot of scouts thought coming out? It seems unlikely at this point. I do think at some point in his career, he's still 23.
23. He'll get a shot.
There's quarterbacks in this past draft that are older than Trey Lance. So
Kenny Pickett you're talking about.
Yeah, well, 2 years ago. But yes, even Kenny Pickett is older than him.
Well, Levis some shit, yeah.
Yeah, so at some point he'll get an opportunity to battle in camp for a starting job. I don't know if it ever get handed to him. But for now, I think more than anything, it's a mental reset and try to get his confidence back.
Kyle Shanahan is a great offensive play caller. He's a great offensive mind. He's not really known for being a quarterback guru. He gets the best out of quarterbacks in his system, but he's never developed a quarterback.
Let me ask you, he worked with Kirk. Mm-hmm. He worked with Matt.
Moran.
He worked with Kirk for 1 year.
And Kirk was great.
Kirk, he wasn't great that 1 year.
Jimmy G had some interesting comments. I sent you guys the TikTok. Jimmy G basically saying, look how they treat quarterbacks over in San Francisco. It happened to him.
And that coaching staff in Washington was loaded.
It was special.
Shanahan, it was McVay,
McDaniel. Wasn't McDaniel on that one too also? Yep. No, that Washington crew was crazy.
But I'm just saying, Kyle Shanahan has never developed a quarterback. He's never drafted one, developed one, or even traded for one that was young.
Brock Purdy?
We're counting Brock.
Listen.
Stop. Don't. Stop. Just no comment.
With Trey Lance, when it comes to the offensive system that Shanahan runs, maybe I'm in the anomaly, but I think if he doesn't get hurt in his second season, he runs it just fine. I don't think he's getting benched or nothing. I think he'll run it well.
I have just a quick bone to pick with you because I saw you tweet out saying that the Niners and Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones all along, but the San Francisco media told them basically changed their mind. I thought we had this argument. I said that, and you said no. It was always Trey Lance.
No, I just said you don't know that for sure.
But you just tweeted that out.
No, I said you just don't. All I said is you don't know that for sure.
But you just also backed up my point.
Well, that's my opinion too.
Joel,
you just don't know for sure.
It wasn't your opinion 2 weeks ago.
Sure. Come on, Joel.
I saw that. I was like, I'm not even going to respond to
Joel,
this.
You're better
Twitter.
than that.
But I was like, I had to bring it up.
But I always wanted Mac Jones to the Niners. That was the right pick.
I did know. I know that.
Yeah, that was the right pick.
What? Okay, but hear me out. What if Mac Jones?
I found it.
What?
Cowboys can move on from Dak after the 2024 season. Would they rather pay him $50 million or keep Trey Lance under a team-friendly deal?
Who wrote that?
Trading a mid-round pick for a potential franchise quarterback or even good quarterback is worth it, in my opinion.
It is. You're trading a 4th-round pick for somebody that could be a starting quarterback.
That's what I was.
I know what you mean, but any person that's just reading that, I can understand why they're taking it the way that Riv did.
Cowboys, they can move on from Dak. Will they? I don't think
Probably
they will.
not.
But those are.
You don't think it's a bad idea?
Those are the options that are presented to them.
But you don't think it's a bad idea?
If they believe in Trey Lance and he's...
Do you believe in Trey Lance?
No, I don't. But if they do...
This guy would just do anything to get a tweet off,
It's a 4th round pick.
No, he's messy.
I have a quick question because you said Mac Jones should have been the pick.
Yeah,
he's back on that.
Because I'm just curious.
He should have been.
If Mac Jones was selected 3, he sits his first year like Trey Lance did.
I don't think he would have sat, though. I think he would have played that first year. Yeah, I don't think he needed to develop and sit.
That's what I'm saying. If any other quarterback, and it's the same timeline.
Hey, Mac Jones did win the quarterback job against Cam Newton.
That's true. Yeah, Cam ended up getting cut. But
No, for sure. But Jimmy G, it was Jimmy
Yeah,
G,
Jimmy G.
for sure. It's not insane to think that Mac Jones would have just been able to pick up the offense as quickly as he
definitely
did in New England. And then preseason where he showed out in New England. It's not insane where, of course, hindsight is so crystal clear, but I'm just going by what I've saw and what history has shown us.
No, Mac definitely could have.
I think
year one.
Because Mac wasn't raw, he probably could have. Because I think Fields would have sat, Lance sat. I think the raw quarterbacks with the physical traits, all the talent, the potential that's booming, but they're not as equipped to be prepared for a game of throwing the ball like Mac was. Mac could have started. Him and Jimmy G at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Because Mac is just gonna be a better version. Of
Jimmy G
What you're
did start that
describing-
year well, though.
Yeah, he
He did.
He cooked. Was it that? Yeah.
Was it that year?
Yes.
No, it wasn't that year.
That he got injured, I think it was the Tennessee game.
He started the year off pretty poor and finished well down the stretch.
What year was that?
What game did he get injured then?
He
He
only
probably
missed,
did get
he only missed
into the Tennessee game,
two or
but
3 games.
That was
year.
2021, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was 20-12.
the 49ers had a win streak down the stretch of the season, if I'm not mistaken. What you're describing is an unfortunate situation, and that's what Lance was put in.
Yeah.
He sat his entire rookie season. His second year, he gets injured, and you have a guy who plays well, and the locker room is behind him. Listen, the 49ers had to make that decision.
Yeah.
And it's an unfortunate decision, but I do think that the Cowboys are a good place for Trey Lance to just develop the fundamentals because, like I've always said, you don't have to play to get better. You can get better by film study. And these quarterback schools, I'm telling you, man, the way they describe it, the articles I've been reading about it, it is a crash course in how to play the position the right way.
He definitely had a very sound season the whole year out. Jimmy G, that
They had a win
2021
streak towards the end of the year.
Not really. Because they lost to Tennessee that year.
So
towards the end.
that Tennessee game was week 17.
16.
It was
He
the
didn't play
second. It was
he
the
didn't play
second to last week.
Yeah.
Because he did not play well against the Rams. They still ended up winning that game against Tennessee. I remember
Week
Debo.
18?
Yes, week 18. They lost to the Rams. They beat the Rams, in overtime, but he still did not play that great.
What did he have?
He had 316, which is obviously solid, but a touchdown, 2 INTs.
He had a game-winning drive.
Passer rating 87.5. Stafford threw a game-sealing INT. That I remember. But against Tennessee, I remember them losing that game. He had a touchdown, 2 interceptions, had a passer rating of 88.
Yeah, his biggest win streak that year was 3 games. They had a losing streak. They lost 5 in a row.
But there was a period where he had a quarterback rating of 100.6, 100.6, 141.7, 126.3, 90.2, 93.6, 103.3, 123.7. You're right. That was towards that, almost halfway point towards the end of the season. That Tennessee game really fucked him up. He started the season all right, though.
The Tennessee game was bad.
This was the
Yeah, for
Arizona
sure.
year.
I mean, listen, that's what
that was
Jimmy
the
G
Thursday
is.
night game.
Because Arizona
Jimmy
beat him
G-
twice.
Jimmy G has run the offense well. He doesn't have the job right now, not because he can't play within the system. It's because you can't rely on him to stay healthy for the entire
No doubt.
season. He's gonna get banged up at one point, and that's really the harsh reality.
Aiden O'Connell, man. He's going to start sometime this
Yeah,
year. And
listen, that's
he
not a
might
bad take.
keep that job. I'm not going to lie. He's looked really good.
You like him?
I do. He's older. He's
Jimmy G was
25.
20.
problem
Yeah,
last season. 16-4? That's pretty damn good.
No, that sounds like right.
Brock,
He's
Dick.
24. So, yeah.
16-4 is fire.
Aiden O'Connell,
7-3.
24-year-old rookie. But
Nah, he was cooking for sure.
What's Brock Purdy's age? Isn't he like 25?
No, Brock Purdy's 22.
25 is crazy.
25 is nuts. You try.
22?
Maybe 23.
Okay, I can't
He's
trust
23.
Rev. Okay.
Is he
There
older
you
than
go.
Trey Lance or younger?
I think he's younger.
Maybe about months.
Yeah. His birthday's in December.
Who?
Purdy.
Oh, so it'd be 24.
Trey Lance is in May.
I mean, listen, man.
Go ahead. There we go. Dude has to go to a quarterback school
I
after being a
probably
third pick.
He had to develop.
He's
Whose
played.
fault?
He's played what? He played 1 game in his last year of college, 2 games his rookie year, and 1 game. So that's 4 games in 4 years. If he doesn't play this year,
Nah, it was undeniable.
QB3 in 2
Jimmy G
different
was-
scenarios.
Jimmy G was mad good last year.
huh?
Jimmy G was good.
Nah, he was.
He
Especially
was good as hell.
Yeah. He was Jimmy G. He was efficient.
Sucks to get hurt and shit like
It does suck.
He was.
Yeah, we had a
there,
completion
no one
percentage
cares
of 67, a passer rating of 103. Damn, bro, this is sad. I hope he's healthy for division
Who?
rival.
Oh,
But Jimmy G and the Raiders.
He's a week 1 merchant. Maybe he'll cook the Broncos.
Is that the Raiders? When last time you beat the Raiders?
I think we're 0-8 our last 8.
Damn.
Woo.
Yeah.
I hate that for you
Our,
guys.
our week 1 pick'ems, I'm dreading them. I'm not. I'm not.
You guys play the Raiders week 1?
We play the Raiders week 1.
Why haven't y'all beat them? You haven't beat the Chiefs either.
Chase is like, I think 10 straight L's, or maybe more than that.
Why do Jets fans think we're trading for Nick Bosa?
I don't know.
They're fucking insane.
So the
The
exact
Niners
quote
would never
I got,
trade him.
There was a Reddit report out there from a guy who broke the CMC news before it came out, who's saying that Nick Bosa is going to get traded to an unnamed AFC team.
Broncos?
Buffalo?
Here we go.
I got a quote from that article I read that described the quarterback school. It consisted of 10 hours in the film room and 3 hours on the practice field a week. An offensive study conducted in painstaking detail. They would learn defenses, why they ran certain schemes, coverages, and fronts. And Mike McCarthy had this cool drill where quarterbacks would go up against a defense, but there would be nobody on the field. When the ball is snapped, he would call out a certain defense, and that quarterback had to react and hit the right receiver according to the defense that you cannot see visibly on the field. And a lot of those reps are what Rich Gannon looks back to and said what prepared him mentally for when he went to the Raiders and stuff. So, listen, it might not be for the Cowboys, but I think at 23, it's a little too early to just call Trey Lance's career when he hasn't had more than 4 starts.
I agree, man. I agree. God bless him.
I'm looking up this Rick Gannon guy.
Rich
He was an MVP.
He was good. He was good late in his career.
After Kansas City.
Yeah,
That
I'm
was
looking
when
at
he
straight
was-
Oakland. I ain't really entertaining all
It was
that
a
extra shit.
journeyman, and then he got to Oakland.
Las
Yeah, 24
Vegas
and 14.
Raiders. Something about it.
28 and 11.
Yuck.
27 and 9.
Oakland's
He
Fields
had
Raiders.
4,600 yards. Damn. At 37.
Yo, you know who had a crazy ass season too? Matt Schaub.
Why the fuck
Houston
is he doing
Nationals?
this at
Yeah.
an old age?
I don't know.
D-Hop. Well, was Pollard
No,
there?
I think that was Andre Johnson.
Oh,
That was
facts,
Andre
facts,
Johnson.
facts.
Respect him.
So
Wow.
in
Shout out
honor
to
of
play with
Trey
Dehls.
Lance, let's talk about the last 10 times that
honor.
teams have traded up to draft a quarterback and see if they were successful or they ultimately failed. So obviously I'm going to rule out Bryce Young, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, even though that's done and sealed, and Jordan Love because we haven't seen him yet. 2018, the Jets traded up for Sam Darnold. The Colts ended up getting Quentin Nelson, Braden Smith, and Rock Ya-Sin from the trade, the notable names from that trade.
Stole from you.
Yeah. Sam Darnold, listen, with no weapons, he did all right. With nothing.
I know.
He did all right. 2018 again, Bills traded up for Josh Allen. They moved up to 7 with Tampa Bay, and the Buccaneers actually got a pretty good haul. Vita Vea, Carlton Davis, Jordan Whitehead.
In the ring.
3 defensive starters.
Damn.
Rather have Josh Allen.
I'd easily. I mean, hey, one team has the chip,
That's facts.
other team
That's
doesn't.
facts.
Still would rather have Josh Allen.
And
10
there
times
are
outside.
people that believe the Bills may never win a championship. I don't know if
'cause of
I'm
the
one of
curse.
those, but yes, the curse is real.
It's actually crazy that 4 teams traded up in the 2018 draft to draft a quarterback. The Jets with Sam, the Bills with Josh Allen,
Lamar,
the Cardinals
Yes,
with Josh
that too.
Rosen,
Yes, and then
Lamar.
Yep.
They
32.
traded up with the Eagles, and the
Was
Eagles
it the
got
Eagles?
yeah.
I thought it was the Vikings.
It was the
Interesting.
Eagles.
Got it.
Dallas Goedert, Avonte
Imagine
Maddox,
we had
and Miles
Lamar.
Sanders.
That's a solid. I mean, Lamar.
Imagine if we had Lamar.
Justin Hurts is.
have
I mean,
Jalen
Jalen Hurts
Hurts.
is better.
No, I know. Just imagine with Lamar, though. He won an MVP with nobody.
Yeah, shit's
I wouldn't say
crazy.
nobody, but
Was it
definitely
Willis
not.
Snead
It was-
his
it was Mark
receiver and shit?
Mark Andrews, yeah.
I mean, he's a
Yeah, it was
tight
Mark
end.
Andrews.
He wasn't
And
elite at
Hollywood.
that point yet. though.
Hollywood
yeah.
mid.
That was
He's
young.
mid.
That was really young Hollywood.
mid.
I wouldn't say he's
It
mid.
was year
He's
2
mid.
Hollywood.
Now
Hollywood's mid.
he's mid now or was?
He's always mid.
Okay, you're an
He
idiot.
was on pace last year with Kyler, bro, to put up like 1,400.
Not moved.
1,400
Nah, it was
not
some stupid
moved.
shit.
Not moved.
Come on, bro.
Because I don't think he was ever going to get the 1400.
Brandon Lloyd did it once.
Brandon Lloyd underrated.
Did he really?
Bronco legend.
So-
Fire.
Niner
He had
legend.
a better season than that, actually.
Bronco legend for real. Him and Oren.
2017, the Bears traded up for Mitch Trubisky.
Not great.
The picks they
Playoffs.
traded became Solomon Thomas, Alvin Kamara, and the 49ers drafted Fred Warner with one
Could
of
have.
those
Mahomes
picks.
was in that class.
And Deshaun.
Sean was in that class.
And
They fucked
Deshaun.
up. They fucked up. Don't get me wrong. They fucked up. But 10-6, they made the playoffs.
They did.
They lost
They
first
won-
round.
No, they won. Oh, they lost to the
They
Eagles.
won.
Here we go.
Field
Kick.
goal. Field
We
goal.
beat them.
Because of Cody Parkey, he hit the
Yeah.
side.
That's when I was ready to say trade Carson Wentz. Nick Foles can get it done. Do you remember that game that I think it was against the
I don't
Saints?
think Wentz played that
It was
game.
against the Saints.
Yeah,
He
that
was
he
good.
threw the ball. Oh, he was mad
They
good.
were supposed to win that game.
And then he threw the ball to Alshon Jeffrey, and Alshon Jeffrey Either he dropped it or fumbled, one of the
Fucking
two.
dropped it because Alshon's fucking garbage.
He had a touchdown in the Super Bowl, though.
It's funny there was all those debates between Foles and Wentz, and neither of them were the answer.
No, the answer was easily Foles because he was only good with the Eagles.
Hey, Wentz has a good year.
Yeah. No, Wentz was fucking MVP before he gets hurt.
1 year he had 4K.
Foles
We made the
was
playoffs.
Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, because apparently everybody can catch the ball now. So he had 400, like 300 yards that
bro,
game.
it was
The Super Bowl game was insane.
Nah, but
Nobody could play
that
defense
Patriots
with that.
defense was cheeks. Probably the worst defense that Brady showed up to.
Our
at a
defense
Super Bowl
wasn't any
with.
better. The score was like 40 to 40.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Your defense was bad, but you guys got the biggest stop of the game by far.
for sure. Yeah.
And in that same 2017 draft, the Chiefs traded up for Mahomes, the 10th pick, with the Bills.
One of the best
The
trades of
Bills
all
used
time.
that to get Tre'Davious White, Deion Dawkins, Zay Jones, Tremaine Edmonds,
Not moved.
and Saran Neal.
Not moved.
These are
Got
decent
Mahomes.
players.
The Bills got a lot of great players from that.
Could have got Mahomes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
I
it is
remember
Mahomes.
when that trade happened, I thought for sure they were taking Deshaun. When I saw Patrick Mahomes go off, I was like, oh, they're tweaking. And I was wrong.
And some may not know this, but in that same 2017 NFL draft, the Texans traded up with the Cleveland Browns to select Deshaun Watson, and the Browns used those picks to select Denzel Ward the very next year, and they got Brock Osweiler.
So basically, all these guys are getting they're trading up to get these guys, and all these guys are on the same team outside of Deshaun, and Trey Lance got traded.
Well, Mitch isn't on their team.
Well, I'm talking about the good ones.
Oh. Oh, yeah. I mean, the good ones are fucking
Yeah,
best
I mean,
quarterbacks in the league.
The good ones you don't want to get rid
I'll be
of.
honest, just the track, it doesn't look good for Trey Lance, man, because Mahomes transcended, Watson amazing, Allen amazing. Good luck, man.
And then the last three in 2016, the Rams traded for Jared Goff. The Titans got Derrick Henry, Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith from that trade, and Jack Conklin. They used one of those picks to trade with the Browns, and they drafted him. The Eagles traded up for Carson Wentz with the second overall pick. And there's a lot of players that were good.
Super Bowl.
The picks that they traded for Carson Wentz turned into Jack Conklin, Deshaun Watson, and Laramie Tunsil.
We got the ring, man.
Yeah.
That is all you can ask
Got
for.
the ring.
And at the end of the day, you got to just clap your hands for the team
We're
that
back.
made those
Yeah, we're
picks,
back.
because you probably wouldn't have made those same picks.
Exactly.
Could have got scrubs. I mean, you guys
we
are,
probably would have picked the shot.
you have a track record.
Yeah.
Like,
You know what I will say? After I saw a tweet about this, so I need to give that tweet some love. I forget who it was, but it said Roseman drafted Jalen Reagor, and he said after that, I'm going to turn into the best GM in football.
Yeah, fucking fold.
One of the worst draft picks in a while.
I'll never forget Joel convincing me it was a good pick.
I liked Rieger.
Yeah,
Rieger
you're-
was good.
Bro was
He
texting
was.
me like, you're good,
But,
bro. You're
yeah.
good.
All I cared about was the Broncos getting Judy.
Yeah.
But I knew Jettas was
Mid.
very good. I didn't know that he was going to be this. No, I can never say that. But
on pace to
I
be the
will
best
say you had the idea that just he put together a special season at LSU. Just the whole vibe of LSU was amazing.
I tell you, he's going to go down as the
Everybody
GOAT.
Outside of Thaddeus Moss, man. What a shame.
I'll be
Yeah.
honest, bro.
There was some hype around him,
He
too.
has his ways to go.
Outside of Jerry.
He's in an unbelievable situation to become, and by situation I mean he's put himself into to become one of the greatest of all time. It's just hard for me to overlook what Calvin did. It's hard for me to look about what Randy did, Antonio Brown. Jettas has put himself in a situation
I
to be
think
with
he'll
those guys.
clear AB.
It's not crazy to say.
I think
that.
he'll clear-
Clear is strong.
I mean, he's on pace to be better than all those
yeah,
guys.
he is.
I think, like,
Randy.
outside of Jerry, I
Relax.
feel like Jerry
Bro,
Rice.
he has 900 more yards than Randy at this point in their career.
No, I get it. Jettas, like I just said, he's put himself in a situation to be better than a lot. But it's just, I want to see it. And not that I'm doubting his ability. There's no doubting his ability. It's just a matter of longevity is difficult in the National Football League.
Barring any injuries,
That's it.
I feel like
But
Jerry
it's-
Rice is in the
It's
class
also
of his
easier
own.
now because you're not going over the middle of the field getting cracked.
Does he have the talent to be a top 5 receiver all time? 100%, no doubt. But I'm praying every single day that he gets this to
he'll
have
be
the
top 10
years
pretty easily.
and the longevity to get there. Yeah, if he
He'll be
stays
top 10
healthy,
easily.
lock.
I mean, Justin Jefferson can be one of the best receivers ever, but I think we got to hold our horses. He is going into his third NFL season.
No, fourth. Close.
He's going into his fourth NFL season, and we can't forget that in their first 5 seasons, Antonio Brown was on pace to shatter Jerry Rice's record.
Odell Beckham Jr. had one of the
OBJ
3
was.
best seasons.
Michael Thomas was too. There have
Jettas
been a
clears
lot of
OBJ.
guys that have been on pace to be that.
Jettas had better years.
He probably does.
Odell never had 1,800.
I'll say this. It's getting rude saying clear.
Hit
But I will
128
say.
catches.
Yeah, Odell never had 1,800.
No.
Never. Julio had that at the peak of his powers at like 27, 28 years old.
1800 year three
No, stupid.
is some
stupid. No,
gold
Jettis
shit,
is
bro.
definitely
Not even
better than
25
Odell.
yet.
Saying clears is just an emotional
I get
attachment
it.
that I have.
Nostalgia.
He was amazing. Well, it was not just nostalgia.
Real vibes.
But understanding what he was. Yo, I appreciate that, bro. At least
get
you
it.
understand I'm a vibey.
Listen, that was vibes.
He was.
I'm not mad at you about that. That was vibes.
But his first 3 seasons, it was Jerry Rice, Odell
wait.
Beckham Jr.
I can't do to Jettas what you do with Mahomes.
Interesting.
Mahomes has already accomplished like so much.
I'm talking about you was doing that before he
That's just
accomplished
'cause
that
he's a
second ring.
Oh yeah, it's a projection. I mean, sure.
So I can't project.
What?
I got to hold my
Jettas?
horses with Jettas.
I never said you can project.
Can't.
I just said that there.
That's what you're saying. You never said you
I
can't.
just said that there have been receivers that have been on pace to
I will
shatter
say
the record already.
that is a great statement.
You said hold my horses.
Wait, are you saying that you said that he'll be number 2 all time? You said Jerry got it. That
I said
Jettis-
Jerry's in the tier of his own.
Agreed.
Nobody touches Jerry. I think Randy and T.O. are up next. I think he can get the top 5.
I think this was on the Wise Guys podcast. Shout out to our boy John. I believe his name's Brian. I don't want to disrespect him. I'm pretty sure. But he was talking about when you talk about quarterbacks, winning is brought into the conversation so strongly. But when you go and talk about the wide receivers, Jerry Rice being the outlier, they don't give a fuck about championships. How dominant were you? What are your numbers? That's it. Yeah. So, of course, Randy definitely has to be in that conversation. To me, Calvin has to be. Terrell Owens has to be. Whether you like him or not, Antonio Brown has to be in that conversation. Larry Fitzgerald also for the longevity, the consistency. But Jettas will be right there with those guys. God willing, he stays healthy. The numbers you just mentioned, no one is doing or has done
He's gonna get
what
forced
Jettas
like
has
fuck.
done in the first 3 seasons.
At his peak, if you want to measure peak for peak, then yeah, Jettas is up there with the top guys.
Well, Jettas ain't at his peak.
But it's really
He's not.
Well, I mean, you know, what I'm talking
He
about. Best
get better
season,
than this.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
24.
1,800 yards.
He's on his physical prime.
Yeah, you're not wrong, bro.
He's built like me.
It's sad that Jamar Chase got hurt last season, but still put up 1,000 yards because his rookie season did break Jetta's rookie season record for yards in a season. In the same amount of games, he did it in that Week 17 game. But getting injured, it sucks to see because Jamar and Jettas is number 1, but we can never, ever disrespect Jamar and say he's not at least in that conversation.
You also have to think that Justin Jefferson, right now, I'm not trying to say that Kirk Cousins makes him not even a little bit. Kirk Cousins is a great quarterback.
For sure, yeah.
His contract is up after this year. Yeah. The Vikings have no plan at quarterback after Kirk.
No,
so we could be looking at some dark quarterback
that
days
knocks
with
him
the
from
Vikings.
1,800 yards to 13 to 1400 yards.
I was going to say, we saw it.
That's a drop-off, though.
Larry Fitzgerald did that for his career. 13 to 1,400 yards.
Here's my thing, and this should be kind of ease everyone's minds with that kind of situation. When you are at just a different level than 99% of the league, it does not matter who your quarterback is to a degree. Now, we saw Aaron Rodgers with Devontae Adams, and Devontae Adams go from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr, which is a drop-off. It isn't like you're going from top 5 to bottom 5.
He still had
Derek Carr's still
1,500
respectable.
yards.
It's still a strong enough drop-off that Devontae was still insane. Now, here's an even better example. DeAndre Hopkins with XYZ at guard.
Tom Savage.
Unbelievable year after year, DeAndre. No, but it was insane.
Tom Savage is nuts.
So
Who is that?
Yeah, bro.
It depends on the drop-off. If it's Kirk Cousins to Jaron Hall.
That's nuts.
But he's not. Jaren Hall's not going to be starting. You know what I mean? Like that's just who's there. He's not going to be starting.
They drafted him in the fourth round, I think. Yeah.
But the odds he's starting week 1.
Listen, I hope Kirk
slim.
gets extended. I hope he does.
He could.
He deserves to.
He'll get 1,200 with a bum. So
Yeah, I agree.
you know he just
No, that's with his eyes closed.
Yeah, he'll get 1,200 with a bum.
You think Justin Jefferson ever wins a Triple Crown?
Now that's tough.
he can.
'Cause
It's doable.
It's the touchdowns because he just led the league in receptions and yards last year.
bro, to say anybody can win a triple crown, like it's tough.
No.
It's tough.
Not anyone can, but Jettas can.
He can.
I would say
Chase can.
I don't know because he's a big play guy. Exactly.
To lead the league in receptions, yards, and TDs in the same year is I can't
Garrett
say anybody
Wilson
can
could
do
do
it.
that
All right, then Jettis can do
one
it.
day.
All right, we're doing shit like that.
I was saying, if we're gonna say Garrett could do it.
I never
then
said
Jamar
Jefferson.
can do it.
Well,
I never,
here's
Tyreek
the
can do it.
statement.
I never
We
said Jefferson
Tyreek.
can't.
Tyreek
No,
most
I don't know, though.
definitely
That's tough.
can. Tyreek definitely can.
I don't
Yeah,
think
the
he'll get the
receptions.
receptions. That's the thing.
He'll have the receptions. He's had over
Well,
100
what's his
receptions the
highest
last.
touchdown total though? You said
I think he had
15?
double digits.
He had
Yeah,
15,
facts.
20.
Facts. It's possible. Tyreek can do it because of how much he means to an offense and how
He just had
dynamic
119
he is.
catches last
Yeah.
year.
That's what I'm saying.
This is his first time getting 100 receptions. Second time.
no.
Second.
Yeah.
20.
Garrett Wilson is going to be a top 5 wide receiver after the season.
Top
I'm
5?
talking about Garrett Wilson.
No,
You
I'm
say
just
top
saying,
5?
Yes.
Top 5?
Garrett Wilson is
You know
going
who's the
to-
top 5?
Yeah.
So he'll
I
be
don't
better.
care.
He'll be better
He'll be
than
better than
Stephon
Diggs?
Diggs.
I love Stephon. Can't do that yet.
Chase?
He'll be better.
Jettis,
No,
Chase,
it's
Diggs.
impossible for him to be better than
It's
Jettis.
Chase, Diggs,
Chase.
Chase, Diggs.
He's going to
Reek,
disrespect
He's
the
better
white
than
guy.
Tyreek.
Jettis.
He's going to disrespect Cooper. That's what's going to happen.
No, Tay.
There's no disrespect in Tay. He
Tay
needs to
and
be in the
Tay.
top
You
5.
can
He's
say
better than
Tay Cup's
Tyreek
an
Hill.
eight.
No, that's the 5.
He can have a
I
better
don't
season
know.
than Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek
Yes,
is,
he
is
absolutely
the
can.
third best receiver in the world.
Tyreek just have
I don't
1,700
know about
yards,
that.
bro. Yes,
Jefferson, Devontae,
That's
Stephon
it.
Diggs, Chase.
Yo,
I
No,
like those four.
Jefferson, Tay.
Wilson could be like top 10, top 8 if he has a great season.
Dehls, he's
Don't
doing
sleep
it
on
again.
Garrett
I know
Wilson.
Dehls, he's doing it
Tyreek
again.
is losing me.
Maybe
Garrett
like
Wilson
2
is
years.
losing
Maybe
me.
like 2
Garrett-
years.
Garrett
If you
Wilson
want to
is
say
legit.
Cup because of age, injury concerns, I get it.
Cup is not even in the
Tay-
5.
Huh?
Chase, Reek, Tay,
Diggs.
Jettis, Diggs. That's the 5.
Garrett Wilson
ain't
is
even
one of
in
them
the
ones.
5.
He is.
Those are the ones. Those are the ones, bro.
Calm down. Cub is top 5. Yes.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just giving a 5.
Bro,
Who'd you take out?
bro,
Diggs?
I'm going to be really
Yeah, who's he taking
fucking
out
honest.
for Cup?
Top 5, you're losing me.
Are you
He
crazy?
can't have a better season than Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek
Yes, he can.
Hill?
It's Garrett Wilson.
Garrett, bro.
talking about?
Tyreek just had 1,700 with two bum-ass Tagovailoa.
You're right.
Come on, bro.
I
Two of them is
really,
like
really
five
like
seasons,
Garrett
too.
Wilson.
Yeah, like-
I do. I've been on this podcast to
Dehls,
say
he's
he
doing it
is.
again.
I know, he's losing.
He is
He's losing.
potentially an elite wide receiver in this league. It
He's
will
not
happen
potentially.
this
He's
season.
an elite wide receiver.
Okay, he
But
will
it's,
be this
it's
season.
not even his talent. It's the other guys around him.
To say that he will be better than Tyreek when Tyreek is an all-time legend. He's an all-time great.
You're not
And
talking about longevity.
He just put up 1,700 yards. Going from, like we just had this conversation of, that Aaron Rodgers, that Patrick Mahomes, to that 11 to 15 quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa and Derek Carr, and you somehow put up your best season yet, and we're talking about him not being a top 5 receiver? Are you kidding me?
Garrett Wilson will have a better season than Tyreek Hill this upcoming year. Receiving.
By
Yes, he
what
will.
mark? I'm just throwing shit out here. Is
No,
that
he'll
that
have
what
more
you're
receiving
saying?
yards than him? Yes, he will.
So
Tyreek.
he's gonna.
I don't even want to make this
Tyreek
bet
Hill might
because
not
I
even
got to
have
root for
1,700.
G-Dub, but I would take that bet and run with it.
Run with it, Drew. Drew, that's a win.
It's
That's an
Garrett
easy
Wilson.
Do you actually want to throw money on that?
I never said I want to throw money on it. But
Yeah,
I said
'cause
it's
smart.
Garrett
Why
Wilson.
do you keep
That's
saying
bad.
it's Garrett?
You
It's
said
Tyreek fucking
It
Hill.
is Tyreek Hill, but Garrett Wilson is going to be an elite receiver.
Tyreek is that.
Okay,
And-
but this
and
is
also-
the shit that
and
pisses
also-
me the fuck off. No shit, Garrett Wilson's going to be an elite receiver. You could say he already is in your opinion. I'm not even fighting you on that. But it's Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, when
Tyreek
after
Hill.
his-
I don't think you understand that you're talking about one of the game's all-time great receivers. He changed the way we look at the wide receiver position anytime we talk about draft prospects. Last season, he just put up his career high in yards, going from Mahomes to Tua Tagovailoa. And I'm the biggest Tua fan alive. And I could tell you that that's a fucking drop-off and a half. You're going from one of the greatest ever to a fringe top 10 quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. And you have your best season yet, and you have the audacity to mention where Garrett Wilson's great. Absolutely. That's disrespectful on a legend.
Garrett Wilson is going to walk himself into that elite tier. Like 100%.
I'm not
he will.
even disagreeing.
You're
That's
talking about,
what it is.
But when you
you're talking about
start
a
to
year
get
two
crazy
player
fixated
with
You're
Tyreek,
You're fixated on
you
a
didn't even
Tyreek Hill
mention-
name. We talking about just him
What
being
do
an
you
elite
mean,
receiver.
No, we're not.
He's
No, we're
gonna
not.
be an
No, we're
elite
not.
tier
No, we're not.
receiver.
No, we're
yards,
not. No, we're
bro.
He
not.
will be an elite tier
We know
receiver.
that, though.
Garrett Wilson will be that.
Joel, can
It
you
doesn't-
speak
it
up?
doesn't matter.
Can you
It doesn't
speak
matter if he's
up?
top
You're letting him
7,
get
top
away with
10,
that?
top
Can you
5.
speak up?
He's gonna
You're
be
letting
elite.
him get away with
He's
that?
gonna be
I
elite.
tried.
Bro, there's a time where you have to step up,
tried.
put
I
fandom
said-
aside.
I said I
When
would
did we
ta- I
say?
would
When
take
did
that
we say
money.
he's not going to be an elite receiver?
You never said that.
We talk about. You said specifically
Listen, I
he's going to
said-
be better
I
than
said
Tyreek.
Reek-
You
I
I
said
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 he can
top
have a
8.
better season
That's-
than
yeah,
him.
that's what we have a better season.
I
That's what
said
I'm talking
top 8,
I think
top
he can
10
too.
for
I think,
sure.
I said he can have a better season than
Yeah,
him.
but we all know he's going to be top 10 in the league.
Garrett Wilson, I think, is going to put up 100 plus receptions, 1,500 yards.
There's nothing
He's
wrong
going to have
saying
double-digit touchdowns.
Garrett Wilson can be a top 10 wide receiver
We
next
believe that.
season.
Everybody
That's
also
what-
believes
that's
that.
what I'm
Shake
here
your
with.
hand.
That's what
He's
I'm
going to
here
be
with,
better than
top 10.
Tyreek Hill. What are we doing?
Who's your top 5?
It's got to be Jettis, Chase, Tyreek, AJ's in that conversation. I'll respect Cooper Kupp absolutely. Probably Stefan's that 5 though. I'll put Stefan 5, Cooper 4.
So 6.
6 is AJ.
So you have
got Diggs at
number
7,
2.
probably.
You have Jamar.
No, Diggs is 5.
Oh, sorry, you said
AJ
Diggs.
6. But number one's I disrespected Tay. I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
So
no,
drop
Tay.
AJ.
No, absolutely. It's Diggs is gonna be 6. I'll put Tay at the.
2.
I like Chase a lot.
Tay's the
But
second
yeah,
best receiver in the world.
I won't criticize you too much for that. But Tyreek, what he just did.
You can put
I
Tay,
gotta-
but Chase is not better than Tay.
At this point, yeah, fair.
Like, he's not
fair.
better
But
than
I
Chase.
What's
just
your
said that
argument
Chase
for
could have a
Chase
better
over
year.
Tyreek Hill?
Chase
I
got a
don't.
better year.
I
pretty
don't. I
comfortably.
have. Did
You
I
named the
say
second.
Chase?
Well, I don't
too?
know.
Name the
Tay
second
years be like, yeah.
Apologize. No, Tyreek
G.
Hill, in my
14
opinion, is
TDs.
very calmly the second best wide receiver.
So
in the
AJ
league.
Brown to you 6'7".
In that, yes,
7. He's 7.
It's 7 for sure.
He's 7
AJ
flat.
Brown, to me, we know he's an elite receiver. Depending on the type of scheme you run, you could put him over some of those other guys that could be in the top 3. You could favor AJ Brown over Stephon Diggs. I think that's an argument.
I know. Okay.
That's
Diggs
over
is not
Cooper
top 3,
Kupp.
though.
Diggs
That-
is not top 3.
over
You said
Cooper
top 3.
Kupp.
Cooper
That's
Kupp
an argument.
put together the greatest wide receiver season of all time.
He was on
Last
pace
season,
for like 1,600 yards again.
before he got hurt, he was doing the same shit all over again.
He was on pace
You
to be better than
can't
Jets.
disrespect Cooper.
Unfortunately,
he's
yeah.
locked top 5.
AJ
He's-
Brown and
he's-
Cooper Kupp is not an argument if you want number 1 receiver.
If you're telling me Cup is going to be healthy,
I'm taking Cup.
you're talking
If
about
you're telling me
the
if
second best
AJ
receiver in the
Brown's
league.
within that offense,
He'll be
that
great
he's in-
too, but Cooper Kupp is putting up historic numbers back-to-back years.
It was
before
a
he got
triple
hurt.
crown.
Yeah, I can't
It's no
just
respect
tell
to
you AJ could go in there and
it's
put
just-
up a
it's
triple
just
crown.
like,
now.
we're
AJ
talking
had
about historic
conversations
shit.
that potentially Jetta's doing it. Potentially Garrett Wilson, Tyreek.
I don't think AJ could do
Cooper fucking did it.
I mean, Cooper
he
Kupp,
did it
yes.
and fucking sealed it off with the
Yeah.
championship and Super Bowl MVP. There needs to be a certain level of respect.
Cooper Kupp had the best wide receiver ever. Yes. But
Wide receiver
just
season.
because you wide receiver season, just because you have the best wide receiver season ever doesn't make you a better wide receiver.
Did it
than
again
a lot of
last
other
year.
guys.
Last
He
year
did
he
it
was
again
insane.
last year.
On pace to do it again.
I mean, his
last year. He didn't
separation
do it
is
again.
But
just
he was
like
like 8
1-on-1.
games in, bro. He was gonna do it.
8
It's not like
games
it was
in
not
is
like
not-
2 games.
But he,
Mind you,
there
they
were
were
times it
ass.
matters.
Season.
How much yards did AJ
You
Brown
could
have
have
last
said
year?
1400?
You could have said Stephon Diggs. You could have said AJ Brown. I probably would have been upset, but I'd been like, damn.
But I think that's
I see the vision.
that's a disrespect.
Yeah, AJ had
I feel like you
1496.
discounting Stephon Diggs so easily.
I'm not.
in it
it's
is disrespectful too.
No, it's not. It's
because
listen,
Stephon Diggs and
Stephon
Tyreek
Diggs
Hill is a
it's
legitimate debate.
Oh my god.
Stephon Diggs and Tyreek Hill is a legitimate debate.
Stephon Diggs and who?
Tyreek Hill is a legitimate
I feel
debate.
like all the top 5 guys, outside of
think
the
so.
top 2 spots for me, are debatable.
they got different skill sets, but Stephon Diggs definitely wins in certain categories. As a
He
route
does.
runner,
He's a better route runner.
Yeah.
He's a better
Stephon
route
Diggs is
runner.
arguably
That's it.
second
That's
best
it.
route runner in the league.
Hands
behind
are
Jefferson.
close.
I don't
Or
think
Adams.
Hands
I
are
don't think
close.
Diggs is a better route runner than Tay.
No.
It's definitely close though.
I don't think it's close. I think
Diggs
Tay
has-
is
Diggs
comfortably
has
the best
put
route
himself
runner in the
into
league.
that level.
But Diggs is
And
probably
and
second.
Jett is also like. Are we not?
Jettis
Jettis is
Yeah,
there
Jettis
too.
is
I
not
think
a better
like
route runner.
if we talking Diggs' contemporaries, it's probably Jettis and Tay. They're both comfortably better than him right now.
Like I look at Garrett Wilson, 4.4 speed.
Oh, he's a dog.
That's what I'm
He's a
saying.
dog.
But this
That's
the thing.
why
this
this
the thing.
conversation
no, but this the thing.
irritates me.
No, because he can be in that
'Cause we
elite
love
tier.
Garrett.
We can talk about Garrett Wilson after the season within these names. That's how much he's going to. That's how great he's going to be.
But
this
even
upcoming
if
season.
he does it, we're gonna sit here and say he needs to do it for at least another year before we could put him in a conversation with Jetta's Chase.
This
Yeah,
is
those
not
guys at
year
the top,
after
top,
year.
like
Shit
they're in a
that's pissing
different
me
What you
off
mean?
is that I'm
That's
coming
not
across
true.
like I'm hating on Garrett. That's the
don't
shit
know.
that's
I don't
gonna
think so.
bother me.
Who jumped into that room after just one season outside of Cooper? Because that's a triple.
I'm
Cup
not-
had,
if
Cup had an elite season 2 years prior. Then he tore his ACL, and then he
Jettis
came right
just
back.
walked into that room by himself after this
if
season.
I'm not mistaken, Drew, last year when we did our wide receiver rankings going into the 2022 season, it was rankings that we projected after the 2022 NFL season, these wide receivers were going to be here. You had Jamar Chase 1, you had Jefferson 2, and you had Cooper Kupp 3.
I had Jettis at 1. I had Chase at 2. I had Cup at 3.
I'm pretty sure you had Jamar Chase 1.
I did alter my list. I
Okay,
did
you
think
altered
about
your
it,
list?
but I did have Chase at 2. But he also did break the rookie yards record.
and he was an all-time.
Who did you have in
prospect.
your top 3?
I want to say it was Jetta's Tay Cup,
So really want to hone in on your list.
crying.
but I had
Jamar-
Chase top 5 for sure.
Again, and Garrett Wilson was very good. That of course his rookie season, he was not what Jamar Chase
No,
was.
he wasn't Jamar.
Okay, now You projected Jamar
Quarterback was
Chase.
dog shit.
1,400 yards and 13 touchdowns, something stupid
You
like that.
projected Jamar Chase to be over Cooper Kupp, although Cooper Kupp just won a Triple Crown. Therefore, what Dehls just said about you have to see it for another season, well, that's not necessarily true. You can project it coming into that next season.
Let me ask you a
While
question.
your argument right
Let me ask
here,
you a question.
before you go, I want to finish my thought.
Did Jamar Chase
I want to finish my thought.
and Garrett Wilson look anything similar?
I'm not done. I want to finish my thought.
Did they look
Jamar
anything
Chase
similar?
had 1,400 yards. Garrett Wilson was close to 1,100 with the worst quarterback playing football. If he's playing with the quarterback, can he not get an extra 300 yards? And he didn't even come onto the scene until week 2. I mean, Garrett Wilson, it's not crazy to say that he could have finished. It's not crazy to say that he could finish with 1,400
How many
yards.
TDs did Chase have?
I think he had 13 touchdowns.
Garrett only had 4 his rookie year.
Well, he didn't score a lot of touchdowns.
We had
You
the
sure
worst
didn't.
quarterback playing
Yeah,
football.
that's the problem right there.
Okay.
Y'all ass.
Look
He
at
had,
this. Look at
he
the
had
stats.
14.55. He averaged 18 yards a catch. He had 13 touchdowns.
Just watching Chase was comfortably
No,
better than
just
Wilson.
watching Chase. I know Chase.
13
is
is
better.
hard to replicate regardless
he had
of the, like, who you
81
with.
catches. 81 for
Garrett had 83.
for conversation purposes, right?
Angelo Lester.
Last season, he missed weeks. Jamar missed weeks and had 4 more receptions in 2022 than he did in 2021.
Yeah, Chase is dog. Why are you talking to me?
That's
about
fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, in the production argument, you're not going to lose. Jamar Chase had the better rookie season. There's no doubt about
He
it.
had the best rookie wide receiver season ever.
But wide receiver is dependent on your quarterback. That's a fact. That's a known fact.
It is.
And even with the worst quarterback playing football, Garrett Wilson had close to 1,100 yards.
Okay,
in the
your
weeks,
argument is that
what did the weeks look
you're
with
making
him
your
without
argument,
Zach Wilson?
You're
He
making
was
your
eating
argument
without
sound
Zach.
as if I'm saying Garrett Wilson is an elite. Stop. I don't want to hear
Well,
that.
you said Keenan Allen was better at one point.
I admit I was wrong about that.
Was he wrong at the moment?
And Keenan Allen to end the season last year was
He was
fucking
great.
phenomenal.
Not Garrett.
I don't think he
Yes,
was wrong at the
no.
moment.
For
was the
would you
offseason.
rather?
This
Would you
offseason?
rather? Yes. The answer is
that
Garrett
shit?
Wilson.
You said that this offseason?
I said that if you took Keenan Allen over Garrett Wilson in terms of last season, because Keenan Allen, yes, he was injured, but when he came back, he was one of the most dominant receivers in the game. If someone said Keenan Allen over Garrett Wilson, I could understand that. But in terms of would you rather, you have to take Garrett Wilson because he is going into year 2, and Keenan Allen's towards the end of his career. That's just the truth. I've never denied Garrett Wilson's ability. I've said that he is on his way to elite conversation, and now we're manipulating this conversation to me thinking that
tough word.
Garrett Wilson
manipulating.
I think it'd be
isn't
like
in
8-9.
that category.
I think we
I
finished
can-
like 8-9
I've been here saying that Garrett Wilson's going to
He's
have
still
one of
around,
the best
AJ.
breakout
Yeah,
seasons yet.
What does Drew always say when it comes to? Remember when we had this Jimmy Butler debate, and
Oh,
it
God.
was
Who said he would be better than Tyreek Hill? That's the issue.
Remember when we had this Jimmy Butler debate, and we were just like,
How about we
there are
fucking
certain-
stay on football?
There are certain players, because this ties into it.
I see what- okay,
there
I
are
get what you're
certain
going.
players that you remember
Yeah.
all time in an era. And Drew tried to mention in Jimmy Butler, and he said, well, why are we gatekeeping the amount of players that can be there? So why are we gatekeeping the amount of players that if he's
said
elite,
better
if
than-
he's elite, he's
Joel,
elite.
Joel,
not
get him,
gatekeeping.
bro. Because I'm
he's
tired of
elite,
having
he's
this conversation.
30 minutes and
Please,
now you
Joel.
want to speak.
Joel.
I've been here, but I'm not gonna sit here and
Please,
repeat
bro.
myself for 30 minutes, bro. We're not gatekeeping. We all think Garrett Wilson's elite. We all think this season Garrett Wilson could be damn near top 8 probably. But to put him above Tyreek, who just put up 1,700 yards in a season where where Tua missed 4 or 5 games, I have a hard time putting Garrett, who I'm the biggest fan in the world, above those top 5 guys. Maybe he could be in that conversation for sure with CeeDee Lamb, with AJ Brown, maybe at the absolute top, Stephon Diggs. But that top 4 or 5 is pretty solidified of like, these are going to be all-time great receivers.
Well, this is the disconnect right here. Right now, let's just make it clear. We're not talking about a list right now. I'm not making a list of top
saying
wide.
next season.
I'm not making a top list of wide receivers and putting Garrett Wilson over Tyreek Hill. Yes, Tyreek Hill is better, and he's shown to be better. He has a resume to do so. What I'm simply saying is that Garrett Wilson can walk into that tier. And the disconnect we have is You're telling me at the absolute best he could be Stephon Diggs. Well, I think Stephon Diggs is right there with Tyreek Hill. I don't give a damn what you guys say. Stephon Diggs is one of them ones. He's one of those top 3 players. So if you're telling me, if you're telling me that Garrett Wilson could be at the very top of the top like a Stephon Diggs, then I think he could be at that level too.
Isn't Tyreek? Diggs is a dog.
I think Stephon Diggs and Tyreek are in the same tier.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with you saying that you think Garrett Wilson could get to that level. The disconnect is you said bar for bar that Garrett can be better than Tyreek. That's what you said.
I do think so. I think after this season, we look at the receptions, we look at the yards, we look at I think Garrett Wilson can have better stats than him.
And that's what the disconnect was.
But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. And when we talk about Jamar Chase, his second season, Joe Burrow became the best deep ball thrower in football. Garrett Wilson had nobody to throw him any go balls.
I don't disagree.
I'm not saying that Jamar Chase is not better than Garrett. I love Jamar Chase, and he is one of the top receivers in the game. But Garrett Wilson was limited with the type of receptions he could come up with, and he still had over 80 receptions with bad quarterback play. With the quarterback like Rodgers, who is going to hit him on goal balls, going to hit him with back shoulder touchdown passes. We seen the dime he hit him within the preseason. Garrett Wilson, it's not crazy to say he's going to finish with a 10-plus touchdown season.
Valid.
He could have 120-plus receptions. He can have a 1,500-yard season. Garrett Wilson can have that type of statistical dominance. There's a reason why he's been a sleeper for Offensive Player of the Year. It's not.
Reed can do that again. He's already done that. He can do that again.
Yes, I know Tyreek Hill is capable of doing that again. But all I'm saying is Garrett Wilson, I think, is going to walk into that conversation. And it's not crazy for wide receivers to walk into those conversations so early. Jefferson did it in year 1, year 2. Jamar Chase did it in year 1.
But you have to see the numbers they did it with.
They were historic is the only
thing.
Like Garrett was great, and the quarterback play was terrible, but he wasn't historic. Regardless.
Jamar Chase did it with 1,400 his rookie year. Phenomenal. Yes. We understand that was historic. We understand that's historic. If Garrett Wilson has a 15 to 1,600-yard season, but that's what I think the statistics are going to be for him after this year.
Maybe.
He's going to be that type of receiver.
Hey, if he does
that. He had 1,413 TDs as a rookie. He never played NFL football before. He walked in and did that.
He didn't play his last year of college.
He missed a year of college.
Yeah, so
he sat out. He said, I don't want to risk injury. I'm not going to play.
Yeah.
No doubt. Doing that as rookie is tough. But I'm just saying.
Tough.
We've seen.
No one's ever done it.
We've seen. Well, Jefferson, if you count, because he had an extra game, Jamar Chase.
Yes, but he broke the record before in week 17.
Both of them historic.
Yeah. We could love,
but
Garrett
Jefferson
Wilson,
didn't get going.
Why do we do this?
Jefferson didn't get going until week 3.
What the fuck?
I've been up here saying it.
Jefferson didn't get going until week 3.
Yeah, it was week 3. Correct.
Yeah.
And he still did it.
He's one of them ones.
He still did it.
I know.
Garrett is elite. Garrett's gonna be top 8 for sure.
But I'm saying it's not. We've seen.
No, it's
this
crazy.
Often. We've seen
to mention his name and Tyreek Hill.
We've seen receivers in year 2 break out if they're like that, if they're that elite. Yeah, and I think Garrett Wilson's like that.
I think we all would have agreed if you just didn't mention Tyreek Hill's name. If you would have said he could walk himself into that conversation of the, you know what I mean?
So if I said Stephon Diggs, you guys would be perfectly fine.
I wouldn't be fine. I wouldn't be fine.
Damn.
I wouldn't be fine.
Still wouldn't.
Damn, Garrett's
but I wouldn't have had an uproar
happen.
if it was Dehls. I'd be like, come on, bro. Like, what we doing here? But like, Reek is like, well,
I still don't think that happens.
No.
Stephon Diggs.
If you would have told me as an Eagles fan he could be better than AJ Brown, I'd be like, probably.
Stephon Diggs is what I think Garrett can become. I think Garrett could be better after the catch.
That is an amazing compliment.
But it's just year 2, it's hard to become just Stephon Diggs walking 100-plus catches, 1,500-plus yards, one of the best receivers in football.
So what do you think Garrett's going to do?
I think realistically, he could get around 1,300 yards. 13.
So you don't see 1,500.
15's in the realm of possibility.
So
Tyreek just had 17.
So you don't think it's dark horse
Waddle
OPOY?
No, I think that's a great dark horse pick.
He had Waddle on the team also, so he has to share shit with other people. Yeah.
Well, Garrett thankfully has no one to compete with.
So hey, maybe
he's gonna have he's gonna get 10 targets a game.
He will get double teamed every.
He's
play.
gonna get the Tate type usage that Rodgers had.
Hopefully Hackett draws him open, man.
When you play the Eagles, we will double team this shit.
Hey, triple double team. Why wouldn't I when I don't have to work? What, Alan Lazard?
I'm not moved.
I think the harsh reality you're going to run into is that Russ was more the problem, and he's going to get benched this year.
We don't have to bring it up. You saw his tweet, though, right?
No,
his tweet was nuts.
Oh, no, I did see that.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's getting benched this year for sure.
We gotta have.
I'm happy I live in that head of yours so comfortably.
I know we've been doing it on TikTok, but we gotta have like a bold predictions or hot takes segment where we could say shit like that. That's what I need.
I thought
You
we
think
did.
that's a hot take, saying Russ is going to get benched?
I think that's
Who's
pretty
the,
hot.
Who's the backup?
Jarrett Stidham.
Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's like
Jarrett
that's
Stidham
like,
played
damn.
well against the Rams.
At that point, I'll just keep rushing. Like, listen, man. Listen, just
Figure
go ahead.
this shit out.
Yeah, figure it out.
We
man.
still got you for 200
Jarrett
mil.
Stidham played well against the Niners.
I know.
Yeah, the game.
Preseason?
No,
Nah, in
in
the
the
regular
regular
season.
season last season.
When Derek Carr it was done.
That's why I was happy to get Jarrett Stidham.
So
God
Stidham
forbid
moves
Russ
you,
goes
but not
down.
Brock Purdy.
neither of them moved me.
Okay,
Yeah.
Undefeated doesn't move people nowadays.
But I think Russell.
weak ass 1100 yards, dude.
How
Russell
about we
Wilson,
talk about the NFC East, man?
Yeah, we're
week
almost
1100 from who?
What?
Week who?
Oh, you heard me? I didn't think
They
you
talking
heard
about
me.
Garrett Wilson.
I didn't think you
Oh,
was
you're
gonna
gonna
hear me.
see. Listen,
I
and
didn't think you was
Dehls,
gonna
he's
hear
this
me.
Jets fan, whatever.
They'll let you get away with everything.
Not no Jets fan.
I love.
You know what, bro?
Tyreek.
You can't be a Jets fan unless you say that Garrett Wilson will be better than Tyreek
Unless you
Hill,
believe in Garrett
Stephon
Wilson. Yes,
Diggs.
sir.
Who
I
the
couldn't sit
fuck
here and
on
shit on
planet
Garrett.
Earth doesn't believe in Garrett
He's
Wilson?
gonna flip this.
I'm asking everyone
Yeah,
out
he's
there,
gonna flip
tell
this.
me, do you believe in Garrett Wilson? Do you?
He's gonna be like, all I said was walk into the
I'm
conversation.
almost
call us
100% confident that 100% of this audience will say, I believe in Garrett Wilson. 100% of this audience.
Do they believe he'll have a top 5 wide receiver season
No,
in 2023?
no, they won't.
Okay, so that's the disconnect
Wait,
right
so
there.
can I ask you a question? Did Tua, whatever his last name, have a top 7
Tagovailoa.
quarterback season?
By the numbers, I guess you could say that.
Oh, really?
Wow,
But
look
he,
at
you don't think he's close to the top 7?
That's
Is
good.
that not the same thing you're doing with Garrett Wilson?
So you're telling me that you think Garrett Wilson production is going to be fake?
Huh?
You're telling me you think
No,
Garrett
you
Wilson
think
production
he's
is going to be
going to be fake.
No,
I'm
I
just
never said
asking
that.
you treat Tua and his numbers like they don't mean shit to you. So I'm asking you, if Garrett Wilson does the same thing with the numbers, is it still going to be the same, or you're like, nah, those are
Because
legit?
we've seen Tua heavily inflate his numbers against weak competition, and then once he faced good competition, he was
It is
bottom
tough to
barrel.
quarterback receiver.
Garrett Wilson.
is. It
The
is.
Jets have one of the toughest schedules in football this year. So if Garrett Wilson puts up
I
any
believe
type,
Tua also has a touchdown.
Oh, not yeah, he didn't
Everyone
have
in the
last
AFC
year.
does.
But
Oh, Tua inflated
until
his
the back
numbers
end of
against
year.
the Ravens when he threw for 6 touchdowns, over 400 yards. He inflated his numbers with that one, man. Yuck. Yuck.
I'm
I
saying
can't stand quarterbacks that do that. Fuck. Pisses me off.
What did he do against the Chargers? What
They
was
play
his?
like shit.
What was
I remember
that?
that.
Didn't play well.
What was his stat line
He
in
had
the
like
first half?
100-ish yards.
Three for
I think he had
three
one of my
for
greatest
17.
W's.
Hey,
It was
in the
ugly. It was so
snow.
ugly.
In the snow. He left the field winning against the Bills.
He lost.
I don't want to hear that shit. Left the field winning.
He
You think
did.
Josh Allen walks into the championship game like I left the game winning?
I think
Yes.
I think
Fuck.
Garrett Wilson could be top 5 in yards. I think it's possible.
What
That
I'm
is
saying is
possible.
that Garrett Wilson, us facing tough defenses, if he puts up that type of numbers, it's going to be really legit.
But
And it's
nobody
hard for
looks at-
receivers. It's hard for receivers to put fake numbers.
Nobody
too.
looks at
You think?
defenses for receivers.
Wait, hold on. You think
just
Terrell
go out there and
Pryor's
eat.
1,000 yards was real?
No.
It was yeah. I mean, well, it literally was. And he didn't do it again.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
No, I'm saying not saying Garrett. I like Garrett. Garrett cool. Wide receivers coming out fake numbers.
Yeah, but I mean,
There are
Garrett's-
times.
Christian
but-
Kirk's 1K was fraudulent.
No, it wasn't.
Don't agree. Don't agree.
Bro,
Don't
he
agree.
was-
he's
I was
always
moved.
around
around
by
that
college.
I was
800
moved.
to
I was
1,000.
moved.
I wasn't moved.
I was moved.
He won't do it again.
He might not do it again, but he's still a great receiver.
No,
He's
no.
a good complimentary receiver.
No, I'm happy to be wrong about Christian Kirk, bro. Christian Kirk is like that.
He might not do it
Like
again
that.
because Calvin Ridley's going to be the number one there.
Oh, yeah,
for
he's-
sure.
yes.
But Christian Kirk, probably a top number 2 in the NFL,
Was
a
that
top
like
second
top
option.
25?
He's definitely one of the best slot receivers in the game.
You think Calvin Ridley or DJ Moore has a better year?
Calvin Ridley.
I think Calvin Ridley because he has Trevor Lawrence.
I,
If they
Wasn't
switch,
sure.
I would say DJ Moore.
okay,
Yeah. So
you're a big DJ Moore guy and you're a big Fields guy. So
I love DJ, you know, but I think Justin Fields will have a better running year than Nick Chubb.
better running year than Nick Chubb.
We're talking about like 1,600 rushing yards.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yo, calm the fuck down, man.
What did he have? 1,300 in like 7 games last year, Fields?
It wasn't 7 games, but yeah.
I'm just saying. Bold take.
Calm down. No. Let's
Like that's why we need the bold take show for shit like that.
He almost broke the record.
What do you think the Eagles record is going to be?
Chubb had
next year?
1,500 last year.
He had 1,500?
Yeah.
In how many games?
He played
all of
17.
them.
No, how many games that he actually like went in there and started running the ball?
I'm talking about Nick Chubb at 1,500.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
don't
thought you were
know.
talking about
That's like
Fields.
No, Fields at 11 something.
Yeah.
Listen.
Let me see. Fields had 1143 in 15 games.
Listen, one of those games he had 20 yards.
I'm sure Chubb had a game where he was bad.
Chubb's offensive line's great.
What do you think the Eagles record is going to be?
13 wins.
13 wins?
I think that's the floor.
Oh, thank God, we're
Floor,
finally moving
holy
on.
fuck.
No, that's not even crazy.
No, I have the Eagles at 12-5.
Who do you have us losing to?
I'd have to go back through the schedule.
Let's do it real quick.
12-5.
Yeah. I have the entire division coming down. I have the Eagles, Cowboys, Giants have the same, but an extra loss, and Commanders all with less wins.
What do you have the Cowboys at?
I have the Cowboys 11-6,
Giants?
9-8, and Commanders 5-12.
I'll be honest, I don't see a single L in the first 5 weeks.
Let me ask. I could not agree more. It's week 1 against New England at New England. That's a W. Vikings, the respectable team for sure. That's
Bucks,
a W.
W. Commanders, W. Rams, W. Even
W.
Jets. We can beat the Jets.
At the Jets,
course,
I
yeah.
get
Yeah,
it.
of course.
We can beat Miami and Philly.
Your favorite
I-
for
You
the
could beat
Jets.
Miami.
And then we'll go back to
Your favorite against the Jets, against Miami.
I
I
favored
would
against everybody, if we're being honest.
agreed.
Yeah, you're right.
I have splitting with Dallas. At Kansas City. We can have a loss here.
I think they could lose one of the 4 games against the Giants or Commanders.
Versus Buffalo, that's a great game. The Niners, that's another great game. I still
That's where
think
the
that I'm
stretch you
taking
think we
the
get
Eagles
those,
here.
Those L's, that stretch right there.
It's
12?
a tough stretch. 12-5.
Really, man?
So, Dehls, you have Eagles 12-5, Cowboys 11-6, Giants 8-9,
9-8.
9-8, and you have the Commanders
5 and
5-12.
Yes.
Riv, what do you have?
Ugh, I didn't do the numbers.
It's all right. I can go.
I just had Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants.
So you have the Commanders over the Giants.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
want to hear these numbers now.
I'll do it real quick. And
He's
I'll
just
come
doing
back
it to fucking be stupid. Whatever. Eagles, I have 14 wins, 14-3. Cowboys, 12-5. I have the Giants, 10 wins, 7 losses. I
to you. I'm
have
the stupid one.
I thought you had them at 11 wins.
No,
Before the
come on,
show,
bro.
they were 11.
For the show conversation purposes, see where you guys' heads
Bastard.
at. And the Commanders, I have them going 7-10. And I really tried to get the Commanders with a respectable amount of wins. Last year they had 8. This year they have, in my opinion, the toughest schedule in the NFC East. I know we did it a couple weeks back talking about the Giants. Then I felt a little less confident going over the schedule. After really looking over it, Giants and Commanders, comparing the two schedules, it's night and day. The Commanders shit is a nightmare. We're going to go over it, but I actually feel bad for them because the defensive line, their front seven's really talented. The offense, I'm excited for it. Terry starting the year off hurt. That's not ideal, but the offense should be a lot better, especially with Eric Bieniemy calling the plays. The secondary's still bad. That's a big reason why I couldn't give them a lot of wins, but you have, to start the season, you have Arizona. That should be a W, but Denver, Buffalo, Philly.
Denver's not a tough game, bro. You have to stop having Denver as a tough game.
In Denver?
It's not a
It's
tough
in
game.
Denver. That's why it's a tough game.
It's not a tough game.
We are
the
one of the,
Broncos are not a.
we're one of the best home teams there is in terms of
you don't
environment.
even have to believe in Russ. Their
Yeah.
defense is going to be elite again. The offense is going to be better than last year, and they're home.
It's a
Elite
tough.
again.
Even
K'Wan Williams just had ankle surgery.
it doesn't matter.
to start the
Mathis
season.
actually was not bad, and I told you this. We had this conversation.
Mathis was okay. You're relying on
How
a
many
second
wins
year
are
player.
Commanders?
I have 7 wins.
Okay.
But do you have them 5?
5.
Okay, I mean,
And I struggled to get 5.
I get it. No, I struggled to get 7. But again, if you want to have the toss up with Denver, if you think that that's
Are
not,
the Commanders'
I have this. Sorry.
schedule tough, or do you just not believe in them like you do the Giants?
It's that because I just
Again-
looked at both the schedules. It's the same exact
I
schedule.
They
disagree.
face the same teams. They really do.
But
do.
in the grand
And
scheme
the
of
Giants
things,
aren't that much better than the Commanders. They're really not.
What?
They're not. I don't think they're
I
that
think
much.
they're-
I think if you have
they're
this,
well better coached.
for sure,
They have
but
the
if you-
better
if you-
quarterback. They have the better running back.
That's what I think the problem. If you have this if you don't know what Sam Howell is, so that's where the disconnect is with the Washington Commanders. But if Sam Howell is decent, then you have Terry McLaurin, you have Jahan Dotson, you
The
have Curtis
Giants
Samuel.
front 7 is really fucking
Not
good.
better than Washington.
Washington's front 7 has been one of the best in the league.
I mean,
It's-
Dexter Lawrence is fringe elite.
close.
Chase Young, Jonathan
Cave,
Allen, Deron
Chase
Payne,
Young at this
Montez
point,
Sweat.
are we? It's,
They want to trade
Chase Young is still a
Young.
great player.
Okay,
He's still,
so
yeah.
I can understand that. I agree with you. Chase Young, when
They
he's
still
on the
have
field, is
Montez Sweat
great.
out there, too.
Kayvon Thibodeau shaped up to become really fucking good in his rookie season. You could have made the conversation that if he was ready to go from the start, he really could have made some noise for defensive. Oh, that's wrong because obviously Sauce was great, but in terms of defensive linemen, it was Aiden Hutchinson. Honestly, Kayvon Thibodeau was right there. So really,
Their front
Kayvon
seven is-
Thibodeau
they're
year
both-
2, I'm expecting him to take a huge leap. We mentioned it
They're
before the show.
Yeah.
Leonard Williams also on top of it, bringing in Bobby Okereke. Obviously, taking a flyer on Isaiah Simmons. I'm not the hugest on Isaiah Simmons, but just getting him for as low of a price, seeing what you can get from him. They're in the business of acquiring defensive talent. You bring in Deontay Banks at the cornerback position in the first round, especially because your secondary was getting torched up basically all season long when Adoree Jackson wasn't on the field. Xavier McKinney now comes back onto the scene. Hopefully he doesn't have
I
any
think the
injuries.
Giants have a better secondary.
For sure, that's
Yeah,
easy.
I think,
Yeah,
but I think the
Washington
front
is-
seven.
Think?
I think
I think it's the opposite. I think the defensive lines are similar.
Yeah, they're definitely on the same.
Bobby Okereke, he's average.
He's
an
average.
average linebacker, but
They needed
the
anything.
Commanders don't have Cody Barnes, a linebacker. They're inside linebacker.
They don't have
so
linebackers.
that is not really moving me.
No
the
doubt.
secondary, the Commanders quietly have one of the best safety duos in football with Cameron Curl.
Their corners
But last
are young.
year
though.
they gave
just
up-
drafted Emmanuel Forbes, if I'm not mistaken.
They have a corner opposite of him who's good though. If I believe, I think it's Kendall Fuller. If I'm not
yeah,
mistaken,
I think he's still there.
How
Washington's defense
Both-
is better
I
top
did
to
it.
bottom.
So I did it. I have
What'd you
both of them finishing 7 and 10.
Okay.
The major advantage is with
14
coaching.
for the
The
Eagles?
Giants have much better coaching.
13. I was trolling.
Okay.
Cowboys at 12 and 5.
See, this
So
is
they're-
why.
they're right, but
This is
I don't
why I
think-
knew seeing that the NFC prediction first would get tricky because as soon as we gave our predictions, we were just going to have an onslaught of talking about every single team. So, do we want to start with the Giants?
Let's start with the Eagles first.
Okay,
because
that's why I say because I know how we are. We got ADHD brains. We could just go and just talk
Around
about
and
it.
around, yeah.
But let's stay organized. So we want to go by the Eagles first.
we want to go by the Eagles first.
Okay.
But the conversation was Commanders
That's what I'm
versus
saying.
Giants.
We could talk about it.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
might as well because the Eagles and Cowboys, I feel is going to be easy. Sweet by. We know what they're going to be. Elite, top of the tops.
All right, very
Let the-
simple. If we're going to talk about the Giants, I need to get some things off my chest.
Andrew
First
Thomas,
things
there we
first.
go.
Shout out to the G-Men Nation. I don't even know if that's a
Whose
real
jersey
thing, but
is
we
that?
need something.
Thomas.
Take it easy.
Andrew Thomas.
We Giants fan as a collective need to come together and come up with something creative.
Like a 95
There's just
overall.
nothing really that gets me going when it comes to chants about the Giants. G-Men's cool, but let's be real. We need something more that stands out.
You want to rewrite G-Men?
Yeah, man. I think so.
A
Something.
Giants fan wants to change what Giants chant.
No, it's
Giants fans
it's
chant.
the chant that we need.
Oh, okay,
I feel like
okay.
the Giants don't have a chant, and I had conversations
have a
with
JTS.
who I want to give shout out to. Shout out to Big Chuck. Shout out to Rip to the Max. Shout out to Frank the Tank. Shout out to all the guys that are supporting the Giants. Shout out to G Boogie,
Oh,
even though
I
he's
didn't know.
fringe. He's fringe. We know that. Shout out to Andrew Thomas, my brother who's on my back. Share the same name. Love him. Shout out to Saquon Barkley, who brought himself back and is going to be on that 1-year prove-it deal. Shout out to, of course, Brian Dable, who came in and changed how you have to look at New York football. And most importantly, shout out to Daniel Vanilla Vic Jones. He's here. He's proven last season was a taste. It was a trailer. 2023 is the full movie. 22 total touchdowns, over 800 rushing, 15 passing touchdowns to Darius Slayton, to Isaiah Hodgins. Shout out to him. He's another one that
Richie
Oh,
deserves
James
respect and
left
acknowledgement.
to KC.
Richie James, see you later. The fact that Darius Slayton had to be his wide receiver 1, it's sad. But here we are talking about the New York
Shout out to him,
Football
though.
Giants. Revived, revamped, something. They realized, oh, we got something going on here. Let's bring in some people. Let's bring in Darren Waller to get my boy Daniel Jones some help. Let's bring in Paris Campbell just to get some extra depth at the wide receiver position. We believe in Isaiah Hodgins. That's going to be our wide receiver 1. And he showed some great film last season, deservedly so. Daniel Jones has a great connection with him. God willing, Sterling Shepard's able to stay healthy because I've said it all along. He has a great rapport with Sterling Shepard whenever he's on the field. Great things happen. The offensive line, they draft the center. They bring in Glowinski. Of course, Evan Neal going into year 2. He was bad rookie season, no doubt about it. But the hope and the expectation is that he takes a leap in year 2. On the defensive side of the ball, I mentioned it. You bring in Deontay Banks in the first round to address your need, absolute need at the cornerback position to pair with Adoree Jackson. You bring in Bobby Okereke. Like I mentioned, Isaiah Simmons comes into town. You extend Dexter Lawrence because he's one of the leaders in the building. Kayvon Thibodeau going into year 2. There's some great things going on in New York. Don't get caught in casual alert. Don't do that because last year y'all slept. I said, hey, this team could win. This team could win 7-8 games. Don't be surprised. Y'all called me crazy then. Now, don't be surprised when the Giants win double-digit games this year. It's that simple. Brian Dable is going to solidify himself as a top 3 head coach. Coach of the year last season. He's one of the best offensive minds in this game. And now that you give him a little bit more weapons room, Daniel Jones will definitely prove to be one of the better QBs in the National Football League. Respect Danny Dimes. Respect the New York Football Giants. We're talking about a 10-win at least team.
At least.
Will make the playoffs yet again.
That means ceiling's what, 13 wins?
No, the ceiling's 11.
Okay,
The ceiling's 11.
Floor's 10, ceiling's 11. Okay.
I actually, bro, it's so funny you say that. I was talking to Charles about it, and I said, bro, the floor, 10 wins. The ceiling, 11.
It's a tough schedule.
It's a tough schedule, but even with that, and me respecting the Philadelphia Eagles, who they see 2 times in the last 3 weeks of the season, who I believe, depending on
on situation whether the Eagles are allowed to or are in a luxury to sit their players in week 18. Maybe we could start to have conversation if the Giants really, which I mean the NFC is weak, so we'll see what happens. But maybe they could sneak out of one week 18 if the Giants players are playing. But I have the respect to the Eagles that I have the Giants losing both to them. But I still believe this is a double-digit win team.
Sound talk football.
Tough.
Let's get to it.
Tough slate.
You
Listen,
had something you sent me earlier. Do you want to say it?
we'll get to it later.
Okay.
Because that is not even.
Daniel Jones
That's like
again?
on. I sent that to you because I didn't even need that, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Like I didn't need
So
that.
you wanted me to read it.
I just wanted you to know to understand. That's it.
I want to know what it is now.
It's hilarious. I
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
it clearly.
I have a picture of it. We'll show it later on the show. But
It's giggleable.
listen, the Giants had a phenomenal season in 2022. They did. They're building a great culture. Brian Daboll had the best coaching job that I've seen in a while.
Don't disagree, man.
In 2021, the Giants' offensive attack, third down avoidance, they were 31st. They turned that around to number 6 last year. Red zone conversion rate, they were 32nd in 2021. They turned that around to number 7. Brian Daboll was able to avoid third downs. He was able to convert in the red zone.
Brian Dable.
And that,
Brian Dable did that. Only Brian Dable.
yeah, that's the schematic.
Just keep
of
that
it.
in mind.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Only. Got it.
So Brian Daboll was able to turn around an offense. And Drew, I do say Brian Daboll because Dehls, Riv, who was on the team in 2021? Was Daniel Jones on the team?
Yeah, he was dog.
Was
shit.
Saquon Barkley on the team?
How many games?
Was Andrew
Saquon was-
Thomas?
How many games did
Saquon missed
both of those guys
Wait,
miss?
was Andrew Thomas on the team?
How many games did
was-
Andrew
He's a
Thomas
rookie,
miss?
right?
Hey, Dehls, just give me a guess. What do you think Daniel Jones's completion percentage in 2021 in the red zone was?
Red zone?
Yes.
63%.
It was
going in the 20s.
39%.
Oh, damn.
The absolute worst in the NFL. So, yes, Brian Daboll came in and implemented a brand new
Definitely wasn't no
offensive
receivers.
scheme.
But you do remember what happened when Daniel Jones missed time with the New York Football Giants in 2021, right?
They went from worst to
They turned
horrible.
they turned into a bottom 10 team to by far and away the worst team in the league. That they were on 3rd and 9 running a QB draw.
That's a Joe fucking Judge.
I'll be honest, going from the 10th worst to the worst is not moving me.
Oh, it moves you when
You're still not in the playoffs.
I
Joe
don't
Judge
disagree
is
with
also
you there,
dog shit.
but no, Joe Judge is one of the worst head coaches we've seen in some time. Adam
So
Gase
I think Brian Daboll, to me, he deserves the ultimate credit when I talk about the Giants
and
because
Hackett too.
you change around the culture with the Giants, and now they're a team that is respectable. Wink Martindale, while the Giants' efficiency on defense was not good, on third down and in the red zone, they got stops. I do think that is due for some regression, just because, I mean, last year, you have the 28th overall defense in efficiency, and they're going to face a tougher schedule this year, especially a tougher offensive schedule. The reason why I'm skeptical on the Giants, though, coming into this year, is because the offensive line is still at the bottom of the league.
Don't
in
disagree.
terms of pass and run win rates, they're bottom 20. I think they're even lower. They're between the 25s
Offensive
and the
line's
30s.
bad.
They're not good. Maybe you see some growth from Evan Neal.
Mm-hmm.
You see
Gotta hope.
John Michael Schmitz as a rookie become
Mm-hmm.
like Creed Humphrey, which is just an anomaly. We don't really see that
No
often.
doubt. And Mike Lewinsky's not good. He's not
I
that
think
good.
the defense is going to regress a little bit, especially on third downs in the red zone. A lot of that comes down to just timely moments, and you're facing
got
better.
better.
But you're facing better offenses. They got slightly better, and now you're facing a way tougher schedule. So for me, I think the defense is bound for some regression, not a ton, because Wink Martindale has an amazing scheme in blitzing and getting off the field on third down. But I do think there'll be some.
Yeah.
And then lastly, it's just Daniel Jones is the reason why I'm skeptical on the Giants. That's the reason. The
I
man-
remember, man. I remember the good old days. I remember
That's
when I
until
wasn't.
I saw
when
him
I
a couple
really,
years in the NFL, and
Nah,
yes,
man.
you changed your mind on the player.
Man, I really do remember.
I want
Now,
McDonald's
Dehls,
bad.
I really got to stop
Love you,
claiming. I got to stop really giving my stamp to quarterbacks, man. Because maybe Joel actually would start to wisen up.
Now, Dehls, listen, the man who has no weaknesses does indeed have some weaknesses. He does
nice
have some
callback.
weaknesses.
I knew that was coming up at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Started 16 games, threw 15 passing touchdowns. I understand he had 7 or was it 8 rushing, either or 22 or 23 total touchdowns isn't that impressive to
22
me.
total. Oh, but 800 rushing isn't?
No, it is.
With one of the worst offensive lines in the game? With
800 rushing
receivers
is
that
impressive.
ran an average 40 of 4.8?
Happy.
Daniel Jones to me, as a rusher, he really let loose, and I think that's the good thing about the Giants. He did average more yards per carry as a rusher than a passer.
kinda hilarious.
That's kind of funny to me. This is Daniel Jones, though. Yards per attempt, he was 30th in the NFL. Average up target, one of the lowest. Generated a -1 EPA or worse on 20% of his dropbacks, a career worst for him. In the red zone, he was elite. So, Drew, to your point, the red zone had a lot to do with Daniel Jones' improvement. He was number 1 in EPA per dropback, number 1 in success rate, but they passed the ball at the 6th lowest rate in the red zone. And they didn't pass the ball in the red zone.
Why would they?
They ran the ball in the red zone. That's within the 20-yard line. And Daniel Jones in the red zone was 31st on air yards, 3.9 air yards per attempt, and only 18 of his passes went beyond the line of scrimmage. So to me, the Giants said, when we get here, we're going to take as much off of Daniel Jones' plate as possible. And every single
That's really how you see it.
every
That's
single
hilarious
every
way
single
to write it.
every single attempt that
not
we
that
make
their wide
passing,
receiver one's
we
Darius
are not
Slayton.
going to
No.
pass down the field. We are going to minimize risk as much as possible. Daniel Jones was solid last season. He didn't go above and beyond. He didn't make mistakes.
Have you seen
He
him
was
this preseason?
solid.
I don't know if you have.
And for preseason,
Because we're here stock
we're
up
talking
on
about a
Kenny
fifth
Pickett.
year
Have you
season,
seen
season,
Daniel
second
Jones?
season. He's
Should
in the
have been
second
stock
season.
up.
Oh, it shouldn't need to be. Daniel Jones, it should be a known fact that he's like that.
And then I look at just sample sizes from other years. Daniel Jones, this was his first year that he was great in the red zone, gets Brian Dable. The year before, like I told you, he was dead last in completion percentage at, it was 37.7%, close to 39, but not so. 2022, he finished 7th at 70%. But the Giants chose to run it in the red zone, and really they avoided passing it because they didn't want Daniel Jones to make mistakes there. Running backs were second in EPA inside the red zone for the Giants, so the rushing game was working. And like I said, Daniel Jones as a rusher was a big positive
One of the best
for the
rushing
Giants.
quarterbacks in the league.
But here's the alarming thing. Outside of the red zone, so 80 yards of field, Daniel Jones was 38th out of 47 quarterbacks on first downs and EPA per attempt. The easiest passing down, Daniel Jones is one of the worst quarterbacks. Third and fourth down, he completed 56% of his passes, which ranked 39th. Like I said earlier, Jones had more yards per carry than he did yards per pass completed. In 2023, they're facing a tougher schedule. They're projected to face the league's most difficult schedule of defenses. And Daniel Jones, against top 15 defenses last year, was very subpar. I look at division games versus Washington, Dallas, Philadelphia. They all have good defenses. Eagles and Cowboys have elite ones. Daniel Jones in division games, in 5 games, 5.9 yards per attempt. He took 16 sacks in 5 games and
Great
4
for him.
total touchdowns in 5 games. Versus the defenses in his division, he struggles. He struggled last year, and versus good defense last year, he struggled. And on top of facing teams in the division, this is the defenses he's going to face this year. Eagles and the Cowboys twice. The Patriots, the Niners, the Jets, the Saints, the Bills. 9 games against top 10 pass defenses. The Giants gave Daniel Jones a 2-year deal, realistically, for a reason. They are not even as sold as you are on Daniel Jones, Drew. They just needed a quarterback for the year.
Gave him $80 million. They're sold.
$80 million, and they got an out. It was a 4-year deal. They have an out after 2 years.
How do you justify saying that the team doesn't believe in someone when they gave him $80 million, bro?
And the Giants led by a touchdown in just 4 games this year. The only other team that led by over a touchdown in fewer games were the Texans. The Giants barely got by last year. And this year they're facing a tougher schedule. I still think Daniel Jones is a huge question mark. Outside of the red zone, I'm talking about every single down, he was 27th outside the red zone. In the red zone, he was elite. But outside the red zone, 80 yards, he was 27th. He didn't make mistakes, but it's also because they weren't asking him to throw the ball down the field. The longer you throw it for, the farther you throw it for, the more risk of interceptions you have. And this past season, Brian Dable limited that to a T. So, yes, I do think it was a phenomenal coaching job by Brian Dable. I do see regression from the Giants. Hey, if Daniel Jones comes out firing and surprises me,
Let's be serious.
then albeit, I'll say I'm wrong. But to me, I'm just not confident that's going to happen. I think that Daniel Jones has given us enough of a sample size in his career that we can kind of know what type of quarterback he is.
Yeah, but to be fair to Daniel Jones, he's drastically improved, right? His rookie year, he showed out, ton of turnovers, but he showed flashes. A couple years in between were not great, but then last year he cleaned a lot of it up. This Giants team and the whole NFC East is difficult to project because all of these fans who love their teams are going to look at their offseason and be like, we got better, whether it's through the draft, free agency. There was really no team in this division that lost a huge piece that they can't overcome. But since their schedule got so much harder, and since their schedule last season was more or less pretty fucking easy when compared to the rest of the NFL, all of these teams have come down in the win column to me. Now the Giants are the same wins, 9-8. They were 9-7-1 last season. First-time head coach, of course, Brian Daboll. Middle of the pack in terms of points scored. Middle of the pack in terms of points against. Overall, they were a pretty average team. They were in the NFC, though, so they were able to get into the playoffs. An insane game against the Vikings where that was by far and away Daniel Jones' best game of his career. That was where my infamous Daniel Jones has no weaknesses.
Doesn't.
I go out there, I'm watching Zach Wilson and the Jets for 18 weeks. I see Daniel Jones. I said, we can win a fucking Super Bowl with this guy.
Tell me, what is his weakness?
Passing down the field, he definitely struggles with. Tight window throws, he definitely struggles with. And understandable, it could be part of the receivers, but I went in, I did a little bit of digging just because I was curious.
Yo, Reception Perception, if you're listening, we love your work.
We do
Get
love
the Daniel Jones profile,
we do love his work. First, the good. He cleaned up, I think, about 90% of his mistakes from prior years.
Absolutely.
He was taking too many sacks. He was inaccurate. He was throwing too many interceptions, fumbling the ball. Right, he had a lot of things he needed to clean up. This year, a ton of it was cleaned up. Completed 67% of his passes, 3,200 yards. 22 total touchdowns is obviously low, but he also had the lowest interception percentage of the entire NFL. So even though the throws weren't exactly, tight window throws, the most impressive, the throws he was making, he was hitting them on a dime to his credit.
Jared Goff was
for sure,
low too.
For sure. And Jared Goff has had a kind of great career in the NFL. You know what I mean? For what's, compared to other guys who are number one overall picks. But when you go and look at plays down the field, PFF's big time throws, which are graded as either tight window or tight window down the field, he didn't really have many. I mean, he had only 23 attempts of 20-plus yards. To put that in perspective, Sam Darnold attempted 25 passes of 20-plus yards. He had 300 less attempts than Daniel Jones. He only had, this is Daniel Jones, 6 big-time throws, 10 throws of 20-plus yards. And I know you might say the weapons and, the other issues that go in it, offensive line, but guys who had more completions of 20-plus or more big-time throws, we're looking at Davis Mills, Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz, Mitch Trubisky in 4 or 5 games, Zach Wilson, Taylor Heineke, P.J. Walker, Jameis Winston, even Baker, who was on multiple teams, who lost his job, right? He had more completions of 20-plus yards. So even though the weapons aren't there, there's other quarterbacks who aren't good, like Davis Mills and P.J. Walker, who also have a lack of weapons.
Do they?
Who are able, yes.
DJ Moore.
Okay, it's
Be by far and away the best
P.J.
receiver.
Walker. I'm sorry.
I'm with
it's
you.
P.J. Walker.
I'm with you, but when your receiver gets open,
How about Baker without Cooper Kupp?
again, but he had without Cooper Kupp. No, Baker was on the Panthers and started a good portion of the season last season.
Okay, that's true. But down the second half of the season, he was on the
Correct.
Rams without Cooper Kupp.
He was, but come on.
And even bad quarterbacks. So, Zach
Davis
Wilson
Mills,
has
you got it.
Garrett
Zach,
Wilson.
yeah, again.
Carson Wentz,
The
who
best
I guess
example was
Terry
Davis Mills.
McLaurin.
The best example,
But even
yeah,
still,
facts.
Daniel Jones is so much better than these guys.
Absolutely.
That even though you have fucking whoever, I know it was ugly, it was Richie James and Hodgins out there, I need to see a little bit more. Now you bring in Darren Waller. Jalen Hyatt, I think, down the stretch of this season will become more involved. I don't know if week 1, week 2, he's going to have a big role just because he's still pretty raw as a receiver.
For sure.
But this is the biggest area I need to see Daniel Jones make a leap in. I need to see him make high-level throws consistently. He doesn't have to be top 10. He doesn't have to be fucking Justin Herbert and Mahomes and doing this shit every damn play. But he needs to have some sort of aggression because at the end of the day, especially this season, when they're going up against top-tier competition, he's going to have to make those throws. So it's not enough to just complete them, but I need to see him at least attempt them. The fact that he's in the bottom of the league on attempts of 20-plus yards and he started for 16 games, that's not good enough for me. Brian Daboll deserves all the credit in the world for scheming up things over the middle of the field, in the flats, easy completions to get his confidence up. But now Daniel Jones has a year of that. He got his big-term money. Now it's time to, quote-unquote, unleash him. And if you think he's worth that $80 million, now is the time for him to go out and put it on the field. He can't have 22 total touchdowns, 15 passing touchdowns. That is not $40 million a year worthy. Thankfully for the Giants, I think they have a great coach. So at the end of the day, he's going to look good because he's going to have open guys, kind of similar to what, even though I like Brock Purdy, what Brock Purdy does a lot of the time. It's hitting the easy stuff. But for Daniel Jones to get to a tier that I think you think he can, that a lot of Giants fans think he can.
Which is what?
Borderline top 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Like he's
What's
not
but he's what? Top 15 easy right now?
closer to 15 than 10, in my opinion.
Okay, I agree with you.
So he needs to make more impressive throws, all in all, is what I'm saying. The easy stuff I know he can make, but I need to see some more impressive things this season.
What you're saying in a vacuum is that
He isn't that good.
there's no explosive plays that the Giants really have in their offense. And listen, it's not for a lack of trying. There are plenty of times where Brian Daboll dials up stuff and Jones has just not pulled the trigger. There's an interesting stat that is really eye-opening.
The Giants were one of the leaders in drops also.
In terms of how much explosive plays matter, if within a drive you complete a pass of 15 yards or more, the percentage that you have, the chance that you have to score on that drive is 50%. If you don't generate plays, one play in the drive that is 15 yards or more, it goes all the way down to 7%. So the difference in making explosive plays is scoring about 6 to 7 times more than you can.
The fact that they scored this much with having damn near the least in the league in terms of explosive plays, it's impressive.
Drop percentages, the leaders of it. Russell Wilson, 8.4. Aaron Rodgers, 7.9, second place. Josh Allen also tied for second, 7.9.
Really?
Daniel Jones for fourth place, 7.8%. These are on target drop passes.
Yeah, I remember that year when Carson Wentz threw for 4K and his best receiver was Greg Ward Jr. And they also led the league in drops. What a year.
Say it again. Who was that?
Shit could get done.
Greg Ward Jr.
Wentz.
Carson Wentz. He had Greg Ward Jr.
Oh, no. That's when we were talking about Carson Wentz being
Yeah. 4K,
easily one of the
They made the
best.
playoffs, rattled off 3 late wins.
That was
got it.
superhuman Carson.
Yeah.
He was
Team
OD
led the
that
league
year.
in drops. My point is,
Ain't no excuse.
there is no excuses. That's my point. When you're a quarterback and your coach trusts you and you got to make the deep play, you make the deep play. You get in the red zone, you got to make the play. If you're the quarterback, you're going to make the play. 2 things can be true. Your receivers can be dog shit, and you could just be not that good. I don't know why you keep saying top 15. I don't know why you keep saying
Daniel
that.
Jones' receivers were bad, and he won
That's
a
why I
playoff
said-
game, though.
That's why I said 2 things can be true.
But
His
he won the
receivers-
playoff game.
Yes, he did win.
And
the
he
playoff
made
game.
the playoffs.
He did
The
make
Vikings
the playoffs.
defense was embarrassing.
No, it actually was a joke and embarrassing. It was actually laughable, but it was a good
Still
win
put up
nonetheless.
over 300 yards.
Vikings had him thinking Mike White was the future.
Did he really? That's actually mad funny.
The Vikings their defense just didn't guard nobody.
Yeah, it was-
I don't know.
Daniel was getting anything he wanted that game. It was
was.
actually special.
It was
That shit
awesome.
It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, if it was the first time you seen Daniel Jones play,
No, you would think he's
you
the GOAT.
think he can. You're like Dehls. He has no weaknesses.
Yeah, then you saw the Eagles game the next week. I'm like, oh.
Now
the
we
Eagles,
this is-
Dang.
Eagles fucking shut shit
Yeah.
down.
I don't. This fascination with the Giants roster, I don't know. Like, it's young. It has a lot of talent on it, as like a youth. Their offense wins games in this league, and with a schedule that hard, you need some type of offensive weapon. You need some type of game changers on that end, and I don't think they have that. Darren Waller is a nice addition, but you're relying on him to be healthy, and you're relying on something that he showed maybe 3 years ago. So it's like kind of Odell. It's been a long time since you've seen it, and the vibes are there, but you want it. You just want to see it. If he's healthy,
Just what he's shown in
no,
preseason.
I'm with you. It's a work. No, I'm not with you with the preseason, bro. I'm with you with what he's shown before. It's a work in art.
Well, it seems like the offense completely catered around Darren Waller.
No, it's gonna be because he's your best talent. He's your best weapon on the offensive end for sure. Outside of Saquon Barkley, nobody. You don't trust. you don't trust guys like Isaiah Hodgins, Jalen Hyatt, Darius Slayton if he's even still in the
Show some
roster.
respect to Isaiah Hodgins for the love of God.
You don't trust him
Isaiah
as a
Hodgins
number
is a
one.
good receiver.
He's
Not
good,
number one.
but you don't trust him as
He's
a
a good
number one.
receiver.
You're not trusting him as your number one guy going up against the Eagles, going up against Dallas. Like, you're not trusting him for that. Darren Waller's your best talent at that. And at this point, I don't know if you can trust this Giants team to make, offensive play after offensive play after offensive play to keep up with the schedule. Just because the schedule is hard and they don't win games, it doesn't mean they're not a good team. They're just not at that level where these other teams are. This schedule is legitimately tough. I don't know why you think it's different than the Commanders. It's relative.
The Giants are a better team.
Dallas, Giants, Commanders. We all have the same exact schedule pretty much. It's just shuffled up into different times.
I think
You
that's
guys face
also
the
why.
first place.
Yeah, that's really what it is.
Divisions.
There's like two.
Yeah, like 2-3 games that's
it's
opposite,
the
but for the most part, it's the same schedule shuffled up. The Giants can be better than the Commanders, but it's not by much. It's really, they're in the same tier of teams. It's just a quarterback that's the difference. Daniel Jones is a fine quarterback. He's a solid quarterback. He's going to get shit done. He's going to do things the right way. But is he that quarterback that can gut out wins in this tough-ass schedule? I don't know if he can do it. The defense, I think, is going to show promise. It has some strengths on the front line. Defensively in the backfield, secondary, there's a lot of youth. There's a lot of progress in there, so it's going to show some signs. But Saquon leading the charge, is he going to stay healthy for another full season? I don't know. The weapons are going to be able to step up. I don't know. Darren Waller, is he going to be able to be a number one guy? I don't know. There's a lot of question marks in that offensive end, and I don't know if you can trust that in this type of schedule.
It does feel like, we joked about it, but the ceiling feels pretty limited.
Feels like 8 wins.
I think they could get 9, maybe 10, and best case scenario 11. But it does feel like once you get into the playoffs with this Giants team,
you're praying on a Buffalo Bills win. That's the difference between me and you.
I'm not praying on that.
You're hoping. That's why you got the 10 wins.
No,
of those games.
that's not true. If I had the Bills game, it would be 11.
My point. You are praying on wins that are probably not going to happen.
It's not necessarily true. Like, if we really want to go through it,
we can go through
Week 1 at home against Dallas. If you want to favor Dallas, yeah, agreed. That's why Week 1 I have the Giants winning.
But Dallas got so much better.
Okay. Dallas can also realistically sweep them.
We expect Dallas to sweep the Giants.
But the Eagles might be resting the last week of the season, so maybe not. But
no, I do have the Eagles sweeping, but again, that is what it is.
They kind of got blessed being able to play the Eagles in week 16 and 18.
It depends on what you mean by blessed, depending on what the record could be. I don't know about that.
If you think the Eagles are going to be far and away number one, then
agreed.
Yeah, it is a blessing.
Fair enough. So, yes, against Dallas, I have a split. Week 1 is at Meadowlands. At Arizona, that's a W. At San Fran, loss. Versus Seattle, that's a winnable game.
Sure.
Yeah.
At Miami, I have a loss. At Buffalo, I also have a loss. But that is also a winnable game, whether you like it or not, because of Dable. That's it.
Miami winnable.
If you're going to say that, then Miami's a winnable
Miami's
game.
winnable for sure.
So why didn't you say it?
Because of Dable's returning against Buffalo. That's the only reason.
I don't think that really matters.
Sort of, kind of. It's just in terms of scheming up against.
Yeah, but you don't. You can scheme up, but you don't have anything to stop the Bills' offense.
I don't necessarily
Von
disagree.
Miller back.
But in terms of getting pressure with the offensive line not being great, Von Miller at that time
He will be back.
He
They would say
could
week 4 he'll be
potentially
back.
come back. He could potentially come back. Week 4, he's on. Week 6.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's on pace for
he's
week
out
4.
for the first 4 weeks.
But I saw that they're keeping him on the pup, so that's what I'm saying. So we'll see if
if
they
he's back,
do.
he's out at least 4 weeks.
At least, correct. So yes, I agree with you guys that both Miami and Buffalo winnable games, but again,
If they was
definitely
home, I
could
would give
lose.
you more of a lead.
But again, I have them losing to Miami and I have them losing to Buffalo.
Okay, keep going.
Versus Washington, I think that's a W. Versus the Jets, your guys' offensive line legitimately scares me.
I think if we're healthy,
how are they going to score against the Jets?
But Howard, the Jets probably can score.
I think
for
Aaron Rodgers
sure,
can
but
carve
in terms
up the Giants.
In terms of getting pressure, though, bro, I don't think you realize that the Jets' offensive line really is not that good.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers can get the ball out.
Same can be said on the other side, though.
If we're healthy,
Fair enough, but the thing is the mobility of Daniel Jones.
I trust in Aaron Rodgers to get that ball out quick at any moment.
The mobility of Daniel Jones
is better than Aaron at this point.
40 years old.
It's better than Aaron's ability to decipher his defense, know what to do pre-snap, know what to do post-snap, know how to get the ball out quickly, releasing quickly.
Yeah,
that's better.
It's first year in the offense.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
He knows.
It is Aaron Rodgers.
He knows this offense.
But at the same time, from what we've seen, well,
how are the
it was
Giants
one
gonna
drive, but it
score
really wasn't
against
the cleanest drive.
How are the Giants going to score
Against
the Jets defense?
The Jets had 2 drives.
That's true.
Rodgers.
Facts.
Scored a touchdown.
Yeah, you did, and it was a great pitch and catch. No doubt about it. That catch was great.
Adams-esque.
No lie.
Is Daniel Jones going to be able to that play?
He's not carving up the Jets.
That's simple
No, I'm
of a play
definitely
where
not saying carving up. It'll
where-
be a dogfight for sure.
that's simple of a play
Like
where
a 12-9
Aaron
game.
Rodgers seeing the corner playing off coverage on Garrett and quickly snaps it and gets it off to
No,
him.
the Aaron
That's not
Rodgers
something
special.
Daniel Jones
Oost.
does.
I
Like-
saw that. I was like, I feel like
So,
I'm in Green Bay right now.
so no doubt about it. That Jets game can see either. I can
feel-
see either
listen,
side.
Dwayne Brown being 39, Becton have his injury concerns valid. But if those 5 are out there, the Jets, I think, are going to have an average offensive line with upside.
That's the hope. That is definitely the hope. At Vegas, I have a W.
Sure.
At Dallas, that's a loss. At Washington,
That's a
I think
loss.
they split with the Commanders.
the last season they
tied.
tied and won.
Tie is hilarious. So maybe they tie again.
I tell you, it's definitely not in the realm of. It's not impossible to have the Giants beating both. But again, I have the respect for Washington. I do have them splitting. Win against New England. I have a win against Green
Win
Bay.
against New England's easy.
That's a tough game. That defense
That's
is tough.
in New England or home?
It's at home. I feel comfortable that the Giants will win that game. Versus Green Bay, I have the
That's a
Giants
tough
winning
one.
that game.
At Green
It's
Bay?
in Meadowlands.
Okay.
At New Orleans, we can say it's a tough game for the fact that they're playing in the Dome. But the Giants 2 seasons ago, when they weren't this new Giants team, went in and beat that Saints team. This Saints
2
team.
years ago, though, didn't they have Andy Dalton?
No, 2 years ago, I believe that was.
Teddy?
Yeah, Drew Brees.
That was no.
No, that
Or
wasn't 2 years ago.
Jameis.
That was Jameis.
Jameis.
That was Jameis. And that Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley put on a nice show. At New Orleans, I think that's more than a winnable game. I think the Giants will definitely win that game. And then at Philadelphia, I have a loss versus the Rams at the W. And then Week 18, for the fact of what you guys mentioned, Eagles could definitely have that playoff spot locked in. They could be sitting their starters. That's a question mark, but I do have them losing that game. So regardless, that's 10 wins.
Yeah, I think it's those 3 NFC games. It's Seattle, Green Bay, and the Saints. You have them winning all 3.
I think the Patriots also.
Yeah,
is-
Patriots.
The-
That's not a
the
tough,
Green-
that's a
I think the
tough game.
Patriots are favored
Green
in the game.
Bay, with a worse roster last season, and the Giants, I'm saying, they went and came back and won that game.
They did.
It was in London. Obviously, it wasn't in either of their home fields. But regardless, going across
But
the
if they
ocean.
played that game 10 times, it's probably 5-5.
Aaron Rodgers was also bad.
Maybe
last
it's 6-4, but it's still like
I
it's
say
not
that
a-
for the sole fact that Saquon did go down in that game. Daniel Jones led a full-length drive down the field. Still were able to put up points regardless. I think that with this team, it'll be dependent on how Jordan Love looks. Definitely can level, of course. Depending on how Jordan Love looks, whether he's that guy that people think that he can be, I think that he'll be good. I'm not thinking that Jordan Love will be bad or, catastrophic that they think about immediately next season benching him. But I don't think that he'll be anything otherworldly. I think for that reason alone, I definitely lean with the Giants. The defense, in my opinion, got better.
Can Jordan Love not have a better passing season than Daniel Jones just had?
Yeah, he
Just had, yeah.
That's pretty
Pretty easily, yeah.
I
But
don't
again,
think
is Jordan
think
Love
it-
going to have the impact on the just in
Rushing?
terms of rushing?
No.
Jordan
He's not
Love's
gonna be
first year as a
overall.
Yeah, but
starter.
Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon, he don't need to.
I don't think
Don't
he'll
disagree,
be
but that
otherworldly.
defensive line of the Giants is solid, bro.
No, I'm with you.
I don't think Jordan Love is rookie season starting, first year starting,
I was about to say.
will
this
be
is year 5.
otherworldly.
No, for sure.
Year 4.
Yeah,
Year 4.
It was a
Otherworldly.
super freshman.
But I think Jordan Love has shown that he can manage an offense at a high level.
Shown?
Yeah, I think he's shown he can do that.
Preseason or
It's
the one
really-
drive against the Eagles.
I thought
Which
it was
we're
a
going-
move
No,
by
it was
preseason,
more than
fellas.
one drive.
Two had 3?
2, 3.
Three?
You moved by preseason if it fits your agenda.
Yes.
You're not moved by preseason if you don't care.
That's the rule.
Well, I don't care.
That's why you should be moved by DJ Moore. I'm moved.
I was moved by DJ Moore years ago. I'm always moved.
I'm moved.
I'm here.
His yards after the catch is fucking
So
nuts.
That's what
I
they're
have
gonna do
them.
all day.
I have them 9 wins, 10,
10.
7. What do you have? 9 or 8?
I'm really going between 7 and 8.
I was
Their
closer to 8
over-under-
than 10.
Their over-under right now is 8.5. And
I think
I'm
10 is like
definitely
a-
leaning under on that.
They're fucking elite at that. Like, if they get 10 wins, y'all just give Dable the coach of the year, give Daniel
I
Jones
was
fucking
like,
MVP.
I only say that with the fact that there were games last year that they won that they weren't supposed to win.
Last year was an easier schedule.
Shit,
They were-
half
they
of
But
it.
they beat Tennessee, who had high expectations.
They beat the
They
Ravens.
beat the Ravens, and they beat
Did Lamar play?
Green Bay. I believe
Lamar
Lamar
did
did
He threw
play.
an interception in the last drive.
Of course he did.
They beat Jacksonville also. I'm just saying. Listen. Do I understand your guys' concerns of the schedule? No doubt. These are all some solid teams. I just believe that the Giants got definitely better at the positions that they needed to address. They needed skill positions. Skill position players. They went out and did that. They brought in Darren Waller. They brought in Paris Campbell. They brought in Jalen Hyatt. God willing, Sterling Shepard can stay on the field. Of course, the offensive line, they needed help at that. They go and they draft a center in John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. I don't want to disrespect
They won
them.
some
That's the only way I
close
can-
ass games. These were some close ass games.
They were 8-4
No,
and
for
1 in one
sure.
possession.
They beat
The only-
Tennessee by 1.
But then also on
they
the
went for 2 at
defensive
the end.
side
That
of the
was
ball,
tough.
they needed linebackers. That was that probably in my position, my opinion, their strongest need because they didn't have nothing after Blake Martinez.
This time
Buddy,
next
they
year,
lost to Cooper Rush.
They did,
that was early in the
but
season.
they were 8-4
They lost
and 1
later.
one
They lost
possession
twice to
games.
Dallas last year.
They did.
You don't think they could sweep them again?
I think
don't
that
think
this is
they're
a
gonna
better
sweep Dallas.
team.
But Dallas got better.
I
don't
think
know
this
if you-
time next year we're gonna look at these weapons and say the same thing we're saying now. Unless Darren
Darren
Waller's,
Waller.
yes, but if I need Waller to stay healthy, I
don't
think he's
disagree.
a dog, but he hasn't been healthy
Fair.
in 3 seasons.
I'm
so
staying
if-
optimistic. Stay optimistic with
That's
me.
fine, but if Waller, even if best case scenario, Waller's like healthy for 12 games, you get 12, that's valid. We're still gonna be sitting here next year and be like, unless Hyatt breaks out, this receiver room is still gonna be one of the worst in the league.
I don't disagree.
I don't know if you
I'm really
heard the-
dependent on. I'm not even fronting.
The fact
I'm
I
super
said
dependent on Darren Waller.
I think it's,
the Giants
get
led
looks.
by over a touchdown in just 4 games last year. The only team that was worse was the Texans. So the Giants were crunching out a lot of close games.
They was
and-
grinding shit out.
Yeah.
8-4
They're a
and 1
gritty
one
ass
season.
team, and they won a playoff game.
They did.
So
That's
reception perception
Where did these,
is an amazing site. It does
amazing.
an
Matt
amazing
Harmon?
site. Charting quarterbacks. The person who does it is Derek Klassen, who's just a
Harmon
great.
does receivers.
Derek.
Matt Harmon does
receivers.
does
Did he
receivers.
drop Daniel Jones today or something?
No, he didn't drop it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
But-
was looking for it.
What the second best thing that I use is Sharp Football. Warren Sharp, I think, is great. He releases an annual book that really is informative, and everybody that like is in the media reads it. Daniel Jones, stable quarterback metrics and less stable quarterback metrics, 2022 and 2021. So these are the stable ones. When there was no pressure, Daniel Jones this past season was 25th in EPA per attempt. In 2021, he was 25th. In the pocket this year, he was 22nd in EPA per attempt. 2021, he was 26th. No play action on early downs. This past season, he was number 8. Last year, he was 37. On first downs in the first 3 quarters, he was 33rd. 2021, he was 14th. On layup throws, he was 15th this year. Last year, he was 36th in 2021. Less than 2.5 seconds to attempt, so releasing the ball quickly. He was 24th this past season, 25th in 2021, and outside the red zone, 2022, he was 25th, and in 2021, he was 18th.
Let me ask you a question.
Nothing
Are you
here
upset? Are you
screams
upset
improvement.
at
Upset is
him?
hilarious.
No. I'm saying, are you upset at him holding on to the ball with this offensive personnel last season? In my opinion, I say I wouldn't be too upset because of the skill position players that were out there. You're trying to make something happen. You're getting outside the pocket. And, of course, Daniel Jones is taking off. That's kind of
So
how I saw
Darren
it.
Waller is the needle mover for you.
Wait, what do you mean
Has
holding
to
on
be.
to the
He
ball?
could be.
Well, you're saying that an average time to getting the ball out,
No,
correct?
in pass attempts less than 2.5 seconds. So when he was releasing it quickly, he was 24th this past season and 25th.
Oh, just in
last year.
terms of success.
EPA per attempt.
Got it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this
so you
the
just whipped
efficiency.
out like 9 EPA players,
Yeah.
stats on me. Got
and
it.
basically
Thank you.
no pressure in the pocket. First down on in the first 3 quarters, less than 2.5 seconds to attempt, and outside the red zone.
Mhm.
He was either worse or there was no improvement
Got
there.
it. Throw those
Yeah.
stats away from me.
What
Good.
did he improve in?
He improved in this. So no play action on early downs. He was 8th this past season. The year before, he was 37th. Layup throws. 2021, he was 36th. This past season, he was 15th.
Paying attention.
And less stable quarterback metrics. He improved under pressure. He was 9th this past year. 2021, he was 23rd. Outside the pocket, he was 8th. In 2021, he was 30th. Being blitzed, he was 15th. 2021, he was 29th. The other areas were over 2.5 seconds to attempt. He was 11th. And last year, he was 27th. And
That's what I like to see.
inside the red zone, where I told you he was
Yep.
one of the best quarterbacks, he was number 2. In 2021, he was 30th.
So, Joel, you were about to just read all the stats that he didn't get better at, and that's it?
Oh, it's
No, I was. I was
So,
going to
shout
read
out.
it.
Oh, okay. I was just making
No.
sure. Thanks for handling that, Joel.
But the less
Both
stable
sides
quarterback,
got, you know.
less stable quarterback metrics.
They're irrelevant
The
to me.
reason-
They're
no,
trash.
they're not irrelevant.
Garbage.
But Warren
say they're
Sharp
trash.
does a great job at just explaining what these things are. So stable ones are kind of like year to year. This is what quarterback should be around.
Are
if
you an
they're staying
analytics
around
merchant,
it.
my friend?
I'm an
He's a
everything
big
merchant.
analytics guy.
Yeah, I'm an everything merchant. But
Because I love numbers as much as the next guy.
But I'm gonna trust these
EPA
two
can
things.
suck dick.
Oh, dude, it's fucking gobble it. Unless we're talking about
Gobble it.
Tua,
That's
number
what I was
number
gonna say.
number 2 in EPA per
loves
play,
Tua.
and DeAndre Swift. Out of respect, because we always got to be DeAndre Swift truthers.
And less stable quarterback metrics is basically things that are year to year kind of change a little bit.
I like that.
Like, for example, Justin Herbert, when he was a rookie, he was the best quarterback under pressure. That is a volatile stat.
Yeah.
It changes year to year, so that's what less stable is. But even against man coverage and zone coverage, there was no improvement. He dropped off in man coverage. He was 25th, and he was 17th the year before.
It's all right, man. Hopefully, one fucking day,
I mean,
he'll get my guy receiver.
Okay.
Although I won't say I really am excited for Hyatt. I am, for the sole fact that he is explosive, and you give Brian Dable that, there will be plays drawn up. I
Take
also
Dave Davis 2.0.
no, he's faster than him.
Trolling.
I have a proposition for you. You're high on the Giants, correct? You saying 10 wins here on the show.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
said 11 at one point.
When did I say that?
You did say 11.
You did say that. You said
When?
ceiling
You did.
is 11.
Oh yeah, definitely
Yeah.
agree with that.
$100 right now, Giants don't win 10 games next year.
This guy's trying to win his money back. I'll make that bet if you make the Tyreek bet with me.
Oh, there's always a catch.
Look at the catch. I'm not as confident that Garrett could get 17.
No, I know you're not.
No, I know, but I think Garrett Wilson could play
What's
himself
more
into
likely,
the
the
elite
Giants get 10 or Garrett gets those numbers?
tier. I think Garrett walks himself into that elite
So
tier.
why don't y'all?
1,700 yards is a lot.
Nah, I think 1,500 he'll get.
Okay,
though.
okay.
I think 1,500.
Yeah, but that's the thing. 1,500 doesn't get you in that conversation with Reek.
Probably doesn't.
I think Diggs had 15.
He did. He's on 14, 15.
It's unfortunate truth, my friend. 1,500 doesn't do it.
What
Said
if
not good
Tyreek
enough.
has 1,400 next year? I mean, you don't know.
But then Tyreek has
That means he got
15
hurt.
touchdowns.
Somewhere throughout the season, he got hurt.
Or they just figured 2 out. That's really it.
I'm sorry.
It's one of the two.
I have no comment on that.
All Tua has done is get better his career.
Yeah, but I mean,
Literally.
listen, you're repping the Giants. You got the Giants jersey on.
Disgusting that
You
have
think
that on.
Daniel Jones is
You
going
know
to play
what kills
himself
me?
into a
He
top 10
really
quarterback?
has issues with me wearing this jersey.
Because you had a fucking
you
Ezekiel
know-
Elliott jersey
well,
on
that's-
before.
that's a legend.
From Dallas. No, that's
That's
disgusting.
one of my favorite players of all time.
This isn't NBA where we could just hop whenever
not
we want
hopping.
to.
Wait, why?
Because this is NFL, bro. You can't walk around
You
with a Giants
are
jersey.
literally a fan of the Eagles and the Bills.
They have nothing in common. They have no
two
rivalry.
of the best teams.
No beef.
Two of
No.
arguably
First of
the
all,
best teams in the game.
I'm partially a Bills fan. I am a Josh Allen
Okay, and
truther
I am
till
a
die.
Daniel Jones
Disgusting.
truther.
Disgusting.
He didn't become an Eagles fan because they were nice, though.
I know. I didn't become a Broncos fan for no apparent reason either.
I
Like
didn't say,
they're-
no,
they're
you're
in
a
the mud.
diehard Broncos. I'm
But
talking about Eagles fan because of Deshaun
I
Jackson.
fuck with the Dolphins because of Tua.
Yes.
I fuck with the Giants because of Daniel
And then you
Jones.
also fuck
You
with
know
Dallas
this.
at that point.
But I also can't say that I don't love Andrew Thomas because we share a name.
God, it's so. You know what? Let me just go find a random river.
Well, he
around
also
this.
happens to be the
I don't know
second
if there's
best
any
left
rivers
tackle
in
in
the
the game.
baseball.
No.
Not that I know of. I mean, there's the 7,000.
Bro, when I
players, so
saw that
maybe.
he shared the same name as me and was going to be drafted in the first round
That
and it
moved
goes
you?
to the Giants, fuck yeah.
Okay.
It's an acknowledgement of sharing names, bro. A name is all you have in this life.
So
bro.
you're not taking a bet.
I'll take it because
You'll
I'm not a
take
bitch.
So, okay.
So just the Giants 10 wins.
Fuck it.
Giants 10 wins, $100.
All right.
Nice.
He's trying to make his money
What?
because he's scared about the Sam
So
Howell
you
shit.
said
Because he knows Desmond Ridder's going to be mid.
so 10 wins is a.
And then what was the other bet we had? We
Yeah,
had another bet. We had another bet. Jordan Love versus.
Sam Howell.
Fuck yeah.
No, it's Jordan Love and Sam Howell. Type
then-
on a Romeo Dobbs.
Are you
And
an
then-
I
Andrew
already beat
Voorhees
you in
fan?
that.
We'll see about
I
that.
don't know if I
We'll
got
see.
any bets in.
Well, seeing
We'll
what?
get-
Romeo Dobbs and
Yeah, we'll
Type.
see
We're-
because
we're on the
Romeo
same
Dobbs
team.
hamstring injury. You saw that?
He's going to be ready for week 1.
Hamstring
You wanna,
injury. You don't love that.
Dels, you want to have a
didn't see
Bills
that.
Jets bet?
Not really.
But I'll also say we have a Sam Howell Desmond Ridder bet, $50.
Is that what it was?
Jordan Love, Desmond Ridder, it is the same thing. You know what's funny?
He's an idiot.
You know what's the thing? If Romeo Dobbs gets 200 yards receiving,
I'm crying.
I'm comfortable in winning the bet. Literally. I don't think Tyquan sees over 100 yards receiving.
because he's wrong. I'm laughing because
he's right.
it's funny.
Tyquan was on the roster.
So
but-
is Sam? What was the category for Sam Howell and Ritter?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I said every
Yeah, you
quarterback
said-
stat.
Yeah,
QB.
that
That was
was-
Jordan
That was love. That was
Jordan
love. That was love.
I'm not sure what it was
I don't
for Sam
remember
Howell.
already. I'll have to go back and watch that.
I think Love was. I think
I know
Love,
Love
was.
was
Excuse me.
QBR,
I think
passer
Ritter.
rating and
I
shit
think
like
Ritter
that.
was passing yards.
Passing yards? Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Ritter
Was
and
he?
Howell?
Yeah.
You guys have hella bets
like
on
we
Howell.
that.
gotta just ask Santos to get
Yeah,
him,
yeah,
or
facts.
Big O
Probably
to
those
just
guys.
write him.
Should've
That's the
wrote it
thing.
down.
Here's the thing. I'm not a bitch. Also, for the fact that last year I paid him that Arizona money in terms of Arizona versus the Jets, when in reality we know why Arizona didn't fucking get those wins because Kyler Murray tore his ACL. But what did I do?
I paid him the bread. I'm not a bitch. But he knows
I'm not an idiot.
he knows in his heart, I'm a man of my word. But I'm also not scared to make a fucking bet. And that Mickey Mouse has 200 that you won from the Cardinals, I'm holding on to that shit.
That was 100.
Was it?
Yeah, it wasn't 200, bro. We didn't put
I haven't
200
seen y'all
on
put
Arizona
200
and the
on
Jets.
anything.
Well, I know for a fact I sent you a good amount. I think it was 2, bro. I'm not
We
even
got
Might
it.
have been 100. Might have been 100.
Because I remember sending it and then afterwards thinking, yo, Kyler missed hella games. And I went to him and I was like, yo, bro, we're really going to do this? He was like, nah,
He
bro.
said half back?
He's like, I already got the money. No, he didn't say anything. He's like, nah, bro, it's
I thought
mine.
he said half
Drew
back.
never was like, yo,
I did bring.
does it count?
No, after the fact, when I realized, I said to you, I'm like, bro, Kyler missed hella games.
You should have said it before you said the bread, bro.
I forgot.
Drew brought it up
completely.
like a
You know
week
why?
later.
You know why? Because I owed someone money. So that's not. I'm not one to have that in my heart.
Yeah.
So I need to pay my debts. But then of course I'm gonna have time.
like half.
I would have looked at
That was-
I would have looked at
He didn't
everybody
even
who
send you the
played.
money for Kyle Pitts.
No,
so that's
yeah,
when
yeah,
I
yeah.
was.
That was he should have done. He should have.
He's not.
Because Dehls paid Pitts played like 10 games.
All right, so
Yeah.
Drew Ryden sent me halfback.
Collar played how many games?
like
What?
9.
I was gonna say.
You're probably about the same as Pitts. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably about the same.
So
No,
send me
yeah, no,
half.
he played 11. He played 11.
Okay.
11?
Pitts.
And how many wins did the Cardinals
3 and
get
8.
versus the Jets?
Oh.
No shot. They was getting.
He went 3-8.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Jets won 7 games.
Yeah.
Jets did win 7 games.
But 3 and 8. You're not getting to 8 wins.
That's not necessarily true. 11 games, you missed 7.
Good luck trying to get to that. 66% completion rate.
No, Kyler was good.
It's amazing.
It's good.
One of
So
the
Collar
greats.
got injured. The next games after that were at this point they won 3 games. Denver, Tampa Bay, Atlanta, San Fran.
Tampa needed that
All
one.
games were winnable except San
No,
Fran.
But he
Tampa,
had
Tampa
to
was in a
win.
heater at that point.
He had
No,
to
they
win 4 in a
weren't.
row.
I think they
though.
was.
Do you know that Tampa Bay didn't go 500 last year?
I know, but then they
They
had to
were
win like
fucking
3
mid.
straight to get in the playoffs.
I don't know. I think
were
they
ass.
actually had to win comfortably and they were choking, but
me
won
see.
the last game of the season.
Tampa Bay was bad, but they literally needed to win 4 in a row.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they had to win.
He missed 11 games. He missed 7 games. dude.
Actually, they beat the Cardinals in overtime by 1 point. They fucking suck.
Josh Dobbs, man.
No, 3
Send me
points.
halfback.
Cardinals.
Here we go.
Then
He
they
ain't
lost.
missed half the season.
Send me halfback, bro. Come on.
He ain't missed half the season.
It's over now, buddy.
At this point, yeah, I
it's
mean,
gone.
sense.
You had your window. I'll
You
be
think
honest.
Daniel Jones throws for 25 passing touchdowns?
Ooh, 25 is calm.
I don't know, man. He should. I don't
Jordan
feel
Love?
great about it. Tell you what, man. It's fucking receivers, man. Jalen Hyatt breaks out. Darren Waller stays healthy. He should hit 25. And Sterling Shepard stays healthy. Yeah, he should throw over 25.
So do you want to have a Commanders bet? Commanders and Giants bet?
I could do that. I like the Commanders too, but I'll do it happily.
Whoever gets more wins.
Fine.
Commanders and Giants. Oh, for you two?
All right, how much, Playboy?
We could do 50.
Okay, I'm
seems
just
like-
here fucking making bets, not giving a
That
fuck.
seems like the regular amount we do. We could do 50.
This guy wanted to do 100.
You did?
Can I take the under 14 wins on the Eagles?
I said 13, so you're
Oh,
fucked.
fuck. 13 maybe.
Let's talk about
You want to take the under
Eagles.
13?
Nah, I think that's
Because
possible.
I think we win that
14 seems
comfortably.
like a ton.
I mean, we get the 13.
What
we
did
can
they
grab
do
one.
last year?
I know. I think
And-
it's just hard
and
to win 14
Hurts
back-to-back
missed
years.
And,
Three
and
games?
bro,
Yeah, it is.
if we're gonna talk about
Two.
the Eagles, but you mentioned that you think that they're gonna take a step back. Looking at the schedule,
Bro
bro,
said take a step back for a game.
to be real with
12, I
you,
have 12 wins.
they
Oh.
should realistically be favored in every single game that is not at Kansas City.
Yeah.
Every game they should be favored.
I'm not going to go 16-1.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with that, but they're gonna find a way to lose 5 of those.
It's possible. You had them at how many wins?
I have 14.
Okay. You have them at 13. I'm 12. You have them, what, 13?
I have them at 12.
12.
5 losses is a lot.
They could have 5 losses and be the 1 seed.
Is Jalen Hurts having an MVP season? Is this the year he wins it for real? Riv, you could go, and then Dehls could go, because you guys are the 2 Eagles guys here. You're the Hurts guy. He's the real Eagles guy.
Joel's smart because I was ready to go crazy because he knows my opinion on what it's about.
I'll be honest, Riv.
I think we're on the same page. Right?
I looked at this topic and I was like, I feel like I got a topic off. I'm sitting here with my feet up. This time last year I was up here with my PFF numbers saying X, Y, and Z why Hurts gonna go off. Now the question is, can Hurts win MVP? Everyone knows my answer. I don't gotta rattle off shit. Y'all know how I feel about Jalen Hurts.
Nah, he just eathed the fuck out of us. That was fire.
Here.
I think it's a pretty easy answer. Yes, I think he can win MVP, especially with that schedule. You know, it's going to be a lot. Like last year, our schedule was pretty easy, so we kind of like walked through almost every team in the league. I think this year, games against the Bills, like you need those marquee games where you you don't necessarily outduel another quarterback because y'all playing the defense, but you outduel another quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So you need those marquee games, and I think we have that this year. We have the Bills, we have the Cowboys twice, we have Kansas City, we have the Dolphins. You know, we have a couple other Jets,
Seattle.
Well, we beat y'all forever, so that's easy. We have Seattle, so like we have a couple. And he can't say shit because we're undefeated against him. He literally can't say shit to me. So we have a couple marquee games. I think he has the opportunity to, because he's only gonna. Jalen Hurts has shown he's only gonna improve every year, every single year, every single year, every single year. So I think he can win MVP. Will he? Fuck it. Why not put the bet in? Yeah, he'll win MVP. It's my team. We'll win 13 games. We'll probably have the best record in the NFL again.
Gilly shaped you up. He said, "You're not a real Eagles
No,
fan."
he bugged out. I still can't agree with what he said.
He said that he's the best quarterback in the game.
He said Hurts was the best quarterback in the league.
Well, what are we doing?
Yeah, like, you know.
Honestly, Riv, I know where you stand. We have a good friend of the show who runs the podcast, who saw Jalen Hurts put up a 15-game sample size of MVP. Then the next two playoff games see the Eagles outscore their opponent by 55 points.
It was 55?
Yeah, combined.
Oh.
But since Jalen Hurts didn't do enough because they were up 28-0 at half in the first game and played Josh Johnson in the second game, he wasn't so sure if Jalen Hurts was leading them to the Super Bowl. So I think everyone at this table, except for Mr. Moran, I think we all think Jalen Hurts can win MVP. I don't know if you do.
Well, listen, this is not if he can. This is will he.
Well, this one's ripping.
What's that?
Well, the Giants will win double-digit games.
Jalen Hurts, before I get into him, when quarterbacks tend to play on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl, just teams in general, defenses and coaches are able to see them the most.
Oh, Lord. I'm not excited to hear this.
With the Rams back in 2019, Bill Belichick completely put the Rams offense to a halt. And Jared Goff regressed after that season.
He did.
I don't think Jalen Hurts is Jared Goff.
Thank God.
The Bengals with Joe Burrow.
I thought that's where you was going with this shit.
After the 2021 season, teams realized how to play the Bengals. We have to play too high. And Joe Burrow, first 3 weeks, wasn't looking too good. Wasn't great against two-man. And then he turned around. He became one of the best quarterbacks against too high. So those type of teams and offenses are able to adjust to the adjustment that defenses are going to make. The Eagles were dominant last year. I think at halftime, they led by a total of 121 points combined in all of their games. Fifth place was the Niners at like 49. So the Eagles were blowing teams out. They were mailing it in the second half. They were running the ball. They were just chewing clock. So all these numbers that Hurts had, that A.J. Brown had, that Devontae Smith had, I mean, it's not crazy to say that if the Eagles actually try to keep airing it out on teams, A.J. Brown could have had 1,700. Devontae could have had 1,300. It was that type of dominance we saw from the Eagles. The Eagles also benefited from the easiest schedule in the league last year, though. And this year, it gets tougher, not to the point where I think they're going to regress and, this team's not making the playoffs, because they're still a top 3 team in the NFL just in terms of roster construction. You can argue them number one. But Jalen Hurts last year, he improved in so many different areas, throwing under pressure, within the pocket. His rushing ability was on full display, throwing outside the numbers. He was phenomenal. The only weaknesses that I think that defenses are going to look at Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense and say they can exploit is just when he's pressured and versus zone.
I was going to say zone blitz, which he fucking lit up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, zone. It was man blitz, but zone blitz versus zone, he was 27th, and versus man, he was number 7th. And even the pressure rates allowed by the Eagles were similar versus man and versus zone, but Jalen Hurts' sack rates doubled when defenses were playing zone. So now this season, you're going from facing one of the easiest schedules where you only play 2 teams that ran zone at an above average rate, which were the Packers and the Colts. And in those dropbacks versus zone, Jalen Hurts didn't have a great success rate. It was one of all the outings he had last year that were phenomenal. Those were the 2 that, from a passing standpoint, weren't the best on the game logs. And in 2023, you're facing harder defenses. There's more film out. You're facing more defenses that play zone at an above average rate. So that's really the only area that I think the Eagles can maybe find regression in. And also just the run defenses, because in the first 14 weeks of the season, they're going to play 9 run defenses that rank top 10. So when defenses are able to take away the run, and now you have to beat them when they're giving you exotic coverages, and they don't have to put more people in to fill in gaps to stop the run, and there's more players just dropping back in coverage. Naturally, you have more of a numbers advantage. That's really the only thing that I can see the Eagles taking a step back in. And also defensively, Javon Hargrave is a loss. Jalen Carter can be an all-pro type of player.
Jordan Davis here too, by the way.
Jordan Davis is phenomenal. He's a great run defender. Jalen Carter, I thought could have went number 2. I thought he's that good. He could have went to the Texans. I think he's a better player than Will Anderson, but those character issues are a concern. But in his rookie year, is he going to replace what Javon Hargrave gave? So that's a question mark that
Jalen Carter's going to be so.
That's asking a lot.
it's asking
To
a lot.
replace Javon's crazy.
I think our only main weaknesses are linebackers because we're playing a lot of young guys in the linebacker
You
spot.
lost T.J. Edwards, you lost Kazir White, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Marcus Epps. Your safeties are completely revamped. The Eagles, the defense, all last year they were a top defense, but, I looked at it and I said, you know what, I don't think this defense is as good as people are making it out to be because they face an easy schedule of offenses too. So this year facing tougher offenses, now the defense might take a little bit of a step back too. It might not be a top 5, a top 8, or top 10 unit. It might be like an above average unit, but not one of the elites on paper. So with me, I think Jalen Hurts in this Eagles offense, just given the nature of it, Nick Sirianni is very analytically driven. He's been that way since he's worked as a coach. I think they'll have answers and they'll be able to adjust quickly because this is the team that uses analytics to their advantage. With that being said, I do think this is like a 12-win team though. 12, 13.
I would love to know their losses. 13?
12,
Okay.
13. I can see the Eagles being around there. I don't think they're going to be a 15-2, 16-1 team. Just like
Fuck no.
have pure dominance over the league like they
14.
did last year.
Yeah, 16 with this schedule? Nah. We do that. Just fucking put our ticket in for the Super Bowl.
Last season,
man.
they were
16
dominant.
would be fucking nuts.
Jalen Hurts missed 2 games. That could have realistically been maybe 16-1 or 15-2. But this year,
Lost to the Texans on some Mickey Mouse shit too.
We
I
did
look
lose
at the
to the
Eagles'
Texans.
schedule and listen,
Lost to the
Riz.
Saints.
Commanders too.
No, Commanders. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
that's-
thinking.
Commanders was Mickey Mouse.
No, that day we were on crack.
The Commanders that Hurts throws
Dropping
an absolute
balls.
dime.
This shit was just acting.
Yeah, I was gonna say Goddard fumbled.
It was
Quez Watkins
the rig.
fumbled.
The rig was
They
in.
had the roughing the passer at the end of the game. That
Quez
was-
dropping. Yeah, it was a rig. It was a rig. That was the rig moment.
Did you guys lose to the Texans?
We didn't play the Texans.
Why am I remember the Texans?
You're thinking of we lost to the Saints and the Cowboys and the Commanders.
How many wins do you have for the Eagles?
I 13.
You got 13. Okay, so predicting the Eagles' schedule, week 1 at the Patriots.
It's a win.
W.
Week 2 versus the Vikings.
W.
Week 3 at the Bucks.
W.
Week 4 versus the Commanders.
W.
Week 5 at the Rams.
W.
At the Jets.
Win.
Versus the Dolphins.
I'm gonna go W here.
At the Commanders.
W.
Versus the Cowboys.
Loss.
At the Chiefs.
Loss.
Versus the Bills.
W.
Versus the Niners.
Loss.
At the Cowboys.
Did I say win for the first one?
Yes.
So this is a loss.
At the Seahawks.
W.
Versus the Giants.
W.
Versus the Cardinals.
W.
At the Giants.
This one is very dependent if we need it or not. So I'm gonna say W here, but if we don't need it, we'll probably just not play anybody and get a loss.
What's that? 3 losses?
I was not counting.
I know you had a loss against the Chiefs.
Chiefs loss.
Cowboys,
Cowboys.
loss. Niners
The
loss.
Bills loss you had.
Yes.
And then did you have a week 18 loss?
Yes.
Depending on
Yeah, depending on the situation. So about 4 to 5.
So 13-4, 14-3.
I feel like 13 is 12 is the floor. 13 is the ceiling.
there's tough games in there.
Yeah, the
like
Jets,
That stretch is
Dolphins.
tough. Bills, Chiefs. That stretch is
Jets.
fucking nuts. Jets. Yeah.
I feel pretty good that
We could lose to the Jets of some bullshit. I'll be honest. We could lose
The
to the
Niners
Jets.
too.
Yeah, those are tough games. But if he wants to win MVP, those are the games he has to win. Fuck all those extra games
That's a
against like the
fact,
Giants and the
I
Seattle.
think like the 4 games against Washington and the Giants, you could lose one of them. I
I-
know
you
you
can.
think you're gonna sweep both, but like you could lose.
no,
one of them.
yeah. I think
Even if it's on some bullshit.
I think we can lose to either one of them, but I think we'll sweep one of them. You know what I'm saying? I think one of those teams will probably sweep throughout the year. Maybe not the Giants because that week 18, even week 16, like we
I
could
mean,
take
bro,
it late.
the Eagles almost swept the Cowboys last year, and Jalen Hurts didn't play against them. Gardner Minshew went in there and lit shit up.
He definitely lit shit up.
First game was close though.
First game was close.
First game,
That was
Cooper
with
playing
Cooper
out.
Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we didn't really get to play each other at full strength.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders game, like we said, it was just all fucked up.
You're right. It was on some bullshit that they ended up losing that game. But regardless, the way that I'm going to go about my prediction is, who do I have favored in this game? And I look at a lot of this schedule. And yes, I'm not saying that the Eagles will go 16-1. But I say that with the respect to Kansas City at Kansas City. The Niners game will be a difficult game. I believe that at home, Eagles should still be favored. At Dallas,
I don't think we'd be
that's
favored in that game.
versus-
At Dallas.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think
that's
we'd be
one of
favored.
those that I can understand. This is a loss for me
pick 'em up.
personally as well. I also scattered in one more because I didn't feel 15 wins was going to be strong, whether that's against the Bills, which could definitely be a possibility, at Seattle, which is a tough environment to play in with the 12s. But I feel like 14 wins. The floor, yes, I'm with you guys, is 12. I hope that that's how you guys feel, that you just are going by
Yeah, I
floor
don't think they're gonna win.
with the
The
Eagles.
first 5 weeks are light.
I think that New England, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, Washington, Rams, you're right, Riv, perfectly said. The first 5 weeks are
We should
comfortable.
be undefeated.
Week 6 at the Jets. With respect to that defense, with respect to Aaron Rodgers, you have to say that this will be a really good game.
For sure.
But regardless, I think the Eagles on both fronts. Defense, you guys might have the edge in terms of personnel, but offensively, I think that the Eagles are still just, with respect to Rodgers, with respect to Garrett Wilson, I just trust the
Eagles
Eagles
are better.
personnel to
No, that's going to be
to handle
because I think
business.
week 1, we might get punched in the mouth and like have a close game with the Patriots. First
It
week,
can be.
first week up, it can be dangerous. Then at Minnesota, they just don't have nothing to stop us like on offense.
Well,
I
with
think-
respect to Belichick,
but I think from
understand where
week
you're coming
It's
from.
6
just an entire offseason he has to plan for that.
yeah,
Just
he
one-
he
True,
planned
yeah.
against the Eagles all summer, so it's like
It's just how do you stop Hurts?
But week 6 to week 14 is like our tough. Like that's when once we start with New York, then up until Seattle, week 15, it's like all right, we have to survive
in.
this stretch. Like we got to lock in. But the first 5 weeks, we should be 5-0.
The Patriots have the type of personnel and defensive scheme that it can definitely
Shake shit up.
box in Hurts' running ability because they're a team that they're heavy into dime personnel. They have 6 defensive backs on the field.
Yep.
Belichick over the years has quietly morphed his defense into just having straight versatile defensive backs. Kyle Duggar, Adrian Phillips, Jalen Mills, Jabril Peppers, players that they can
Shout out to
guard
Jalen
corners.
Mills, man.
They can
Shout out to Jabril.
Yeah, Jabril's amazing. They can play in the
Legend.
box. They can defend the run. They can cover corners. They can play safety. So with the Patriots that are going to have that type of heavy personnel out there on the field, lighter personnel out there on the field and faster, they'll be able to have a spy on Hurts that can run with him, where other teams probably don't.
I'm with you. That New England personnel is strong.
That's Christian Gonzalez's first test, baby. Smitty
Big
and
test.
AJ, baby.
Big test.
good
Have
luck.
fucking fun.
Good luck. Yo, Jabril, man, bring him back home.
Jalen Mills, Super Bowl champion.
Bring Jabril back home, man. Bring him back to New York.
Bring back the Giants. Could use them.
We're gonna beat the shit out of
Yo,
you guys.
they really moved on from Landon Collins for Jabril Peppers. That transition was fucking butter.
Yeah, it was the right move probably.
For sure. Landon went to Washington and was mid.
Yeah,
Happens to the best.
he was
of us,
great
man.
for the Giants.
That's a 4:25 game on a Sunday, by the way.
That
It's the
New England
Patriots,
game,
yeah.
right? Yeah, that's gonna be ugly.
8:15 though, Thursday night, Vikings.
Oh, rematch of
And
last
it's at
year.
Gillette Stadium, too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
That-
it's
if
a
we
tough
lose, I
place to play.
wouldn't be surprised. I'll be honest.
That's what. Yeah, there's games
Be a
that,
lot of chatter
that
if we
we're
lost.
saying like win. That could go either way.
No, the
I think
Jets
New
don't
England's
go
won
either
that.
way.
For who? The Eagles?
Yes.
I disagree.
We would beat you guys.
Like I think there's probably like around 7 games, give or take, that are like these could go either way.
But the beauty of it is Bills and Niners
7.
at home. So
7?
I think really like 5 probably, but then if you want to throw in like a random divisional game, if you want to throw in this game at New England, if you want to throw a game in at Seattle, those are tough games too.
Well, in the 5, I'm counting Seattle. I respect Seattle a ton this upcoming season.
are you counting the Jets?
I'm not.
That's
I have
who he's not counting.
At like the no doubters are at Jets,
I'm being rude.
Miami,
The Jets
a
definitely
Dallas
should
game,
count.
at Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco. Those are 6 that should be close games. And then you have the ones like at Seattle, which is not an easy place to play.
Yeah, playing the Jets, Dolphins, and going to play Washington at their home. That's tough. That's a tough 3 game
And then
stretch.
just a random divisional game that it's hard to go
But then
fucking
we-
It's just the
6-0
Eagles
or
have so
5-1
much
in
talent
that
No, for
division,
sure.
you know?
like the Eagles have so much talent up front that they could just dominate the game
Yeah.
from their offensive line.
No doubt.
Hey, after that,
That's what they did last year.
after
They
that
dominated
Cowboys
every
game, bye, and then we head right to Kansas City for some fun, man.
And it's like, yeah, last year Miles Sanders was the guy, but they have depth
That's
at the
Monday.
running back position so long as they stay healthy. DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny, Kenny Gainwell, who's been getting a lot of traction this offseason, and understandably so. And then, of
Couldn't get
course,
JT, huh?
We have 15 days off from the moment we play the Cowboys, and then we play Kansas City.
That's huge.
that's fire.
Because we have the bye, and then it's on Monday. Ooh.
You guys have a couple Monday Night Football games though.
Yeah, we got.
You don't have a rest
We got
advantage.
Tampa. I don't know why that's on Monday.
Oh, the Chiefs also have a Week 10 bye.
Fuck.
That's kind of
Hated that for them.
Yo,
now you
Christmas
give-
Day.
God damn.
Christmas Day, Monday game,
play you guys.
4:30. Yeah, you guys, Giants.
Ah, 4:30.
Sorry.
That's tough.
Yeah, you guys.
It's all right.
If you were
Me and
if you were
Daniel
building
and Andrew Thomas.
if you were building an all-time Eagles roster, who's starting at quarterback?
It have to be McNabb.
Question: Randall Cunningham.
Oh, I don't go back that far.
There was multiple seasons where he didn't complete like over 60% of his passes.
Yeah.
I feel
but
like
you
it
have to
has
respect
be
the legend.
Donovan McNabb.
McNabb probably has the
Michael
total,
Vick,
I think McNabb is more respected.
where he
than
was number
Eagles.
2 in MVP that season.
McNabb went to the Super Bowl.
He did.
McNabb was amazing that year. Yeah.
I think he's
But
more
Vic-
respected as a Philly quarterback than Michael Vick.
I don't know, man. Michael Vick coming out of jail, coming back to the NFL.
I get it. The story. It's cool.
He just didn't play for the Eagles long. Like Donovan McNabb has the longevity
Yeah.
and the success.
It's the
McNabb
history.
has 6,000 yards more than anyone. He has 40 more touchdowns than
Yeah,
everyone.
he's him.
All right, the answer is McNabb. I was
Running
here for
back
conversation
is,
purposes.
I feel like it's shady. But it
LaShawn
could go
McCoy
Westbrook.
or Brian Westbrook, I think it's shady.
I think it's
I'd
shady
go
too.
shady,
Wide
yeah.
receiver, you go Deshaun Jackson.
Jalen Hurts already 11th on this
Think
passing
about
yards
it.
list.
Oh,
Would you already put AJ Brown up there if you're starting
as
at
a number
receiver?
2?
Yeah, T.O.
Terrell,
Deshaun
for
Jackson,
sure.
AJ
Terrell.
Brown, Terrell Owens.
Nah, Terrell needs to be number 1 on the list with all due respect to
Deshaun's
Deshaun.
too.
No Jeremy Maclin respect.
Jeremy's not starting over Smitty. I'm just gonna be honest.
I don't
Harold
disagree.
Carmichael.
Nah, he's not. The Eagles really have their best wide receivers right now.
Zach Ertz is the tight end.
Zach Ertz easily the tight end.
Yeah,
but
easily. Like,
Shout out to
he's-
Brent Selleck though.
Brent Selleck,
Zach
sure.
was so nice in his.
Are we going their offensive line now all time?
Shit, it might
Yeah.
be.
Of course, it has to.
Kelsey for
easily.
sure. Lane.
Lane for
You gotta,
sure.
you gotta bring back Brandon Brooks though.
Okay,
gotta
Brandon
bring back
Brooks did
Brandon
retire.
Brooks.
That's tough,
He
bro.
retired a little early. Gotta bring him
Jordan
back.
Mailata or Jason Peters.
Jason Peters.
Peters,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
always-
Peters
always
for
Peters
Peters.
are good.
sure.
That old fuck. He's still in free agency in Madden.
Yeah. He said he wants the Jets to call him up. If they call, I'll come. I was like,
We might need him.
yeah, maybe.
We might need him.
Defensive line. We probably go this defensive line or last year.
Y'all haven't had any dogs? I'm blank. Brian Dawkins needs to be there.
He's
of
easily a
course.
safety. Asante
Asante Samuel?
corner
Okay.
easily.
But just the offense, we're
He gets
looking at.
naked,
Big
actually.
play?
He could corner. He's second.
Yeah, I
Same
feel like we're
Asante
missing
Samuel,
some
definitely
legends.
number
Yeah,
one.
no, we said Asante.
Yeah.
Brian
Definitely
Dawkins.
Asante's number 1.
respect big
Herm
play.
Edwards played
Big play.
Big play
Respect the
plays
big
like
play,
that,
but
but
he ain't one.
Asante
Asante's
Samuel-
him.
What you mean? What you mean?
Asante-
Big play. not
Asante
out
Samuel
there?
quietly had one of the best corner seasons ever.
He was a.
And bro, big play Slay for how many seasons has been?
But we talking Philly
absolutely
though.
clamps. I'm talking Philly.
His seasons aren't better than
Bro,
Samuel's.
the year before, no, there was one season with Philly. I think that was his first year that he went up against DK, that he went up against CD.
Oh, no,
that
he had
went
some
against
years.
Devontae. No. That he was getting bodied.
That was
that
the
he
first
kind
year.
of had his. And then
First
year
year.
2, he did his thing. Year 3, phenomenal.
Yeah.
His second year in Philly, he had 9 interceptions.
That's what I'm
Asante.
talking- Oh, no,
yeah,
no.
yeah, Asante.
You don't have to tell me. I know Asante was
He was
crazy.
best with New England, though.
Definitely.
Yeah. He was at his best with New
But
England.
he did have the play in the Super Bowl where he dropped that INT, ended up costing him the fucking
You know
game.
who's a shame, bro? Nandi Asamaga.
Dog, we had built a fucking super team. I remember when
So
you
funny,
know
bro.
when you
Made him
first
the
get
highest
Madden,
paid.
and that year you play a league, and then the preview is Eagles built the super team. We got all these players, and we went 4-12.
He was a 90 overall in
He's a
Madden.
99.
He was insane
He's a
with the Raiders.
99.
I remember
Fell
we were. I don't know if we were actually.
Where was
second,
his first
but
team
The
before
Jets were the Raiders.
Raiders.
The Jets
He
were
was a
right
what?
there. It was gonna be Nnamdi and Darrell Revis, but he went to the Eagles.
We had him in free agency.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had a super team.
He was a 98.
He was a
Yeah,
99.
he was like him and Revis were like neck and neck.
like he had a year. It was insane.
And what the
bro.
fuck happened?
He just
Fell
was
off.
ass.
Just fell the fuck off.
Was that the Chip
Sad,
Kelly team?
man.
Yes.
Chip Kelly made every. He.
That wasn't supposed to be a bad move, though.
Chip Kelly didn't want Deshaun Jackson because he was affiliated
And
with
Shady.
gang members.
No, that
He
was
didn't
terrible.
want-
And
he didn't
Shady
want
also.
Shady.
Yeah,
Trady
and
for,
he wanted to run
uh,
this
what
bullshit
linebacker?
offense.
However, he was up to something with Nick Foles.
Was
A
that
little
Foles 20 and 2 year?
I think so, bro. That he was
got hurt.
ended up being an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
he got hurt.
Nah, the coach was Andy Reid, that super team.
Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
But Chip Kelly, I'm pretty sure that year with Nick Foles was with
No,
Chip
Chip
Kelly.
Kelly was with Mario.
No. Yo, you might be right. But I also feel like Chip Kelly Chip Kelly was his coach at Oregon.
So I'm looking at the team. That dream team was Michael Vick, LaShawn McCoy,
Yep.
Deshaun Macklin, Jason Avant, Brent Selleck,
Sanchez.
Jason Peters, Evan Mathis, Jason Kelsey, Danny Watkins. Jason Kelsey's been in the league for a minute. He was a rookie here. Then Todd Herman's at right tackle.
This guy had the nerve to say Vic over McNabb. Vic was on that 4-12 team.
The defense was crazy. It
But
was
Vic was OD. He was second MVP, bro.
I think that was the 2010 year.
And he just
10
came
and
out of
6.
jail. It's
Hey,
fucking
listen, man,
amazing.
some guys don't lose it.
the defense was Jason Babin, Cullen Jenkins, Mike Patterson, Trent Cole,
I remember Trent Cole.
Asante Samuel, and Namdi. Kirk Coleman, that's a name.
Trent Cole was nice, man.
He was second all time. I was just looking in your sacks.
We had some guys, man. Shout out to Philly.
We got to talk about the Cowboys and the Commanders.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
This is where I
Surprised
sit
we
back.
didn't talk about the Commanders when we were talking about the Giants, but it'll make sense.
What are we talking
now.
about? Commanders
Talk
or
about,
Giants?
we're
or
talking about
Cowboys
the
first?
Cowboys.
Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys, man.
Super Bowl champs, right?
Do we have anything meaningful to say about them?
Yeah, I do. I'm curious what this guy has to say. I saw his list. I saw where he's got the Cowboys.
You did?
Listen, I think they're going to win the NFC East this year. I do.
Wait, what?
I do. The Cowboys 2 years in a row have won 12 games.
Good for them.
You know,
Congrats. We just won 14, buddy.
you did.
Win the Super Bowl.
I think the Cowboys probably win the same amount or
Oh, so they
may
get the
win
tiebreaker.
13. Maybe. Who knows? It's possible. The biggest change with Dallas is obvious. It's Mike McCarthy's calling plays now. And I think everybody's kind of panicking about that because the end of his Green Bay tenure ended sour. It wasn't good. He was stale as a play caller. But Kellen Moore, although he has shown a lot of promise as an offensive coordinator, and I think he'll strive with the Chargers and Justin Herbert, Mike McCarthy has called plays before and has had top offenses before, and that's not even just in Green Bay. With the Saints, he was an offensive coordinator from 2000 to 2004, very long ago.
7 years old.
The quarterback was Aaron Brooks. And that's ironic, coincidentally, an NBA player's name too, who is really good with the Rockets. Aaron Brooks was a below-average quarterback. The Saints, every year with Mike McCarthy calling plays, were a top 15 offense. The year Mike McCarthy leaves and goes to San Fran as an OC during Alex Smith's rookie year, they drop to the 31st ranked offense. That's long ago. The reason why I'm high on Mike McCarthy, though, is because the knock on him is that he's this run-heavy head coach, but that's just not true. Every year in Green Bay, he had an above 60% pass rate on average when he was in Green Bay. The past 3 seasons with the Cowboys, it's been 56% or more. This past season, the Cowboys were at a 52% pass rate. It was the lowest pass rate that McCarthy has had in his entire tenure as a head coach. So I don't think Mike McCarthy is this run-first head coach. I think that he's going to pass a lot. The biggest knock on Green Bay is that they would jump into early leads, and then in the second half, McCarthy would get conservative calling runs. The prime example of that is the NFC Championship game. The Packers have the ball with 5 minutes left. They're up 19-7, and he calls 3 straight runs for Eddie Lacy, loses yards, 3 and out. Seattle scores, onside kick, they recover, they score again, and Green Bay loses a trip to the Super Bowl because of that sequence. And very easily, you can blame Mike McCarthy. Oh, you could have just passed it with Aaron and gotten a first down and iced the game. That's a valid criticism. But your defense all game long let up 7 points. Russell Wilson at that time had 4 interceptions. No one knew that he was gonna just be miraculous and then come back in that fashion. So it's a two-edged sword. You can kind of call it.
Fucking quarterback.
But Mike McCarthy, in terms of yards rank when he called plays for the Packers, 9th, 2nd, 8th, 6th, 9th, 3rd, 13th, 3rd, 6th. The 3 years where he relinquished play calling duties from 2015 to 2018, they dropped to 23rd, 8th, 26th, and 12th. I think he's a fine play caller.
8th is pretty good.
And defensively, the Cowboys are going to be elite again. You know, I think this is potentially the best defense in the league. And if it's not the best, it's a top 3 unit. They force turnovers. They get a ton of pressure. And the biggest weakness was the opposite corner, Trayvon Diggs. Teams would just target that relentlessly. The Cowboys were one of the worst teams against man last year, and now you add in Stephon Gilmore. Now you add in Brandon Cooks offensively, and Dak Prescott, listen, I understand he had 15 interceptions. His interception percentage of 3 I think it was 7 last year, if I'm not mistaken, was the most he's had in his career. The second most was in his second season. It was like 2.5. So Dak Prescott is not a turnover-prone quarterback.
That shouldn't
a
happen
lot of
again.
his interceptions last year weren't even his fault, to be honest. And the year before that, in 2021, we're talking about Dak threw 37 touchdowns to 10 interceptions, had a 102 passer rating. Dak Prescott can get back to that level. Last season, he didn't have help at receiver. CeeDee Lamb is an elite receiver. He is, and I'm not saying that that's not help, because that definitely is help. But the Cowboys receivers ranked 30th out of 32 teams in on-target catch rate. It was a lot of bobbles, a lot of drops, and that caused a lot of interceptions, and they were 27th in yards after the catch. Dak was getting no production from his playmakers after the catch. So I think Brandon Cooks, although that's not an element of his game, he is at least somebody that will threaten man coverage in a way that Gallup last year coming off an ACL couldn't do, or Noah Brown. I think the Cowboys got a lot better. Everything they needed to get better at, they got better at. This is a team that in the past 2 seasons has won 12 games in each of them. And I think healthy Prescott season, healthy defensive season, they'll stay around where they are. I think they're winning the NFC East. I do.
I like this Cowboys team. Just so before we finish your thought,
Didn't you pick them
win
last
the
year?
NFC East. What else? Because I know that's not where you're going to stop with this Cowboys team. At least what you've told us so far this offseason.
Listen, my early preseason favorite, when I'm looking at it, I think the Cowboys can make it out the NFC. I've been very adamant in saying it's a 3-team race. It's San Fran, it's Dallas, and it's Philadelphia.
It does.
Last 28 years, Cowboys have not even made it to the NFC Championship game.
It's been a while.
I think at some point,
Jets been twice.
it has to end. At some
And
point,
it
it
has to
has
be
to
this
end.
At some
right?
point, it has to end. It does feel like Dallas is just a tick below those other 2 teams. The question originally is this Dak Prescott's last chance to prove himself and with the Cowboys? I think we know exactly what Dak is. He's a guy that could throw for 4,000 yards. He's a guy that could throw for 30-plus touchdowns. He's a great leader, undisputed franchise quarterback for this team. I really got nothing negative to say about Dak. And overall, I like the Cowboys. I have them at 11 wins. I have them 1 less than the Eagles. Would I be shocked if they won the division? No, but I would be surprised. I do think this is the Eagles' division to lose.
Shock, surprise, synonyms in your opinion.
Shock feels a little bit more extravagant, you know?
Let him slide.
Mickey
But
Mouse.
I do, and listen, a lot of good numbers, Mike McCarthy. That's my biggest worry. I'm a big Kellen Moore fan. I'm very high on the Chargers because of that. I think Justin Herbert's going to have
Chargers
an
Twitter
MVP type season.
stroking you off a little bit for your Kellen Moore.
They were. But I do worry about Mike McCarthy, right? It's always interesting to see what happens to a team, or even if you're at a job, what happens after you leave. Last year with Mike McCarthy, they were 6-9-1. He leaves. Next year, 13-3, go to the NFC Championship game. The next 2 years, Aaron Rodgers wins MVP. Now, maybe that's because of the Jordan Love. He gets drafted. Rodgers gets that fire under him, and he's just a new reborn guy. Some of it might have to do with Mike McCarthy. One of the issues that I have, at least leaving from Kellen Moore, was just how high-paced this offense was. Last season, Dallas ran the 8th most plays. 2021, they were 2nd. 2020, they were 2nd again. 2019, they were 7th. For reference, the 5 years prior, before Kellen Moore got there, they were never higher than 12. And most of the time, they were bottom 20. In those years, Dallas was 1st in yards and 6th in points in 2019. In 2020, even when Dak was injured, they were still 14th in yards, 17th in points. 2021, 1st in yards, 1st in points, best offense in the league. And last year, 11th in yards and 4th in points. And when you look at Mike McCarthy's last 4 years in Green Bay, and in 2015, he did give up play calling duties. This is with the most talented quarterback of all time at this time, no Patrick Mahomes, with Devontae Adams giving this breakout kind of later on, but had some weapons there. He averaged 17th in yards, 14th in points. He was an average NFL offense with the best quarterback that we have seen talent-wise of all time. Kellen Moore put up better offensive numbers in totality with Andy Dalton than Mike McCarthy was with Aaron Rodgers those last 3-4 seasons in Green Bay. And on top of all of this, and maybe it's just fluff and maybe I'm overlooking it, when Mike McCarthy goes on the podium when he gets hired and he says, I told Jerry Jones I was doing analytics and I was watching film that whole season I was off, just to come back a couple months later and say that was all bullshit. I don't love that. So this Cowboys team I like. They're in contention just because the NFC is so fucking weak. but I don't see the type of I don't think they're going to replicate the type of offensive success, especially in scoring offense, that they had these last few years with Kellen Moore, now that McCarthy's taken over the offense.
This team most definitely got better. Okay.
Do you have a rebuttal to that?
Oh yeah, I got a couple for sure. You know, and I was
All right,
silent
Riv,
because I wanted
Riv's
to
trying to
get
make
other people
my
talk.
job easy right now.
Listen, Dehls.
Cowboys guy.
I think
You're playing Pokemon Go.
Listen, Dehls. I think
Thompson highlights.
the criticism is valid of Mike McCarthy. You know, the last season with Aaron Rodgers, it got stale. There's no doubt about that. But I think looking back in those moments, you know, most of the time when it comes to coaches with great quarterbacks, they get undermined a lot of the times. Mike McCarthy, I think, is a good coach. I don't know. I think he has to get better situationally for me to rank him in like the top 10 of coaches. But I think a prime example of this is Andy Reid. Andy Reid, before Mahomes, was known as somebody who couldn't win in the playoffs, especially after the 06 season with McNabb, or the 04 season with McNabb. It was one of those two. Now Andy Reid gets Mahomes. They win. Andy Reid used to get knocked for not being able to win. And now,
I was one of those guys.
And now Andy Reid is used as someone to discredit Mahomes because he was in this great foundation.
It's my favorite thing to do.
McCarthy is not Andy Reid, but I think McCarthy has earned his reputation, and he's a respected and reputable coach in the NFL. Hell, the Jets, I wanted the Jets to get him. Kellen Moore, I think, is fine. I think although you are right in him calling the plays, you can't ignore that McCarthy is designing the offense.
He's involved.
And they're installing the offense together. It's a collaborative effort. So I don't think that we're going to go from seeing what Kellen Moore did last year to now this year, and it's going to be totally revamped. I think there's going to be different things. I think they'll still play with tempo. I think they'll pass more. And now Dak Prescott has the most command at the line that he's ever had in his career. Dak Prescott is going to be able to change up plays. That's something they've been mentioning. So I think that gives them more freedom as well. So for me, I think the Cowboys will be fine. They'll still be a great scoring offense. I would be shocked if they don't finish in the top 8 of scoring offense this year.
I would be surprised too.
Top 8 is valid. Yeah.
No rebuttal?
Top 8. I mean,
This guy Riv's trying to be messy.
no, the thing is, they're in the NFC. Why I asked you to like go on after you said win the NFC East, because I knew there was more there. Because the NFC East is like, all right, I'll be surprised, like I said, but it's the Super Bowl. That's where I have the hesitancy. It's winning multiple playoff games. You're either gonna have to be the 1 seed, so you're gonna have a great regular season, you get home field advantage, or you don't, and you're gonna have to go to Philly or go to San Francisco and win one of those high leverage games. And just, you know, history-wise, over these last few years, Mike McCarthy hasn't exactly been there.
Show up.
But I think the big knock on Kellen Moore is that in 2 years in a row, 2 playoff games in a row versus the 49ers, your offense got shut down completely.
Not two playoff games in a row, because we had conversations. The Buccaneers, Dak Prescott.
Oh, no, I mean like with the 49ers.
Gotcha.
But their offense got shut down
it was
by
bad.
the Niners. I mean, I'm talking about the year they probably had the best on record and I guess just overall advantage over the NFC was in 2021. They had a bye. They faced the Niners off that bye, and the Niners just run it down their throats. And run defense is something the Cowboys have improved at, so I don't think that same type of thing will happen again. But, man, I remember plays when Kellen Moore was calling curls for offensive linemen. You know, I seen 2 offensive linemen go out and run curls in the middle of the field. So there are things with Kellen Moore that I've seen his offense. Sometimes it does get a little bland. Sometimes it is a bit questionable. This past season, 52% pass rate. They were well below average. They had the 25th lowest pass rate in the NFL. So I think that can be more next year. They can pass the ball more and be more efficient.
Just to clean it up real quick, the Niners and the Cowboys played in the first week of wild card round. So Dallas didn't have a bye. That was a big sting
I remember that year you guys picked the Niners to win. You thought it was an awful matchup for Dallas. So, yeah, you understood the situation. Dallas winning the NFC East.
I just think since then, Cowboys, they fixed those weaknesses that were...
No, for sure.
Like, now I don't look at the Cowboys, and there's not something I see that I'm like, oh, my God, in the playoff game,
really?
The Niners are going to exploit this.
I see it.
It's Dak knew that was coming.
Yeah, come on. No. All jokes aside, though.
Got your ass.
All jokes aside, though. Dallas has a talented team, man. I feel like this year, you brought in Brandon Cooks, opposite of CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup now had a full offseason to recover, so that's going to be huge. You brought in Stephon Gilmore, who I think still has a lot left in the tank. He's still a great cornerback. Opposite Trevon Diggs, you still have DeMarcus Lawrence. You still have Micah Parsons. You still have guys. Tony Pollard's finally going to get the full workload in the backfield.
He's going to get the full load?
I'm sorry.
Micah's bound to win DPOY.
One of these
Micah,
years.
right? Yeah, Micah's going to get 1 or 2 in his career. Like, that's
Unless
for sure
Pat
gonna happen.
Surtain wins it.
Or Sauce.
Shit, if we're throwing out names. Or,
Quinn.
I don't have anybody to say. Jalen Carter.
Jermaine Johnson.
Tremaine Johnson.
Brandon Graham.
Jalen Carter.
Year one.
Imagine.
Is this the first time we see a free safety win it in Justin Simmons?
So you have Dallas winning the NFC. It's not a hot take. It's not a bad take.
I mean,
at all.
listen, it's
They're
what
right. They're right there.
would I rather them not win the NFC East but win a playoff game or two? Of course I would. Ultimately, for the Cowboys, regular season matters.
Yeah.
If they can secure that bye, that's huge. But ultimately, you got to go into the playoffs. You got to get it done.
I feel like the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship ultimately runs through the NFC East, low key. Because you have 2 of the 3 best teams in the NFC. You're going to have to see one of them down the road. Opposite the Niners, of course, you always show the love to them. They're a top 3 team. But you have 2 of the best teams in the division. I mean, and then you have another team in the Giants who just made the playoffs. So it's like most of the bulk work of the playoffs runs through the NFC East. And then you had Giants in the second round, Dallas in the second round, Eagles in the Super Bowl. I do think Dallas has improved dramatically on both ends, on the defensive end and on the offensive end. I do think Dak doesn't have another bad year like he did last year. I think the reason why
interceptions,
the
really,
interceptions were a big mark because he didn't have a lot of touchdowns for him. I feel like if he had like 35 touchdowns, I don't think people would have jumped on the interceptions.
like
as
Stafford,
bad.
the 41 and
Yeah,
7.
or like even Josh Allen.
it was
Josh Allen
just-
had like 14 interceptions too, but he had 30 plus
But
touchdowns.
15 INTs missing, 5 games, was it?
Yeah, he did miss some games.
Yeah.
It was 5 games.
That's brutal.
It's tough. I mean, they didn't have anybody opposite CeeDee Lamb.
It really wasn't his fault. Like half of them were not.
And CeeDee Lamb didn't start getting it going.
It's still tough. And when you miss 5 games, you're one of the league leaders in INTs.
The league leader.
Yeah. I thought he was tied.
No,
wasn't
Josh
he?
had like 1 or 2 less.
Yeah.
He's the lead leader in turnovers.
He might have been.
Josh,
He might have been tied, but he was number one, either tied or number one.
Got it.
no, Dak was tied. Josh was tied in lead leader in turnovers.
I thought Josh had 17 INTs.
No, I don't think he has.
I'm tripping?
It's not that much.
All right, regardless of that fact.
I would throw a fit if it was
The
17.
original question was supposed to be, is this Dak's last chance to prove himself? And I know we had conversations earlier about Trey Lance and that potential situation coming in and
Davis Mills and Dak tied for the most picks.
got it.
Dak played.
When you're tied with Davis Mills in INT, it's never ideal. Yeah, so that idea is this Dak's last chance to prove himself. We can sit here and say, hey, Dak's had some pretty good teams in his day. We spoke about it, that 2021 season, that 2018 year when they went and faced the Rams in the playoffs, did beat the Seahawks in the first round. That was a solid team. Dak's rookie season, that was a stacked-ass roster. He was amazing. We're not going to hold that one against him by any means. He left that field winning. He was phenomenal that game. He was phenomenal that entire season, but followed it up with an underwhelming season the year after that. Dak Prescott, not this past season, of course, but 2 seasons ago, statistically, had his best season by far. When Amari Cooper and him were on the field, special things did happen. When Amari Cooper first came to town, I believe that's when Dak threw 30 touchdowns for the first time in his career. I think it was a 30 touchdown to 10 INT. That was 2 years ago.
No, 37. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude.
It's
I'm-
okay.
I'm looking at
All
Josh.
good. All good.
I apologize.
But yes, that first year with Amari, I believe he had 30 touchdowns, 10 INTs. And then 2
19.
seasons ago, correct, he had 37 touchdowns. He was phenomenal. Dak Prescott, his job should not be at jeopardy. I don't believe this is his last chance to prove himself. However, we can sit here and understand that if Dak Prescott does not win a playoff game next season, we have serious conversations.
You just lost 2 in a row.
That's what I'm saying.
This
have-
upcoming
to
season.
top teams too. The teams you got
this
beat.
upcoming season, I wouldn't say this is Dak's last chance, but again, if you don't win a playoff game, it's different. I believe that the NFC is so weak. We saw it this past season with the Cowboys. They faced up against the Buccaneers. They dominated that game. Dak Prescott was fantastic. You mentioned it last podcast. I believe 4 touchdowns, 0 INTs. He was phenomenal. But with the weak NFC, they should win a playoff game. If you get upset with one of those wild card teams, I'm not having it.
I don't know. I feel like they have to beat one of the
Because
two teams.
they're going to end up being the wild card team, in my opinion, because I have the Eagles winning this division. So if they face, because the Buccaneers won that division, if they face the Saints and they lose inexcusably, then we have conversations. But I don't see them losing that game. They should go on and win the next round. You can lose to the Niners. Just don't go out sorry. Like this past season that we saw against the Niners, where Dak was just simply not Dak Prescott. He was terrible. Where Brock Purdy wasn't even great, and Brock Purdy played better than him. So I look at this Cowboys team. I agree with you guys. Mostly, of course, with Joel, where they got better across the board. You go and you add Stephon Gilmore. That's not just a good corner. He's still great. Fringe elite. Last season with the Colts, he really put the league on notice that he's not washed. He was ready to still be prime time. CeeDee Lamb put the league on notice as well. Me, mostly, saying, hey, I can be a number one if I given that opportunity. I expect fully that CeeDee Lamb can continue to do so. You add Brandon Cooks to the mix now. You lose Dalton Schultz, which kind of hurts in my opinion. I think that Dalton Schultz was a solid safety net option for Dak Prescott, but that only means that Tony Pollard's going to get some work. And Deuce Vaughn, we can joke about him being undersized. He's got talent. And I think that with the fact that they do I don't want to say it's a luxury. That's not the word I'm looking for. Mostly necessity. Deuce Vaughn will get work. Will get some work. Won't be a ton because I expect Tony Pollard to get a full amount of it. But for the fact that Deuce Vaughn is as quick and as agile as he is, I think that he'll get some love. But this team should be great. This team, nevertheless, I have them winning 12 games. And that's with respect to the Dallas Cowboys. I think that they're great. They're a elite unit on the defensive side of the ball. I think that they have the potential to be an elite offense. It's a matter of what McCarthy is going to show me, though. That is a question mark. I have to say that because McCarthy, you guys read me all these numbers, especially when he was over in Green Bay with Rodgers and what happened when they transferred play calling responsibilities away. And what we can go off is history. Dak Prescott had his best season with Kellen Moore in year one. Of course, Mike McCarthy was also a part for the ride, but in terms of play calling, Kellen Moore had a majority of the say in that. Last season, Dak was injured. I don't hold it too much against him, but we got to take care of the ball this upcoming season, and I think that he will do so. We've seen the Dallas Cowboys improve across the board. Offensive line, that's a little bit tricky. Of course, Zach Martin is the guard in the league, but the tackle position is a little bit worrisome.
How many games is Tyron Smith going to get?
It's just Tyron Smith's house. Terrence Steele is a really good.
But who did they pick? Tyler
Smith is starting at guard.
Tyler Smith,
Yeah,
exactly. That's
he's a really good guard for them too.
He played tackle last season though, due to necessity.
Tyron Smith's played 17 games in the last 3 years.
You hate that for him, honestly.
So, what has been in the past one of the strengths in the NFL for the Dallas Cowboys of offensive line, it's not that same luxury this upcoming season, but Dak Prescott should be great enough to overcome that.
It's still a top 10 unit for sure. Yeah.
In my opinion.
They drafted Tyler Smith to be the Tyron Smith replacement, but when Tyron Smith is healthy, he starts at left tackle. Terrence Steele starts at right tackle. Terrence Steele was somebody that could have walked in free agency, but they picked up like a tender on him, and he's a really good tackle in the league.
I don't want to get into a conversation about a top 10 offensive line unit. I mean, this show's already long enough, but I can hear you. I understand where you're coming from. Just teams are coming into mind, but it's still a concern nevertheless for what Dak has been given. But again, with the skill position players that he has now, with the addition of Brandon Cooks, with now Tony Pollard not getting a semi-portion of the workload, we saw what he can do with half of it last year. Give him the whole thing.
The whole thing was nuts.
Fucking give him the whole fucking
Give him
load.
everything and all.
Amen to that.
Shove it in.
As much as you could say.
Shove it in his mouth.
I mean, they should. I mean, right now, the worry with Dallas is that while Zeke was washed, Zeke was still
productive
a goal
in the red zone.
back, and he was still a great pass blocking running back.
There was going to be help for Ramondre this year.
Deuce Vaughn, now it's 5. He's 5'5". He can do some receiving work. He's going to have a lot of outside runs, but they really don't have a running back outside of Tony Pollard that can really take the load off of him.
I don't disagree at all.
I do disagree on this point you did say, though.
Talk to me.
I do disagree with the point that if Dallas loses to the Niners or the Eagles, it's fine. I think all three of those teams, not just Dallas.
It depends on the fashion is what I'm saying.
I think Eagles, Niners, and Dallas, all three have Super Bowl rosters.
For Dak, that's what my comment was. I can live with you losing to the Eagles.
He plays well.
I can live with you losing to the Niners if you just play. If you give me a solid performance.
Because I don't think, and I hear what you're saying.
Winning in the playoffs is hard, man.
It is hard. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying those 3 teams should be looking at it and saying NFC Championship or bust, Super Bowl or bust.
But that's the
if
thing.
they lose in the second round, all teams, Niners, Eagles, Cowboys, if they either one of them lose in the second round, it should be a disappointing. You should not just expect solid. Because out of those 3 teams, you're gonna need to be great to beat any one of those teams.
I agree.
Not just Dak.
I agree.
Hurts, Purdy, they all need to be great to beat each other.
I agree. No, that's 100% sound. I agree with you if we're talking about.
And it's a year before. I don't want just solid. I don't want just solid.
But when I say solid, I need you. I'm not saying you give me a Josh Allen against the Chiefs type performance.
No,
That's not
that's
what I'm
perfect.
saying.
I mean, listen, the difference between Purdy and Dak in the playoff game that we just saw is that while Purdy wasn't making good plays, he didn't make negative ones.
Correct.
Dak is making negative ones and costing.
It was very uncharacteristic of Dak.
So
it really was.
That's why with Dak Prescott, I mean, in these games, he has to be. I'm talking about 2 touchdowns, 0 interception performances.
Not asking for Josh.
Or
Josh was perfect.
or you
That's
get the
kind
ball
of the
late
thing.
and you make a drive and you win the game.
So I'm with you. When it comes to Dak Prescott, that I still feel firmly about that statement. You could still play well and you lose to those teams. I can look at Dak and say, hey, hold your head up high. Like Kirk Cousins against the Giants. Kirk Cousins left it all out on the field. He was borderline perfect in that game, lost. I can still look at Kirk and I can respect the performance he put forth even in a loss. But when it comes to the team as a whole, yes, I'm with you. Now we can get into that conversation. It's not acceptable because when you're with Dallas Cowboys, you're building this roster not for a playoff win, not for a divisional round appearance. You haven't been to the NFC Championship in God knows how long. And with Dak Prescott, you haven't made it once. You've had some solid teams. That's something that you can look at Dak and say, that's a blemish on your resume. But if you're looking at a team perspective, I'm with you. This has to be an NFC Championship or bust.
You have to look at it from him too, because if he's going to be solid, they're not going to get to the NFC Championship game with him being solid.
I mean, this defense is going to be amazing.
It is, but he's going to have to be great to beat the Eagles or beat the Niners. You're not going to. He can't just be solid.
I agree with you.
Like Kirk was great, and he still didn't beat the Giants.
But that defense is dog shit, as opposed to the Dallas Cowboys defense, which is going to be a top 5 unit.
That's why Dak just can't turn the ball over.
Dak, if he was good against the Niners, the Cowboys probably win that playoff
for
game.
sure.
Yeah,
but he wasn't good.
21-17 was the final, right? Or something like
Yeah,
that.
it was very
Might have been
close.
lower than that. I think he had an opportunity to drive down the field, and they just couldn't.
Yeah.
Nobody could
It
get
just
open.
wasn't enough time, like in the game, really to do anything.
But yeah, as long as he
anymore.
plays, like you said, 2 touchdowns, but really no interceptions, that defense is going to be able to hold up. Maybe not against Philly, but against the Niners, I think they'll be able to do enough. And they showed it last year.
19-12 game.
19-12.
Fugly ass game from Dallas.
It's a playoff game, baby.
That is a playoff game.
Sam Howell.
Gritty in the trenches, man.
Sam Howell, you're in?
It's time.
You're in?
Does
Talk to
Purdy,
me.
Does
What's your definition of in?
You are a flip-flopper, bro.
does
Let's do
Brock,
the Cowboys schedule prediction.
does Brock Purdy have more playoff
I'm with
wins
that.
than Dak?
Say that one more time.
No, I'm
Purdy
Does
has
Brock
1.
Purdy have more victories? He has 2.
2, right? Yeah, 2.
Dak has 2.
I'm
Sorry, winning the playoffs, man.
Clock's ticking, baby.
Lamar got 1.
Oh wow, I hate
Herbert?
that for Lamar. 0. He 27 is embarrassing. Hate that for him.
Sanchez.
Can't say I'm overly upset because, fuck the Chargers, but
You aren't you a Herbert guy?
I definitely acknowledge that he's one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen.
I think he's number 2, right?
In the league, yes.
This guy's gonna down that hill.
Pure talent
It's not a
wise,
bad
it's
hill
not,
to
it's
down.
not insane.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, Justin Herbert's one of the ones.
Yes.
I mean, none of us have him at 2.
I do.
Nah.
No.
Pure
three.
talent wise.
I hate that.
But I
Pure
have
talent wise, Andrew Wiggins is elite.
I have a tier.
Pure
of
talent wise,
quarterbacks.
people had fucking Aaron Rodgers over Brady for
All
moons.
time, yeah. He's one of the ones.
You got the Cowboys schedule up?
I could definitely pull that up for you, brother. I got it right
You're
now.
running it?
Yes.
You're the Cowboys.
Are you gonna pay
I'll-
attention and do your job this time?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you wanna-
But yes.
You want to curl over that way so I can hunch over and look at my computer so that way people can see you?
I don't know.
Nice. That's perfect.
Okay,
That's
okay.
perfect. Okay, we're going over the Dallas Cowboys 2023 schedule, week 1 at the New York Giants.
That's a win.
You're feeling confident about that?
And that's I'm 100% confident. I can't feel more confident about that.
Oh,
win.
man. I don't feel great about that. Versus the Jets.
Jets offensive line issues. I love my New York Jets. Micah, DeMarcus Lawrence against that offensive line. I got Dallas in this game too.
I agree with you. Joel, talk to me.
Don't know.
Okay. At
Pay
Arizona.
attention.
I'm here.
You said at who?
At Arizona
That's a win too.
versus New England.
That's going to be a tough game. Is it at New England or is it?
It's in Dallas.
I got the Dallas Cowboys in that
Continue to
game.
watch these offside highlights.
At San Fran.
I think the Cowboys get some payback, man. Regular season,
Okay,
they
Jesus
need
Christ.
they need some they need a confidence
He needs to
booster
find 13
game.
wins somehow.
They
He's
need
gonna
a
have to
confidence booster
scratch and
game.
claw for
They
this
need
shit.
to go and beat San Fran to show to themselves that they could beat this team. So yes, I got that.
They always have to do that a lot.
With
Tick-
wins over the Aaron Rodgers Jets and the San Francisco 49ers.
Tickets start as
So
low
the
as
Jets don't beat
$309.
the NFC East at all.
Say it one more time.
The Jets don't beat the Cowboys or the Eagles in your schedule.
Am I not? Nope.
I'm going to be honest, bro. I'm going to go through the schedule, but I'm going to talk to you about the ticket prices because Jesus. At the Chargers. Monday Night Football game.
I got the Chargers in that game.
5-1. There's the first loss. 5-1.
Respect Justin Herbert.
I
Kellen
get
Moore
it.
payback.
Let down game.
You know what's
go, you're
funny?
high and fly
You know what's
against
funny?
the
I
Niners.
had them winning this game because the Chargers' rush defense is still not good. I believe Tony Powell will have a field day. Regardless.
It's winnable.
Bye week, week
5-1.
7, week 8 versus the Rams.
Off the bye, that's easy. That's an easy
They're
one.
gonna
At
whip their
Philadelphia
At Philadelphia, that's a loss.
versus the Giants.
They're sweeping the Giants.
What the fuck?
Ooh, 7-2.
All right. So
What the
tickets are as low as $35 for this game. At Carolina.
That's a win.
Really?
Tickets are as low as $256 for this game. What sense does that make? Versus Washington.
That's a win.
9-2.
Division game.
Versus Seattle.
That's a win.
10-2.
Okay, what the fuck?
He's-
Versus Philadelphia.
Win, I'm
They're
assuming?
splitting. That's a win.
At Buffalo.
11-2.
That's a loss.
Yeah.
At Miami.
That's a win.
12-3.
You have them winning a lot of games, bro. That pass.
All right, you tell me. Excuse me. Oh, God, they got 2 more. I
Yeah.
apologize. Versus Detroit.
That's a win.
13.
Last game of the season is at Washington.
This could be a loss. This could be a win.
Just give them the win,
if
bro.
they secure the bye, this is a
We're
loss.
at
If they don't,
we're at
this is a win.
13-3 right now.
12-5 the last 2 seasons.
So let me get this straight. The Eagles, he said he doesn't see them going 14.
The
winning
Eagles
14
have this
games.
regression.
Yeah, this
There's
all- yeah,
tape
but the
out,
Cowboys,
Super Bowl,
these are the ones.
But the Cowboys are winning the most games in the NFL.
I got them 13-4 Dallas Cowboys.
He wants to say 14-3
He does.
so bad.
He does.
Take the 14, man.
Yeah, you might as well take the 14, bro.
They
Might
can.
as well take 14,
Shit,
right?
It's,
Okay,
not, it's
yeah.
not impossible. But there are some games that they could lose. The San Francisco game they could lose. They could lose
No, they
against
will
the Jets.
lose the game.
Miami.
Miami. I think they could beat.
Chargers.
They'll beat
you had
Seattle.
Chargers.
Yeah. You know, there's some. They
Yeah, I
can lose
think
some
they'll
games
beat
there.
Seattle.
That's why.
The
Yeah.
Giants. You said they were going to sweep the Giants, right?
I think they sweep the
I
Giants.
think the Giants can win 1. The Giants do well against Dallas historically.
Dallas beat them twice last year.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott is like
Actually,
18
Dallas
and 4
only
against
beat the
NFCs.
Commanders in the division last year.
This is
Damn,
the
they
year,
didn't beat the
man.
Giants at all.
This the
You mean
year.
the Cowboys? Yeah, the
I
Giants.
don't know if I feel great
They went
about
0-4
14
against the
wins.
Eagles and
If it's not
Cowboys.
14, I mean, realistically though, 14, yeah, that's a lot of wins. But for me, 12, 13 wins is what I think Dallas should finish with.
Okay,
14
so
is the best team in football.
I wrote down my losses. I said I have 12-5 with losses to the Giants week 1, week 5 versus the Niners,
This guy doesn't
week
give it
9
up.
versus the Eagles, week 15 versus the Bills, and week 16 versus the Dolphins. I have them with a
That
12.
Bills game
Yeah,
is
that's
gonna
fine.
be
But
fire.
see, like, I think they can beat the Dolphins. They should beat the Dolphins.
Oh.
I understand with the fact
Tough
that
defense.
your I'm saying yours. I apologize for doing that. The Cowboys
offensive
defensive
line.
line is going to be dominant against the Dolphins. However, it depends on Teron Armstead. If Teron Armstead's healthy, that's obviously going to be a boost in terms of defending against Micah Parsons. But Micah Parsons, such a unicorn, he'll move all over the field.
He would dominate Teron Armstead.
dominate.
Micah is that type of level.
What
right
happened
now.
last time when you did dominate Did he dominate the Eagles?
No
they,
shot.
They were
now.
running away from him.
Did he
though.
dominate? Did he dominate? Honest question. Against the Niners?
Hold on. What?
The Eagles were running away from it. Like you guys were calling plays
but
away from him.
Yeah, but at the same time, we also left Lane Johnson
Yeah.
on the island.
But
a lot.
you also, what you
Don't
guys
do
did
that.
is that
Pay his respect.
you guys
do
caught
that.
a lot of read options, and Micah just had to keep.
He's not.
They
Stop
were-
it.
Listen,
Are you serious
it's
right
hard.
now?
Like,
Yo,
It's
he's
hard.
really
It's
trying to
not-
now. Like
he's sounding Matt.
But I'm saying 1-on-1, Micah versus Toronto Armstead, yes, he's gonna dominate him, bro.
Dominate?
One-on-one,
Mike
Mike
is
is
No, he's
saying
good at
one-on-one,
his, but can we
against
stop
Lane, he
talking
didn't
like
do that.
Teron
They're
Armstead's
gonna
not?
No, he's not.
You
but
keep mentioning one of the ones.
Teron's
One of them
not
ones.
lame.
Like, come on,
Micah
bro.
Parsons is a defensive player of the year candidate.
Teron Armstead's one of the best left tackles in a game.
Teron's not lame, buddy. Good luck.
Come on, bro. Respect Teron. When he's
He's not
healthy, he's
lame.
legitimately one of the best.
He's not lame. It's,
You know, if
not
you're
everybody can be lame. You know?
if
No,
that's
Lane-
the if that's the game plan
I
for
think
Miami,
Teron's-
oh,
I'm
we'll
thinking-
just
I
have
don't know.
Armstead on Micah.
Now Mike is gonna
If
eat.
he's
I'm
gonna do
Dan
him.
Quinn, all right, I'm just
You're
moving
chipping,
Micah to the
you're
other
bringing-
side.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
He's a unicorn. He's so flexible in the positions that he's able to
So for
play.
me, I
Micah's
think
gonna
just
do
the
his thing.
defensive line alone could dominate Miami.
But
That's
an
it.
offensive shootout, which is what it definitely could be.
Yeah,
Jalen,
it would not be offensive.
Jalen. Why do you say that?
Because
Cowboys defense too good.
And
And I
Who's
think
a
Miami's
better
defense
defense?
is up there too.
I was gonna say
Baltimore
respect
or
for
the
Fangio.
Cowboys?
Who's who?
Baltimore defense or the Cowboys defense?
Cowboys defense.
I'm gonna go.
Like comfortably?
I think the
Yeah.
Cowboys will have better numbers at the end. Of the
No, I'm
year.
talking about last year.
Last year down the
Cowboys.
stretch of the season, the
But
Ravens defense
yes,
was elite.
once Roquan
Until-
got there, facts. But in totality, it was probably
the
the Cowboys.
Ravens' defensive line is not that great. Marlon Humphrey is also going into the season with an injury. That's not ideal.
When does he come back? Week 7?
Is that bad? That bad of an injury?
The talent on the Ravens isn't what the Cowboys is, but what I will say about the Ravens
They
is that
scheme very well.
Mike McDonald, I think he's one of the best disguisers in the NFL right now.
I only asked that because Tua put up 21 points in a quarter against them, or 28 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's a fucking daddy.
They didn't have Roquan at that time.
And Gardner Minshew lit up the Dallas defense.
He did.
He did.
He did.
It was actually funny.
It's the addition of Stephon Gilmore that gives you some.
No, for sure.
Because now you're not like Trayvon. Now gets some little bit
I think
of
that's
cushion.
the game was 40-34. Yeah, Minshew was.
How
Trayvon-
confident are you guys that Sam Howell is going to be the guy?
If I remember correctly, it's 1 to 10, 10 being franchise quarterback, correct?
Who
I
said?
guess, yes.
Who's,
Yeah,
you
which
said
is
10?
why I know.
Oh, thank
8.5.
God.
I believe in Sam Howell.
8.5.
At this point, toss the shit.
I'm gonna
out
be
there.
honest with you, bro. I feel great. And I was listening to Ron Rivera. Also, I'm sorry, it's been bothering me.
10 is franchise quarterback.
It's-
that's
yeah,
$40
okay,
million
so I
a
said
year,
8.5.
Super Bowl.
Okay, that's why I'm not saying 10 because
Okay.
I'm not that fucking confident.
8.5
All right,
is
so
like- that's
I'll
like what
also
Dak
say
is.
this.
My computer's gonna
Who?
die.
So that's what like a Dak is.
No, Dak is a fucking
okay,
10.
Dak's a 10. But if Sam Howell's 8.5, that's
what,
like.
What is Mahomes?
Mahomes is a fucking 13.
All right, we here. As long as we
I
understand.
guess franchise quarterback. I'm thinking like perfect 10 out of 10.
No,
Dak's
they
a 10.
I'm
barely
just thinking,
exist.
like,
Okay, can I get this off? The graphics been fucking killing me. Sam Howell's a lefty suddenly.
That's John.
It's been bothering me the
John.
whole show.
at John. Talk to John right now. He edits.
Tortorelli.
Talk to him right now.
John, do fucking better, bro.
I was gonna say you're fired.
I wouldn't do that to my brother.
I would.
That's crazy.
But 8.5 for the fact that he's surrounded with weapons. Eric Bieniemy's not going to put him in a position to fail.
This is like his rookie year.
Yep.
No, for sure. But
You sure you want to make that 8.5 now?
I say 8.5 very, very comfortably. I believe in his ability. I believe in what he's shown me, not just in this preseason, which we went over last show. He's been phenomenal. But in the last couple of weeks that he was able to
You know what's the
start.
sad part?
I'm just curious where like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, AR
Should be 12s.
land on this scale.
Okay, if that's the case, thanks for that. So I'll lower it. I'll lower
Maybe
it.
he's judging Sam on a different
No,
scale.
no.
Ken's franchise quarterback.
Well, I say due to situation. He's put in a fucking unbelievable situation with the fact
Dehls,
that
you know what's the
got-
sad reality of it? The Commanders aren't going to be bad enough to get a quarterback in the free agent in the draft.
I honestly still don't feel that way, and I say that
I
with
do.
the
they could have a
fact
top 10 pick.
no, with 10 losses, it'll put them not in a position to get Drake May or Caleb.
I
Absolutely.
didn't mean 12 losses. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean
Quinn
Caleb,
Ewers.
Caleb and May.
Huh?
Caleb and
get
May
Quinn
are
Ewers.
gone
Yeah.
after 5.
But I mean,
Okay.
if they go 5 and 12, like I think they can, that's probably around the 7th pick.
Yeah, because last
could
year
trade
the
up.
best.
Caleb and Drake won't be there.
I mean, no, Caleb's gone at 1.
They can
Sneeze.
trade for Drake.
But maybe whoever's at 2 doesn't need a
Bless you.
quarterback.
I mean, Cardinals might have 1 and 2.
That's true. And they could trade 2 to fucking 7. They get Caleb and then trade 2.
Do
Or
some
they could
things.
draft Marvin.
What do
Who
they have to
knows?
trade?
Huh? Picks.
Yo, if
Washington?
they go Caleb and Marvin,
have 1
is
and
that the
2
greatest 1-2 of all
God.
time?
I'll be honest,
You're
K1's gone.
completely changing your franchise.
Oh, K1 is. I feel pretty.
Love him to death, but he's gone.
Would you rather draft Marvin or take 3 first-round picks?
No,
And
Marvin.
He's that good.
Especially if you're paying with Caleb.
He's 6'4".
No.
He's 6'4"?
Yeah.
No,
He moves like
Marvin
that.
is a. No,
He's a
bro,
dog.
Tell me
freak
about
of
Travis
nature.
Hunter.
Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
How about we
I'm
talk
not
about
too
Sam
familiar.
Howell and how I'm
You're not?
lowering my ranking to a
I've-
7.5?
It's because he
I've
went to
heard of-
Jacksonville State?
I've heard of his name, but I'm not familiar
Are
with his
you?
game.
I figured.
All right.
You don't be in the trenches looking at
Can
the
I
film?
talk about how
Sorry,
comfortable I
it's
am with
not.
Sam Howell, for the love of God?
Tell me.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
So I appreciate the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson. I'm lowering it from 8.5 to 7.5. I still feel comfortable with the fact of Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, who is my breakout wide receiver this season for sure. I firmly believe in his skill set, his big playability, his route running, his ability to catch the ball in traffic. I really believe Jahan Dotson is primed for a breakout season. Of course, Curtis Samuel as a Swiss Army knife. You have Antonio Gibson, who will be a great safety net for him, shown to be a great receiving back, has issues with fumbling the football, which is why they brought in Brian Robinson. But really, Antonio cleaned that up immensely last season. Didn't seem to be an issue for him. And really, it's the fact that Eric Bieniemy now has something to prove, and this is going to be his ticket to getting a head coaching job. His head coaching future really relies on the success of Sam Howell. What can you do with a late round draft pick at quarterback that is going to start for you? What can you do? Are you going to have him become a 3,500-yard quarterback? Are you going to have him throwing near 30 touchdowns when you have Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Curtis Samuel? I mean, when you have such an amazing skill set at the wide receiver position, there's expectation for you regardless of where you were drafted. But what I will say is he has shown some great promise in the preseason. Of course, like we said earlier in the show, preseason only matters when you have agendas, but Sam really has been phenomenal. And so I really do believe in Sam Howell at a 7.5 level. Again, I appreciate the adjustment, Joel, because in reality, yes, you have to view it from who are the prime franchise quarterbacks. The elite, I really don't even want to look on this scale because you have the Mahomes, you have the Burrow, you have the Herbert, you have the Allen, you have the Hurts, the Lamars, the Trevor Lawrence. Those are in such a tier of their own, but understandable. You have to respect the young guys, the CJs, the Bryce Young. So I look at a guy who's a late round flyer and someone who had potential prior to being drafted that season. The year before that, he was graded out as a first-round quarterback. He stayed a year. He had another year. He lost his guys. He lost Diami Brown. He lost Javonte Williams. And Mike Carter as well. He had a rough season, and when he was eligible to be drafted, he goes in the 5th. The Commanders found themselves a steal in the 5th round for sure, in my opinion. But I'm at a 7.5. I really like this offense. Eric Bieniemy won't put him in a position to fail. I firmly believe that Eric Bieniemy will be a major reason why I believe in Sam Howell and what he will do this season.
Travis Hunter's been the guy on TikTok I've been seeing.
Yeah, he has the show at
He
Bleacher
plays for
Report.
Deion Sanders, bro.
Yeah. He's a freshman.
Yeah. I think Shadur Sanders is going to have a really good
Shiloh
season.
should you
Are we in on
you don't
Colorado?
be in the trenches.
Yeah, I'm in.
I don't watch too many Colorado's games now.
They were at Jacksonville State, buddy.
You messed me up with the question of 1 to 10 franchise quarterback.
You wrote the question.
I didn't say
No, he didn't
franchise
say 1 to
quarterback.
10 though. Oh, wait,
No,
unless
I said scale to 1 to 10. How confident are you that the Commanders found their quarterback?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Thank
my
you.
bad.
What the fuck, man?
Well, I'm thinking a 10 is a franchise. What's it? If 10's on a franchise quarterback, what's 10?
How confident are you that the Washington Commanders
Found an answer at quarterback.
An answer at quarterback. Fucking 10. Sam Howell's like that.
But
He's
is
going to be
5.5?
fine.
Is a 10 not a franchise?
9.5?
If you're a
5.5.
if you're a 10
Aren't you
out of
Sam
10
Howell stock
confident,
up guy?
You think he's
Yeah,
a
but I
franchise
don't- I didn't
quarterback?
watch
I
him in
think
college.
for me, I'm mostly going off like 10, meaning he is for sure starting the year after this year.
Oh, 7.
Lock it, baby. 10.
So it's a
Seven.
How confident are you
7.
that Howell will start for 2 years?
Nah, I'll
7.
tell you what. That he'll start next season. That's tough because if you
But
are
if he
right,
starts next season, that means he's a good quarterback.
no, for
you know?
sure.
He's
but I
definitely
say that with
the guy.
if the Commanders are in a position to draft Caleb, they're not passing that up.
Oh no, fuck what he does. He could find 50 touchdowns. If
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is there, they're taking Caleb.
I feel like even Drake May, if they have the
Oh,
opportunity to
Drake
take
May
him.
is
Yes.
a dog. Drake May is so good.
I'll be honest, nobody in the league outside of the top 7 have a chance to ruin that pick.
No, for
Yeah.
sure. But
So-
I feel very confident that he can have success.
Like,
There's
what's your
too
confidence level that Sam Howell is the quarterback for the Commanders for 3 years starting?
I'm gonna go back to 8.5. 3 years starting. That's tough.
I'm at like a 5.
3 years.
So tough. Like we
3
keep
years is
pushing
like,
the
whoa.
we keep pushing what the
Yeah,
the-
3 years
That's
is
why.
crazy.
Like how are you
yeah.
at 10 out of 10? You're like, I don't know if he's gonna start. 3
Ryan
years.
Tannehill was like a 3+ year starter with the Dolphins when he got drafted. He wasn't a franchise quarterback.
Was
Yeah,
Brian
then he
Hill
wasn't
like
the
a
answer.
was he a first
He
round
was.
pick?
If they surround him with talent, he could have been
I
definitely.
mean,
not
Howell
a
he had
negative.
juice.
Howell has the talent.
He had
I mean, Howell
Parker.
has the people.
He had
around
Ronnie
him.
Brown.
The offensive line was just so bad.
Who am I blanking on? Other running back.
Ricky Williams?
JJ.
It was JJ. Bang. Nah, Ricky Williams was
I
Chad
mean,
Pennington.
Howell
vibes.
has the weapons.
Even
He
before that.
doesn't lack playmakers.
I'm kind of like a 6 with Howell.
That was
5-6 with Howell. I have to see if he can start the entire season and not get benched for his play at any point.
I remember
You're still over 50%, even though he might get benched at any point.
That is a 50-50 though.
That's true. That's true.
God, I missed the 4-hour episodes.
We're here.
Completely-
We're 3 hours, 40 minutes in.
Is that really what it's at?
Yeah,
Sarcasm-
we still gotta do the
Sarcasm as fuck. I hate 4-hour episodes.
the TikTok that's our.
All right, run through
No,
the
no,
Sam
I'm
Howell
happy.
shit. What?
I'm
TikTok.
happy. I'm happy.
This
Sam
guy
Howell.
went on a 20-minute spiel on fucking Sam Howell over
We're
here.
talking about 20-minute spiel.
Like, and I was just sitting there. I'm like, on my phone. I'm like, yo, he's still.
I didn't
going
even talk
about
that
this
long.
shit.
He really didn't talk that.
It felt like maybe because of the show. It felt like an hour, dude.
What are you
Like
doing?
Fucking this guy's fucking riding.
I went on
Jesus
5 different
Christ.
apps. He was still going. I kid you not. Sam Howell, the guy.
Yeah, your attention fucking deficit disorder is ringing true right now,
He's
bro.
making fun of a disease. That's fucked up.
He's not a good guy.
He's not.
Like, he's not a good guy at all.
Listen, bro, we all have ADHD whether we like it or not.
Okay.
We do.
In this era, it's most likely. we
So
do.
back to Sam Howell.
This fucking
Washington Commanders. Good team, great defensive line,
amazing.
solid pieces on the offensive end. Offensive
sure.
line a little tricky, but we'll figure it out. Tough schedule. Secondary's a little young. Kendall Full is really good. The rest of them are like they. I was reading up on this draft thing. They said they reached for Forbes and the other defensive
A lot of
back.
people.
Yeah,
thought
Emmanuel
they did.
Forbes has been in the preseason.
Yeah. So that's not looking too good. But the front seven always ends up holding well for the Commander. They always manage to
They
gut
got
out
like 5
seven.
first-round picks.
Didn't they
Yeah.
take Emmanuel Forbes over? Am I bugging over
They reached
Gonzalez?
for
Yes.
somebody. Yeah.
Not Gonzalez.
No.
It was over Joey Porter.
And I know it was
Facts.
definitely. What round did they take Emmanuel Forbes in?
Round one.
First. So they took him over Deontay Banks.
They reached. They said they reached. So they took them over some guys.
I'm about
Yeah,
to look
Banks
up the
was on the
draft board
board.
right now.
Because the Giants obviously had a better
The
record.
Commanders always manage to gut out 6-7 wins every year. You
They
know.
do.
So they'll get that.
So where are you 1 to 10 Howell?
I'm at a 6. Like to start, like to finish this year and the next year.
I guess that's what we're doing.
I'm at a 6.
He was over one pick above
Gonzalez? That's
Gonzalez
fucking
was sitting
insane,
like
bro.
right there. Okay.
He was the first corner taken in the draft.
No, Witherspoon.
Yeah, Witherspoon's
You're
at 5 or whatever.
Wow.
Understand.
Gonzalez,
Witherspoon's also somebody that hasn't really done much with the Seahawks.
Gonzalez, I heard, was the truth
Yeah, Deontay's going to be the best corner
Deontay Banks.
from the Giants.
and rookies class this season for sure.
Gonzalez is handsome, man. I saw
Over
his.
Gonzalez?
Gonzalez is definitely a conversation, but I do believe Deontay still can be number
I
one.
saw his face on Madden. Dude is handsome.
Is it his real face?
Yes.
Let's see.
It's not like a.
He's handsome.
I'm at like a 5 out of 10 for Howell. I think he'll be serviceable. I think he'll have some moments this year. The weapons are nice. Bieniemy should be an upgrade at offensive coordinator, but I just have a hard time my whole life. Washington just
Guy's fired.
I closed that.
Guy is fired, dog.
He's crazy. Let me
He's feeding. Look at him. Look at him. It's a sick guy. He's good looking as shit, right? Yeah, he's heat, bro. Like I seen it. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Changed his name to River Brown. That's my new guy.
That's Twin.
Yeah, it's
Twin?
Twin. Nah, he's dumb. I can't
No,
even call him that.
changing your name to River Brown's fucking.
Because I always, whenever I go into
crazy.
Madden, I always look for a handsome guy and I change him to River. Like that's me, and I make him like a 95. Yeah, bro.
You're crazy.
They don't have my hair or my
crazy.
face in Madden. They don't.
DJ Stroud is you, bro.
I can't change him. That's CJ, man.
You got to pick like a low overall guy.
Yeah,
so
like
get
I
burned.
can't be like a quarterback.
Christian
you know what I'm
Gonzalez's twin.
saying? Might be, man.
He's a good looking dude, man.
Listen, I think that might be twin.
Nah, I gotta respect him. He's handsome.
What's
I
his
can't. He's
ethnicity?
too handsome. He's OD.
You're handsome
He
too.
is.
Thank
are.
you, bro.
You look-
He's a
like
different tier, though.
He looks like maybe like Spanish and white.
And in Madden, he had like the red flame in the back, so he looked really,
Good looking dude.
he's good.
But yeah, Sam Howell. I went back and looked at my notes from my 2022 scouting report. When
Yeah,
we were
what did
going
you
through
think
the
of him coming
quarterbacks. I was very impressed with his accuracy and ball placement. Quick
This was
release.
2022.
I had to tell Joel about Sam Howell. I'm like, yo,
Was this
bro.
when he was still in his junior year?
Yes, UNC.
Okay.
I said to him, I
or
said,
was that
bro,
his
this
senior year?
tape is fucking crazy.
I was moved by it for sure. Because that was the Pickett class.
So why'd
Malik
you
Willis.
fall low to him? Like, what made you drop low to him?
He was 3 for me. I had Malik over him and Kenny Pickett.
I folded. Had Malik 1. Fucking Sam Howell 2.
Kenny Pickett
Kenny
3.
Pickett 3.
his 40 was slow, only ran a 5-second 40, but had over 800 rushing yards. So he was athletic enough, even though the testing isn't there. The one area he struggled was, at least in college, downfield passes, 20-plus yards. He only completed 32% of his passes. To be fair, that last season, Drew mentioned all of the weapons left. He did have Josh Downs, who had 1,300 yards. So he still had an NFL caliber guy there. But his deep ball wasn't great. I do think with Terry and Jahan Dotson, it should improve, right?
So why are you lowering him right now for the Commanders?
Well, just because the question is 10 being he is the answer, I can't go higher than 5. Like if I'm at like an 8, that means like that's how I feel about like a Bryce Young or a Stroud, or like I think that could really be the guy. Howell, I think will be serviceable and I think he'll be good enough, but I feel like every offseason we're gonna go into it saying, will the Commanders look for an upgrade at quarterback? Like, well, is there someone that could move the needle a little bit more? Because I don't think any of us are going to expect him to be in like even that Dak range or that Kirk Cousins range. So if you're not even in that range, you're in a kind of situation where your team is probably going to be looking for an upgrade. Even a guy like Jared Goff, next year when his contract's up or when he has no dead money, they might be looking for someone else, and Jared Goff puts up really good numbers. So it's just the question makes me like a 5 out of 10. But if it's just like just this year, I think he'll have a good statistical season. I don't think it's going to translate to a lot of wins, though.
Okay. That's respectable. You know? I think Howell can be good. You know, the weapons are there, so it's like if he's not good, it's like, shit, you know. We're here, man.
I'll say this. We knew this episode was going to be long.
We did?
We were plotting on the
We
NFC
fucking
East.
didn't.
Think about how long we put off the NFC East just so
Is
we
this
could
our
sit
last
here and talk.
division?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed the NFC North.
And then next
Facts.
episode could be award predictions or something
Word.
for next NFL pod.
Hear me out. We moved the rankings to next episode so we could talk about it more.
No.
TikTok
I
needs
think.
it.
Listen, I think these rankings we shouldn't.
Fly by 'em.
It's only 18.
Stop being a bitch.
We're gonna fly by them like last time. 2-3 sentences each. Boom, 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 boom.
So listen, like on to the NFL power rankings. We're gonna do 24
Damn,
through
Commanders.
17. Before we rattle off our next batch of 8, just recapping our previous 8. So for me, I had Arizona 32, the Rams 31, the Colts 30, the Texans 29, the Raiders 28, the Bucks 27, the Bears 26, and the Panthers 25.
I had the Cardinals 32, Bucks 31, Texans 30, Colts at 29, Rams 28, Raiders 27, Washington 26, and New England 25.
I had the Cardinals at 32, the Texans at 31, the Buccaneers at 30, the Colts at 29, the Rams at 28, and the Raiders at 27, the Panthers at 26, the Patriots at 25.
Cardinals at 32, Texans at 31, Bucks at 30. Oh, wait.
Here we go.
And you were rolling your eyes at me for having gas. Fuck you.
Yeah, nope.
He's not a good guy.
Bro, what happened? Can you not read?
No, what happened was my computer died. So,
He showed me and the list was full. I was like, just read it,
no.
bro.
What happened was the computer died, so I had to take a flick of my list, but I didn't get the last 2. So I tried to remember it off the bat, but it's only at 28. Y'all fucking cooked, bro. Y'all gonna have to just see this.
Listen, all right, that's fine. That's
Riv?
fine.
No. I'm going to say this very transparently, Riv. You're an idiot.
Yeah, my computer died. Look where I'm at. I got moved. I can't go there.
moved.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We
extension
fucking
cord.
4 hours. My computer's gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You don't have Google Drive on your phone?
I have 2 different drives. This is my school drive, and this is like my email
You
drive.
can't just log into it.
I mean, I have my list.
Like you don't have to do it like now, but I'm just saying like just
yeah,
for, like,
for future
purpose,
references.
yeah.
But I mean, I have my list for the next 8. Like I have 24 to 17. So
Okay, so-
Here we go.
Let's just go.
nobody
So
told you guys to have a fucking 4-hour episode. You know
before
what
we
I'm
get into 24,
Stop fucking complaining, would you?
NFL power rankings 24 to 21. Let's rattle 4 teams off first. Number 24, I have the Commanders.
I got the Bears at 24.
At number 24, I have Chicago Bears.
I also come in with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
coming in
You're coming inside them.
Chicago Bears?
Sure.
Wow.
Tough.
Goodness.
Need more Fields. We're here. Call it what you want.
I should be laughing like a little girl, but I am.
did you guys have the Commanders in the first 8?
I did not.
Okay, so they're higher on your list.
They're coming soon.
I had the Commanders 26.
Okay.
They're coming soon.
The Commanders I like. It's just a quarterback play. I just really don't know what Sam Howell is going to be. And Ron Rivera is not the best coach. The front four is really good. Linebacker, not that good. Secondary, outside of the safeties, they're up and down. But the Commanders are a good team. It's just really the quarterback plays holding them back.
Yeah, the Bears, I think we're doing a lot of projecting offensively. We think Fields will take a step. We think DJ Moore can unlock things. Khalil Herbert, obviously RB1. Defense has been overhauled, at least at linebacker. There should be some improvements there, but it's a lot of projection with this team.
No doubt about it. That's perfectly said. It's the idea of what Chicago can be offensively. We still understand defensively they have some things to work out. They did add some pieces in this offseason to address their needs in the defensive side of the ball, but realistically, it's that idea of what can Fields be, not only as a rusher, but as a passer, especially now that they add DJ Moore, for sure. So you said you had the Commanders at 24.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That's fine.
Number 23, I have the Denver Broncos here.
I can't say I don't I understand where you're coming from. We're riddled with injuries. It's tragic, honestly, if you ask me. I have us a little bit higher out of respect for not just Sean Payton, but of course our amazing defense and Russell Wilson, who will continue to be our franchise quarterback.
This is where I slot in the Commanders.
Okay.
I have the
23.
Panthers at 23.
At 23, I actually have the Atlanta Falcons.
It's not with the Broncos. I'm just very doubtful that Russell Wilson is gonna be a great quarterback again.
That's good to know, man.
Above average.
Can't wait for the Denver Broncos to clip this.
I'm with you. He sucks.
He sucks.
Jerry Jeudy is going to be out for the first couple of weeks.
Mid.
The wide receiver room outside of Sutton is really improving. You don't have good tight ends. The offensive line.
Respect Dulcich. That's wrong.
Run blocking, you're good, but pass blocking, you're not.
And
Marvin Mims Jr.
And Talman really has nice rapport with Russ.
And the defense is great. It was great last year, but K'Wan Williams is going to be out. He's already hurt. And I don't like the front four. I don't think you guys can generate pressure at a great level.
So long as Randy Gregory's healthy, which seemingly is never, when he's healthy, he's great. He's a great football player. Baron Browning starting the season injured. That's absolutely brutal. Baron Browning was one of the reasons why I was okay with trading Bradley Chubb. So, again, I understand your concerns. I'm not going to sit here ignorant or, hard-headed at the fact that we've been absolutely destroyed with injuries. Your feelings on Russ are different from mine. Obviously, I'm always going to believe in Russell Wilson. He's been dealt a shitty hand so far, but now we get Sean Payton. There's a little bit more stability at the head, a ton more stability in the coaching department. I think that Russ is primed to bounce back very strongly.
Number 22.
I'm sorry. I'll explain the Falcons real quick. Falcons I have at 23. Last year, they were an amazing rushing offense. Their defense was not that great. They made a ton of additions to bolster up that defense. That with bringing in Jesse Bates. I believe Calais Campbell also was brought on, even though he's a vet at this point. It's like a strong vet towards the end of his career.
David Onyemata.
For sure. There was definitely some great additions. They brought in cornerback from the Detroit Lions, Jeff Okudah, who was a high draft pick, really hadn't proven too much up until this point. I think that was a great move. It's just a matter of proving it for me, especially with the fact that Desmond Ridder is their quarterback. That's the main thing holding me back with this team.
Number 22 for me is the Falcons. That's where they come in here.
That's fine. That's fine.
The Russian offense is elite. They just got Bijan. Arthur Smith is going to be creative with his offensive design. And I think Ridder will be serviceable. When he played late in the season, outside of his first start, the 3 games after that, he was good against really good defenses. Drake London got targeted a ton. Now Kyle Pitts comes into the offense. I think anybody that has Kyle Pitts in fantasy should be raving at the fact that Mariota is not his quarterback anymore.
Understandable. Mariota really missed some wide open shots with Kyle Pitts.
22 is also where I also have the Falcons. Improved offense, improved defense, had a great draft. I'm here, man.
22.
I have the Falcons at 22 as well.
Okay, perfect. 22, I have the Commanders here. I believe that this offense should be solid. The defensive line's a force to be reckoned with. But really why I'm a little bit higher on them is that defensive line. The defense is going to be solid. It's going to be a solid unit. But really, it's the idea of Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Curtis Samuel, Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, with Sam Howell at the helm, but really held down by Eric Bieniemy.
Number 21, this is where what you said earlier is perfect. Some of this, I can't let my projections get into the way in my power rankings.
No doubt.
Number 21 is the Packers. They're unproven.
Love it.
But the roster, the defense is talented. Joe Barry, I just hope he can get the scheme right and they can be better in the rankings. But offensively, elite offensive line. Jordan Love was not pressured in the preseason at all, did not take a sack. Christian Watson, I think, is a star. He is a star.
I'm not going to
disagree. Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon. If Jordan Love just manages the offense doesn't make mistakes, game manager, I think the Packers can be a 500 team.
There's enough talent on this team for him to do exactly what you just said. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Aaron Jones is one of the quarterback's best friends. He's just an amazing receiving back at the running back position. I'm with you. 21, Green Bay Packers.
For me, I got Detroit here at 21.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Riv, that is bad.
Yeah, I do have 21. I have Detroit. Yeah, I didn't realize. Oh, my God. Yeah, I got
That's not that bad.
I got 21. I got Detroit. I have Green Bay a little higher
That's
than this.
bad.
Originally I had Green Bay at 20, but you guys have convinced me to switch my 20 and 21 spot. So I'm going to put Green Bay at 21.
Okay. All right.
And at 20, I just go back to back.
Yeah, let's just go next batch of 4 teams,
Okay.
NFL power rankings,
right.
20 to 17. Who do you got at 20?
20, I'm moving the Saints to 20.
Okay.
That's where I have the Saints too.
Okay.
Okay. Yo, you got my Broncos high.
A little bit.
I do have the Saints at 20.
You're making me reconsider.
What do you have at 20?
Right now, I have the Denver Broncos, actually,
At 20.
because the injuries that we've gone through so far to start this, not even the season, because realistically, regular season hasn't even started. We lost Judy. The defense is in shambles. We don't have Baron Browning. We don't have Quan Williams either. Tim Patrick's also injured. We just traded, not that Alberto was a huge part of this offense, obviously, but we were in the position of keeping skill position players. I know that he wasn't the world's best blocker by any means, but he was fast. He had some solid hands. I thought that's someone that we should have kept on this roster. I like Dulcich a lot. I definitely do. Troutman definitely has great rapport with Russ. I'm not going to ignore that. But I got to see it. I love my boys. I trust in them. I believe in them. It's just that these other teams underneath them, the only one that I could have contemplated to switch with the Broncos was the Saints. But I just feel like on the offensive side of the ball, they have more talent than us. At the running back position, for us, I believe Javonte Williams is amazing. It's just a matter of what percentage of the snaps is he going to see and how early on in the season is he going to get a good portion of the workload. It's just too many question marks for the Broncos for me right now, which hurts my heart desperately. But I have to be honest with myself. I believe in the Broncos that they can have success. But as we currently stand, it's tough to move them higher than 19, 18 at most.
With the Saints, they just made the Derek Carr addition, to be honest. That was the biggest addition. I just don't know how much better he's going to be than what Andy Dalton was statistically last year. And Andy Dalton was a better deep ball thrower last year. He was solid, man. He had a really good season. So for me, the Saints' offensive line is always getting hobbled up. They're an aging roster. It's still good. I don't think the wheels are going to fall off like we saw with the Colts. But I don't think the Saints are going to be this team that we're looking at the NFC and they're a legit threat. I think they are in this mediocre tier of teams in the NFC.
I understand.
Yeah, a lot of these teams kind of jumbled together that they could be 18, they could be 22. You know, they're kind of all in this tier.
Number 19, this is where I have the New York Giants. I have the Giants at 19. It's the defense I still think is going to be average to below average. The offense, I'm not a believer in Daniel Jones. Darren Waller's injury prone. Brian Dable, coaching masterclass last season. But the two teams I have above the Giants, I think they're just better rosters. They have the coaching, and they have a better quarterback.
At 19, this is where I slide in the Saints. I believe that for all the reasons that you said, they'll have a solid defense like they do every single season. I do believe that Derek Carr is an upgrade. With Alvin Kamara missing 3 weeks, we'll see a little bit of Jamal Williams. We'll see a little bit of Kendre Miller. But 3 weeks off for Alvin Kamara, first off, it's a blessing that he got that. If you are Alvin Kamara, he could have definitely been suspended for more than just 3 games. But you take that time to rest up. You get ready for the season. Alvin Kamara with hopefully a healthy Michael Thomas. Chris Olave, who he's proven already to me. You have Garrett Wilson at top. Chris Olave is right there for me. He's a special player, and I believe that this offense will have success. So I just can only limit them so much because, again, that division's weak. It's not so much so that I believe that they're this great team, but I just think that they're the best team in their division.
This is where I have Denver. Got Denver 19.
Understandable.
The offense can't be worse than what it was last year.
No way.
Sean Payton comes in. I don't think you're dead last in scoring.
Can't be.
While the offensive pass catchers are definitely worrisome, Judy avoided IR.
Thank
That's
God.
huge, right? So he should be back within that first month of the season. I'm a big Marvin Mims fan. I think he could take over that wide receiver 2 role. And Sean Payton's going to rely heavily on the run.
Absolutely.
So Javonte and Samaje Perine, that's going to be, I think, a bulk of the offense. And your defense is elite year in and year out. So overall, I think the roster is fine. It's just like Joel said, is Russ going to be Russ or is Russ going to be a game manager? That kind of determines the ceiling for the team.
It's just the question marks. We have too many.
You know, the thing about the Broncos, the real reason why I'm low on them is because they're going to be a run-first team. That's why they got out and they signed Mike McGlinchey and Ben Powers. They want to run the ball, and they want to run it a lot.
That's another one who's injured, Mike McGlinchey.
Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine are good running backs. The offensive line is solid, but nothing special. If they're relying on the running game to be their bread and butter, for one, having a run-centric attack already has a low ceiling. In order to maximize it, you have to be elite at it. And I don't know if the Broncos are going to be an elite rushing team.
Javonte Williams does have the skill set to be. It's just a matter of how clean is he going to look.
It's going to take probably halfway through the season. Then maybe you see the old Javonte.
I will already say this. The fact that he had snaps in the preseason,
Great sign.
it's giving me unbelievably great vibes that he's going to be ready and ready to rock week 1. I won't say he'll be the Javonte Williams that I know he can be, that we've seen some flashes of in weeks 1 or week 2, but I think around that week 4 period, we'll fully start to see him unleashed. And I can understand your concerns, but I think that he does have that talent. He does have that ability to be a dominant back in this league. And it's just going to open up the play action pass, which is Russ's bread and butter.
It's just with the AFC, you have to compete with Herbert and Mahomes. And
Yeah, but against
division's
Herbert
tough.
and that team, you need to be great in the run.
yeah, but
and we can be.
If you're getting into shootouts with those guys,
But our
those guys are
defense,
gonna win.
our defense necessarily can stop the Chargers. We've beaten the Chargers. It's beating the damn Chiefs. It's
the
beating
Raiders.
the fucking Raiders. We can beat the Chargers. Our defense is good enough to beat the Chargers. It's definitely good enough to beat the Raiders. We just have to do it.
So can I just go back to back?
Who's your number 19? Yeah.
19 is where Denver slides in.
Who was 20 for you, bud?
20 from you, Saints.
Got it. Okay.
19 is Denver, and then 18 is the Minnesota Vikings.
I also have the Vikings at 18.
Interesting.
Defensively, they didn't make a ton of moves, but
They're just too young.
Brian Flores coming in, I think, matters a ton. He was
I
able.
like my 17.
He was the first year in Miami.
yeah?
They had the worst defense in the NFL. Year 2, they were top 6. Year 3, they were around like middle of the pack. But then once he left last year, they were like the 23rd scoring defense or whatever. So when he goes to a situation, that defense improves. Even though the Vikings personnel defensively might be the same, I think just his coaching and his scheme is going to improve the numbers as a whole. And we know offensively what we're going to get with Jettas. Addison's there now. Kirk Cousins is as consistent as
TJ.
it gets.
KJ
TJ
Osborne's
gonna be
a
so
great
fun.
Wide, like third option, fourth option, really in that offense. I mean, listen, the Vikings at 18, I can understand it. You know, the defense is worrisome. The offense is not as good as their counterpart in the NFC North in the Lions. But to me, I kind of want to give that respect to Kirk Cousins and to Justin Jefferson and to what they got going on.
That's definitely what I'm
13
doing.
wins. So 18 to me, this is where I had the Lions slated. Just
Why
because
are we disrespecting them?
I need them to really go out this year and prove it to me.
Going to be the Chiefs
They-
week 1?
I don't think they
Yo,
will.
that would be a crazy
But they
upset.
started the season off
Yeah, I'll
poor.
fucking cream.
They finished the season off very strong. Offensively, I have no questions. Ben Johnson will call a top 10 offense again. Jared Goff will have a good statistical season. Amon-Ra will be a top wide receiver. There's no doubt. And I think Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are upgrades over DeAndre Swift
They have one
and
of the
Jamal
best
Williams.
lines in the game.
Yeah, no doubt. Offensively, I have no questions about them. And I think offensively, it's better than the Vikings. Defensively is kind of where I have some concerns. I just trust Brian Flores as a defensive coordinator and maximizing talent. So for me, they've gotten a lot younger. They've gotten a lot faster. So for me, I just don't want to just write off the Vikings and say they're going to be horrible. I'm not the highest, but I want to wait and see it out first.
I
So
will tell you very transparently, you will hate where I have the Lions. At number 18, this is where I have the Titans slated in. Missing the playoffs last year, in my opinion, was inexcusable. They had the division on lock. They choked it towards the end of the season. You do add DeAndre Hopkins. It's a reason why I moved them up in my power rankings. The lack of secondary is concerning. They were one of the worst pass defenses in the game last year.
What saves face for them is the fact that their rush defense is the cream of the crop. It was number 1 rated last season. It was phenomenal. But it's the concern of that offensive line. It's a concern of that secondary. I do think that they'll be a solid team. I'm not disrespecting them, in my opinion, at having them around 18. Is Treylon going to break out? I believe in Treylon. But now that you have DeAndre Hopkins, of course, that was the concern of his knee and how is he going to come back. Being back at practice already is huge. DeAndre Hopkins, that's a strong duo. But is Tannehill going to have the adequate time to get the ball out? Are they going to run a quick schemed offense where they're making quick passes, they're running screens? Derrick Henry now gets a little bit of a leeway now that he has 2 receivers that he can rely on once again, and he's not seeing a stacked box consistently. But there's just better teams in my opinion. I can respect Coach Variable, but there's just better rosters in my opinion.
That was 18?
This is 18 for me, correct.
17, this last one, right?
Rattle it off.
Last one.
Who was 18 for you, bud?
18 was Vikings.
Got it.
17, this is where I have the Giants. Wasn't as low.
You got them at 17 too?
Got them at 17. I wasn't as low. Would you have them at 22?
No, I had them at 19.
Oh,
Yeah,
19.
right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was lower.
I felt like it was lower too.
Yeah.
That's just it. We talked for a minute. That's why.
We did, yeah.
I got Giants
I think
17.
I feel like them, because the Titans, to spoil, are going to be 16, are very similar. That when we're talking about these teams, it almost feels like we talk about the head coach first.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about the rosters, they're kind of on par with each other, these two. I had the Giants just one spot below. You have the all-pro left tackle. You have the running back. Waller's just a question mark to me. Jalen Hyatt is a question mark, at least to start this season. Maybe later on he could become something. Defensively, the front four should be elite. Secondary, still need to see some things. There's some holes on this team, but being in the NFC, they're 17th, but in the NFC, they're probably going to be like, 6th best.
Where'd you have Green Bay?
21.
Where'd you have Green Bay?
21.
Where'd you have Green Bay?
21.
Yeah, I gotta fucking hate me next episode.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
17, I
ain't
have the
even named
Titans
them
too.
yet, man.
Okay, 17, I can respect that.
Yeah.
Who do you have at 17?
DeAndre Hopkins addition was huge for them.
It was.
Derrick Henry, still going to be elite, man. You know,
I'll tell you what, that DeAndre Hopkins addition moved them from, I believe I had them 24, 25, all the way up to
So
18.
you're the real Jordan Love guy.
and Harold Landry's coming back too. That's big.
I have Green Bay and Titans pretty high. I'll be honest.
At 17, this is where I have the Browns slated, man. As of right now,
Really?
I have not been overly infatuated with what I've seen. Deshaun definitely.
You think Detroit's better than Cleveland?
I think that, in my opinion, they're safer.
Okay.
That's what it
I
comes
mean, I
down
feel
to.
like
true.
if Cleveland was in the NFC, they'd be safe.
I think that the upside of the Browns definitely is there, and that's for the fact that Deshaun Watson is just so much, at his best, clears anything that what Jared Goff can be.
the
But from
defense,
a roster
Cleveland's
perspective, the Browns are.
Cleveland's defense
They're
clears
stacked,
Detroit.
but I feel as if it's predicated on what Deshaun Watson
I
can.
So
haven't
you're just
been- I
not
haven't been
confident Deshaun
overwhelmed.
Watson coming back.
I haven't been over.
That's
Deshaun
what I'm
in
saying, man.
preseason,
He really
I
hasn't
haven't,
been.
I haven't been moved
He
a lot.
bounced back with the 2 touchdown drives
17,
in that
though.
Kansas City Chiefs game. That was
I don't have.
At
But
not
even then,
lying,
that was
but-
muddy. That
At
game was
minimum,
kinda
the,
muddy.
the
I
run
agree.
game's gonna be there. The defense is gonna be elite. So that's at minimum. Even if Deshaun isn't that,
I'll
that's
say
what's gonna
this
be
though:
there.
the Browns' defense was supposed to be good last year. It was not.
But they just added Darius
They added
Smith.
so much pass.
Like, they got
rushers.
better.
The pass rush is they have that luxury of having Myles Garrett that the attention is just going to be on him. I'm with you. That pressure is going to be immense. But even still, the rush, I believe it was the rush
Rush defense
defense
wasn't
was
good.
terrible.
But they improved
And
on that,
the secondary when Denzel Ward in there, it's definitely not the best either.
Greg
but I'm with
Newsome
you. The
was,
pass rush
I
is
I
great.
believe a rookie last year.
Yep.
Martin
But
Emerson, he's young.
Denzel and Greg Newsome is fire.
No, yeah, they're
Yeah, it's fire.
firm. I mean,
It's
I get the
it's just
Deshaun. I
it's
get the
just-
Deshaun.
correct. And listen, this right here, this to me was a safe spot for the Browns, where they definitely, very strongly, are the most volatile team. Where they definitely could be.
I mean,
so much
yeah.
better.
They
than
won
that ranking.
7-8 games last year with Jacoby. So
Jacoby played very well though.
yeah,
played
no,
better
he's
than Deshaun.
no, Deshaun.
But that
he
defense
missed
was
like 2 years of
sketch.
football.
That defense was sketch.
He got better, man. But I don't have him. I don't have him like high. I don't have him like 10 spots out of 17, and probably like 3-4. But Green Bay, get ready for it.
Here we go.
So that's gonna do it for the next batch of our power rankings. Next one will be released.
Actually,
So what are we doing? 16 to 10 or 11?
16 to 9.
And
That's
top
so
8.
weird. Are we gonna
you
just?
should might as well do
Because
16.
16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, that's 8.
Okay.
And then 8 to 1 is
I
Love
capped.
it. Love it.
You're gonna hate Cleveland. I capped. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I capped. I have him that high.
You want to see
Man,
the rest of my
that's-
list, bro? Sneak peek.
Okay.
I don't want to.
I don't have the lines are pretty high.
They are.
Lines are pretty high.
I'll be honest. The Cleveland Browns are a single digit.
The roster is that good though.
Yeah, they're a
The
single.
roster is good.
Roster's fire.
I'm believing Deshaun. So
You
single
got-
digit
hey,
for
go
sure.
home and look at every Deshaun Watson throw this preseason. Let me
I
know
already
what you think.
looked at Houston Texans highlights. I moved.
No,
the only-
fuck the Texans.
I don't care about preseason. It doesn't move me.
No, if we're getting Texans Deshaun, this is gonna be like the number
Oh,
5
I agree.
roster in the league.
I agree.
I'm trying to explain.
They're
to you
so
guys.
volatile. I don't.
Preseason is preseason. You're gonna struggle.
But it's just the eye test, man. Don't love it.
Listen, when you see week 1, he throws 350 and 3 TDs.
I hope so.
I'm gonna
I
laugh
hope
at
he's
you.
back.
And this is going to do it for episode 305,
Thank
4-hour
God.
podcast. If you guys have made it this far,
Crazy. I'm not tired.
make sure that you
So we can go to
guys
McDonald's.
Another 4?
Yo, I easily could keep talking.
We can go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
make sure you guys
my
join the
dinner.
wait list on DFS for Mojo. Link is in our bio. And make sure you join Fact Battle and drop your opinion for who will win the NBA
Do we
championship.
debate
Let me ask you a
that?
question.
Boston.
It does not cost money to join the waitlist, correct?
Nope.
No.
We have to make that a point of emphasis. This is free.
We waited 4 hours to
Yeah.
say that shit.
There's like 7 people watching.
No
Nah.
disrespect. No, the full episode probably I'll give it a 100.
That's what I'm saying. The
200. Let's get
full
200 people
episode.
watch the full episode.
If you're 4 hours and 8 minutes in, let us know in the comments.
I've seen half of somebody's
they-
work shift from
I've
They
seen people go to work
absolutely-
and they say they just put it on, so they have to shift.
And
they
they
just throw
see
it on.
4 hours and they fucking cream their jorts. They're so fucking happy.
Comment cream. I just cream my jorts if you're here. Comment that.
You guys can follow us on Twitter at Pick a Side Pod, on Instagram and TikTok at Pick a Side
Yeah,
Podcast.
so when do we debate this stuff? The first battle.
You go in there and
we don't
You
debate it
just go
on the
type.
show.
No, you just
Okay.
type it. Yeah. Well, we kind of we didn't debate it on the show, but we just showed them how to use the site.
Cool.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I cooked up the third best response. Are we getting money for that?
If we get number 1.
what the? All right,
I'm
I'll
not
go in
sure what the drop off is, but what I do know is that the dude who runs it, Airy, in the morning he checks the responses and he puts them into the chat GPT system and rates it. So that's not the actual rating it's going to be.
Got it.
Yeah. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time.